Chapter 50. This consort's maidservant is deeply in love with you, Duan Xinghui. As the mistress, this consort really can't let down the maidservant's feelings. In any case, she is a maidservant who has served this consort for so many years. I hope that you can treat this consort's maidservant well. Ning Shu said to Ning Shu. She clearly saw that Duan Xinghui's serious mask cracked. He was stunned and seemed to be in disbelief. Even Madame Duan looked at Ning Shu strangely. Princess. Yuan Dong was really surprised and scared. She was surprised that she could follow General Duan. She was scared that the princess's attitude and her inner thoughts were known by the princess. In short, Yuan Dong's thoughts were all kinds of complicated. I won't leave you, princess. Please don't drive me away. Yuan Dong knelt in front of Ning Shu with a look of deep affection. It also depended on whether Ning Shu was willing to act with her. Ning Shu said indifferently, you are now a member of the Duan family. In the future, you have to serve the Duan family well. Yuan Dong finally kowtowed to Ning Shu helplessly and stood next to Duan Xinghui. Princess, forgive this commoner for not being able to accept this. This commoner already has someone he truly loves in his heart. It is impossible for this commoner to accept someone else. Duan Xinghui even forgot about the wound on his arm. He bowed and cupped his fists towards Ning Shu. Ning Shu's expression was indifferent. What does it have to do with me that you have someone you love? Duan Xinghui was speechless. For some reason, Duan Xinghui found that Princess Jiehui was really difficult to communicate with now. Ning Shu turned around and returned to her residence. She did not even bother with these people. In the end, Duan Xinghui reluctantly accepted Yuan Dong and returned to the Duan mansion with Madame Duan. When they returned, Arya was waiting at the door. She was wearing brightly colored silk and satin, which made her face look even darker. The civet cat didn't look like a crown prince in the crown prince's clothes. Instead, it looked funny. Yuan Dong's eyes were full of deep contempt and contempt. When she met Arya's eyes, Arya's expression was a little embarrassed. She turned and ran into the mansion, crying as she ran. She didn't even notice the injury on Duan Xinghui's arm. The woman keenly sensed Yuan Dong's hostility towards her, as well as her vigilance and hatred towards Yuan Dong. When Duan Xinghui saw that his beloved was sad, he hurriedly chased after her. He didn't care about anything else at all. He was very reckless, just like a young boy. Star emblem, the wound. Madame Duan shouted at Duan Xinghui. The two of them were chasing each other around the Duan mansion. Madame Duan felt very annoyed. General. Yuan Dong saw Duan Xinghui run towards the village girl without thinking. Yuan Dong was shocked and also very jealous. What right did that ugly monster have? What right did she have? Without Yuan Dong by his side, Ning Shu casually promoted a maidservant from the princess residence to be by his side. In fact, Ning Shu didn't need anyone to serve him. His 3 meals a day were delivered by the kitchen. Ning Shu was either practicing martial arts or practicing martial arts. She swung her whip every day, wanting to master her whip skills to perfection. Ning Shu had a premonition that she might really have to go to the battlefield. She had to show her value to Li Wen, which was more valuable than a political marriage. Ning Shu put away the whip, took the handkerchief from the maidservant, wiped the sweat on her face and hands, and asked the little maidservant, "What's the news about the Duan mansion?" The little maidservant was called Little Hong. She was delicate and pretty. She was not very beautiful, but she was full of cleverness. When she heard Ning Shu's question, she quickly said, Yuan Dong and Arya are now in a fierce fight. Duan Xinghui is very uncomfortable being sandwiched between 2 women, Little Hong said. Ning Shu smiled. This was the effect he wanted. Why did she have to be in front of him? Why didn't she deal with Arya in front of him? Let's see what Yuan Dong and Madame Duan would do. It was funny. Without her, a noble supporting female character, who would help them achieve their unparalleled fate. Duan Xinghui and Arya's love was based on the reputation of the original owner, Princess Jihui. Now, Ning Shu will directly send Yuan Dong over. You guys can go play by yourselves. Duan Xinghui had a really bad time during this period, and it was very bad. He felt very tired. Now Arya became very sensitive and clung to him more and more. Her innocent face was full of uneasiness and worry. Duan Xinghui had said many times that he would not let her down, but Arya was still uneasy. In addition, Yuan Dong was fanning the flames. Duan Xinghui had never been so tired. He felt mentally and physically exhausted. But Yuan Dong was a member of the princess mansion. He did not have an official position now. If he really listened to Arya and drove Yuan Dong out, Princess Jihui would make a fuss about it, and he would suffer. Seeing Duan Xinghui's attitude, Arya made a scene again. Arya was from the countryside. When she made a scene, the whole Duan mansion was alarmed. Duan Xinghui felt ashamed and helpless. Without the strong resistance of Princess Jihui, the contradiction between Duan Xinghui and Arya, and it was a class contradiction, came out. After all, Duan Xinghui was a noble child who grew up in the capital. He was really not used to such a scene. Arya was terrified. She abandoned everything and came to the capital with Duan Xinghui. Duan Xinghui was now the only life-saving straw in her life. She must hold on tightly. The more impatient Duan Xinghui was with her, the more terrified Arya was. She made a scene to prove her existence. Sometimes Duan Xinghui wondered if Arya was still the simple Arya. Duan Xinghui was heartbroken, but he still comforted Arya patiently, but he was a little tired. Madame Duan originally wanted to see Yuan Dong and Arya fight, but when she saw Arya's unruly appearance, she had to find someone to teach Arya the rules. If it went on, the Duan mansion would become the laughing stock of the whole capital. Her son didn't want the princess and insisted on such a village girl. People outside said that Duan Xinghui's brain was full of lard. If it went on like this, Madame Duan didn't dare to go to the ancestors of the Duan family. It was a sin. Arya, who was forced to learn the rules, made a scene again. She was very unwilling to learn. She had to pay attention to eating, sleeping, and even walking. These made Arya at a loss and feel very painful. Arya grew up in the countryside. Some things were deep in her bones. It was very uncomfortable to learn the rules, as if her wings were about to be broken. The painful process could be imagined. Duan Xinghui was also very painful. In his heart, Arya was free and easy. Now, like all the women in the capital, she had to become the product of rules and education. But on one side was his beloved woman, and on the other side was his mother, who had taught him since he was a child. Duan Xinghui was too lazy to go back to the Duan mansion. He went out to drink when he had nothing to do. But after a long time, every time he went out, he had to face the strange eyes of others, which were like looking at a fool. In the face of such eyes, Duan Xinghui's heart couldn't help but waver. It was his fault to give up Princess Jihui, especially those who used to bow and scrape in front of him. Now they were arrogant in front of him. At this time, the feeling was particularly strong. Was he really wrong? Chapter 51. Duan Xinghui was firm in his thoughts. He was not wrong. He loved Arya, but why couldn't Arya be considerate of him? If a man had no career and no career that he was proud of, he would be much inferior. Now Duan Xinghui felt a little drunk every day. He felt that his future was confused. Duan Xinghui returned to the Duan mansion with a bottle of wine and met the anxious Mrs. Duan. "Mother, what's wrong?" Duan Xinghui asked Mrs. Duan. Mrs. Duan looked at the decadent Duan Xinghui and her heart was about to break. But there was something more important. She said, "Arya went to the princess mansion to make trouble." Duan Xinghui shivered and sobered up. He threw down the wine bottle and turned to the princess mansion. He looked anxious. Even Duan Xinghui himself didn't know why he was so anxious. It was undeniable that he suddenly wanted to see Princess Jihui. There was a secret thought in his heart. He hoped that Princess Jihui could plead with the emperor for the sake of their past friendship. When Duan Xinghui arrived at the princess mansion, he saw Arya and Green kneeling in front of the princess mansion. The guards at the gate of the princess mansion were looking at Arya vigilantly. There were many people around. At this moment, for some reason, Duan Xinghui didn't even have the courage to lift his foot and walk to Arya. He only felt confused. Ning Shu heard little Hong say that Arya was making trouble at the gate. She felt bad. She stayed at home, but the people of the Duan mansion always came to make trouble. She felt drunk. Ning Shu touched the whip at her waist. When Xiao Hong saw the princess's action, she knew that the princess was angry. All the guards in the princess's residence had been drilled by the princess. They were used as targets by the princess to practice her whip skills. Ning Shu walked to the gate. She wanted to see what these people were going to do. At that time, they couldn't blame her for being impolite. The moment Ning Shu came out, Duan Xinghui felt as if time had slowed down. He saw Princess Jiehui, who was still wearing her riding clothes with a whip hanging from her waist. Her long ponytail made her look elegant and noble, which made people sigh in admiration. Ning Shu came out and stood on the steps. He carefully looked at Arya, who was kneeling on the ground. Her face was painted with makeup, and her eyebrows were drawn into thin willow leaf eyebrows. She was dressed in silk and satin. Ning Shu could only say that this dress was really ugly. Arya originally had thick eyebrows and big eyes, but she insisted on making her willow eyebrows. Her eyebrows and eyes were not in proportion. Now Ning Shu felt that Arya was not as good as the first time he saw her at the city gate. Looking at the high and mighty Princess Jiehui, her whole body seemed to be shining, especially her flawless face. There were no pearls or jade on her body, but she was so noble that people could not look directly at her. Arya felt more and more inferior in her heart. She thought of what Yuan Dong said. Princess Jiehui should have been Duan Lang's wife, and Duan Lang should have been the prince consort. Yuan Dong said that it was all because of her that Princess Jiehui was angry, and Duan Lang lost his position as the general. Arya wanted to beg Princess Jiehui to not blame Duan Lang anymore. "Princess, do you still remember me?" Arya asked Ning Shu. Ning Shu was speechless. Was it really okay to talk to a princess like this in such a tone? "Princess, it's all my fault. Please don't blame Duan Lang anymore." Arya bitterly shouted to Ning Shu. "Please don't be angry. As long as you don't blame Duan Lang, I will do anything you want." Duan Xinghui, who was standing in the crowd, had a complicated expression on his face. His heart was sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty. He was both touched and embarrassed. Ning Shu, on the other hand, felt as if his balls were about to burst. What the hell did this mean? He felt that he was the villain who broke up the Mandarin ducks. She had never thought of getting involved in this person's love, but these people still insisted on finding her. These words sounded like he was using public office to avenge private wrongs. If he had a temper, he should go find Li Wen. It was Li Wen who gave the imperial edict. Why did he come and make trouble with her? Did he really think that he was a pushover? Ning Shu took the whip from his waist. The male lead had already whipped her. He didn't know how it felt to whip the female lead. How did she become so violent? Not good, not good. Duan Xinghui saw the princess take off the whip. He thought of the pain of the whip on a person's body. It was as if his meridians were broken. Even when he saw the whip now, Duan Xinghui felt that his arm was very painful. Duan Xinghui quickly ran over, hugged Arya who was kneeling on the ground, and dodged to one side to avoid Ning Shu's whip. Ning Shu calmly took back his whip. He had long found Duan Xinghui in the crowd. Tut, tut, he let his woman kneel here and beg for mercy, while he hid aside. This Duan Xinghui's character, tut, tut. Ning Shu really didn't know what made the original owner so persistent about Duan Xinghui. He guessed that she was not reconciled in her heart and got angry. She had to snatch this man. It was good to have someone snatching it, and people were the same. Looking carefully, Duan Xinghui was not a good person at all. Arya looked at Duan Xinghui in astonishment, and tears fell down. She couldn't help hugging Duan Xinghui in public. Greetings to Princess Jihui. Duan Xinghui stood in front of Arya. Ning Shu saluted with a fist and palm salute. Ning Shu hummed and said nothing. She stood on the steps and looked down at Duan Xinghui. Such a posture made Duan Xinghui uncomfortable. Although he knew that Princess Jihui really had no feelings for him, her behavior really made Duan Xinghui feel very uncomfortable. In the past, Princess Jihui would not do such a contemptuous action to him. Your Highness, this matter has nothing to do with Arya. Why did your Highness do such a thing? Arya is a woman. How can she withstand your Highness's whip? Duan Xinghui said in a reproachful tone. Ning Shu pursed her lips and suddenly laughed. How dare you? Are you blaming me? Duan Xinghui didn't take care of your woman. The next time you come to my mansion to make trouble, I'll get out of the capital. I'll make you unable to stay in the capital. If there's a next time. Ning Shu pointed at Duan Xinghui and Arya with her whip. I'll whip your faces. Do you really think my princess mansion is a vegetable market? You come to my door every day to make trouble. Ning Shu said and whipped Duan Xinghui on the shoulder. Duan Xinghui let out a muffled groan, his face deathly pale. Arya, on the other hand, was scared silly. Seeing Duan Xinghui stumble twice and kneel on the ground, she wailed and cried, Duan Lang, Duan Lang. Arya looked at Ning Shu with fear in her eyes. Her black face suddenly turned white and looked much better. Duan Xinghui covered his wound. He had just recovered and now he was whipped again. Duan Xinghui raised his head and looked at Ning Shu's cold and impatient face. His heart trembled. Only now did Duan Xinghui truly understand that Princess Jihui was no longer the gentle and considerate person who used to be. She was full of the pride and nobility of a member of the imperial family. Looking at his strange and cold eyes, Duan Xinghui felt some pain in his heart. He lost something that he didn't cherish before. It made him feel uncomfortable and angry. Why did the princess become like this? Chapter 52. When Madame Duan saw that her son was injured again, she was distressed and angry. This anger was directed at Ning Shu and Arya. Because of Princess Jihui's identity, Madame Duan did not dare to show her resentment. But for Arya, Madame Duan did not hesitate to stare at her fiercely and viciously. Seeing Madame Duan's eyes, Ning Shu did not hesitate to believe that Madame Duan wanted to kill Arya. There was no more harmonious mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship as in the original plot. Ning Shu felt very comfortable. The happy life of Duan Xinghui, Arya, and Madame Duan was built on the original owner. Thinking of a princess ending up like that, Ning Shu felt intoxicated. Princess, why did you do this? Duan Xinghui's face was pale, and he asked Ning Shu in a trembling voice. Why did she do this? Ning Shu sneered. I was happy. Seeing that Duan Xinghui was angry but did not dare to say anything and covered his wound, Ning Shu said lightly, I just swung my whip, and you hit it. Listening to such unreasonable words, Duan Xinghui almost vomited blood and looked at Ning Shu ferociously. Duan Xinghui, without the halo of a general, was so down and out. His face was unshaven, and he looked so decadent. He did not have the courage and calmness on horseback in the original owner's memory. Tut tut, seeing the princess sizing him up, Duan Xinghui didn't know why, but he felt embarrassed. He didn't want the princess to see him like this. He wanted to show his best side in front of her. Duan Xinghui unconsciously puffed out his chest. Ning Shu looked away and said to Madame Duan, who was unhappy, Madame Duan, I respect you as an elder. Take care of your family. If there is a next time, I can't guarantee anything. Madame Duan looked at Princess Jihui, who seemed to be a different person. She lowered her head, gritted her teeth, and bowed. Thank you for your forgiveness, Princess. I promise there will be no next time. Madame Duan's heart felt as if it had been ruthlessly ravaged by someone. She had lost her husband in her early years, but she had gritted her teeth and endured it, allowing her son to be so outstanding. Madame Duan had a tough personality, but she was also an extremely intelligent woman. Madame Duan felt offended when Princess Jiehui, who was originally in her hands, suddenly lost control of herself. Especially when Princess Jiehui was so rude to her. To put it bluntly, Madame Duan had been spoiled by the previous Princess Jiehui. Now that Ning Shu was acting like a princess, Madame Duan couldn't stand it anymore. Mrs. Duan covered up her thoughts and left with the injured Duan Xinghui. Ning Shu also saw with his sharp eyes that Mrs. Duan pinched Gu Aria's waist twice. Aria jumped up in pain, but Duan Xinghui didn't see it at all. Ning Shu smiled. It was estimated that Aria would have a hard time in the future. Mrs. Duan had many means to deal with people. His own mother dealt with his beloved. He didn't know if Duan Xinghui would treat the original owner as coldly and ruthlessly as he did in the plot. Tut tut, both the palm and the back of the hand were flesh. It hurt to be hit with a wooden stick. Ha! Ning Shu laughed very unsympathetically. Ning Shu counted the days and took a horse out of the stable. He was ready to go to the royal manor to see the growth of the sweet potatoes. It should be the season for sweet potatoes to be harvested now, but he didn't know what they looked like. Ning Shu didn't take anyone with him. He rode to the manor alone. Speaking of riding, Ning Shu felt that it was very hard. The process of learning to ride was full of bitterness and tears. After learning for 2 or 3 months, he could finally shoot an arrow on the back of the horse without holding the reins, so that he wouldn't fall to the ground. When they arrived at the manor, Shen Qingxing gave the reins to the steward and went straight to the place where the sweet potatoes were planted. When they arrived at the land where the sweet potatoes were planted, the sweet potatoes were growing lush and green. It seemed that the people in the manor were taking good care of them. Ning Shu took a hoe and dug up a few stalks of sweet potatoes. The results surprised Ning Shu. The red skin of the sweet potatoes was the size of a fist. Ning Shu laughed from the bottom of his heart. Whether it was because of the mission or because there was another type of food that could satisfy the hunger of the common people, Ning Shu's heart was full of excitement. Dig up all of these sweet potatoes for this princess and measure the land. This princess wants to calculate the yield. Ning Shu said loudly. There were many tenant farmers in the manor. In a short while, the potatoes were all dug up. The steward took a scale and began to weigh the sweet potatoes. Princess, this thing actually has a yield of 500 jin. The steward Ning Shu said. Ning Shu was very happy. In this era, the influence of various conditions, such as drought or flood, had an impact on the yield of grain. It was good to have a yield of 700 jin of rice. In special times, having sweet potatoes could at least satisfy hunger. Moreover, it was a crop that was resistant to drought. Move some of this princess's manor. As for the rest, dig up a cellar and store them well. After a while, the emperor may come to inspect. This time, you have done a great service. Wait for the reward. The steward and the tenant farmer's face showed joy. They said in unison, "Thank you, princess." The tenant farmers moved a basket of sweet potatoes to the princess's manor. When Ning Shu returned to the princess's manor, he roasted the sweet potatoes. While the sweet potatoes were still warm, he directly rode to the palace. When he arrived at the palace gate, he dismounted and went to Li Wen's imperial study. Li Wen was discussing matters with the ministers. Ning Shu waited at the door for a while before he saw the ministers come out one after another. When they saw Ning Shu, their eyes were very strange. Ning Shu's heart jumped. According to the time, it should be the time when the Xiongnu people requested the marriage. Then what was the meaning of these people's eyes? Could it be that they still wanted to go for the marriage? Fuck. Ning Shu collected his chaotic thoughts and carried the food box in. Ning Shu saw the little gray ball lying on the desk sleeping. He did not know if it was Ning Shu's illusion, but the little gray ball had grown fat. Its body was rounder than before. Li Wen narrowed his eyes and looked at Ning Shu. He asked, "Why did you suddenly come to find me?" Royal brother, your sister has brought you something good. Ning Shu lifted the food box in his hand. Li Wen looked at the food box with an indifferent expression. There were too many people sending things to his study. Li Wen really did not have any thoughts. Hearing Ning Shu's voice, the little gray ball opened its eyes. Its black bean-like eyes looked at him. Its wet nose twitched. It propped up its body and used its claws to dig at the food box. This guy's nose is so sharp. Royal brother, you will be very happy when you see this. Ning Shu looked at Li Wen's indifferent expression and felt even worse. This guy is not really going to marry me, right? The little gray ball squeaked. Ning Shu opened the food box and took out the roasted sweet potatoes. Suddenly, a sweet smell filled the air, but it was very refreshing. The roasted sweet potatoes on the plate did not look good. Li Wen narrowed his eyes and looked at the things on the plate. He seemed to have thought of something and looked at Ning Shu with a questioning gaze. Chapter 53. The little gray ball directly fell onto the plate. Ning Shu quickly shook it off and took one to break into two. He ate half of it and handed the other half to Li Wen. Ning Shu's actions were to tell Li Wen that this thing could be eaten and that it wasn't poisonous. Li Wen took the sweet potato. The skin of the sweet potato was still stained with black ash. Li Wen imitated Ning Shu and peeled the skin before eating it. It tasted sweet. Li Wen nodded. What food is this? Ning Shu saw that Li Wen's expression was still interested, so he said, Brother, I call this thing sweet potato. It's something I found in the manor last time. I've sent people to plant it. The output has reached 500 kilograms, Ning Shu said. This thing can fill one's hunger. Is that so? Li Wen's face revealed anxiety and surprise. Clearly, he understood the use of this thing. Does the manor still have this thing? I got people to keep it well. It's now in the manor's cellar, Ning Shu said. Li Wen nodded and said, I'll leave the palace with you and go to the manor to take a look. All right. Li Wen definitely had to take a look at such a matter that concerned the livelihood of the people. Li Wen and Ning Shu rode straight to the manor with a group of cavalry following behind them. When the emperor went out, he had to have someone by his side. When they arrived at the manor, Li Wen first looked at the potatoes and then at the land where the potatoes were planted. He got someone to measure the land again and the result was the same. Li Wen, who had always been cold, revealed a slight smile. His eyes were very bright as he looked at Ning Shu with a gentler gaze. He said to Ning Shu, Jiehui, you're very good. Very good. Ning Shu only smiled and said, I'm very happy to be able to work for you. I know that you have the people in your heart. I'm a member of the royal family and rely on the people to support me. It's only right for me to work for the people. It could be said that the entire noble class was supported by the people, but these nobles still looked down on the people. Li Wen clearly did not expect that Ning Shu would say such words. She was gratified and said, Jiehui has grown up and is sensible. She's no longer obsessed with those inexplicable matters. Ning Shu sweated profusely. I'll have to trouble you with the planting in the future. There was a slight smile on Li Wen's face. Her attitude towards Ning Shu was very gentle. The steward of the manor and the tenant farmers know what to do. Actually, I found it by accident. It's not a big deal. It would be great if I could help Imperial brother. By the way, how did you find out that this thing is edible? Li Wen squinted her eyes and asked. Ning Shu's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't say that she knew. Speaking of which, it's all because of the little gray ball. Sister Chen saw this little thing holding this thing in the woods, and then she tasted it herself. Although the raw one is not as delicious as the cooked one, Ning Shu directly pushed the blame to the little gray ball. Li Wen knew that the little gray ball liked to eat. Li Wen nodded and floated back to the palace. Ning Shu heaved a sigh of relief. She had finally proven her worth in front of Li Wen. She should have hesitated a little when she was asked to go through with the marriage. But Ning Shu's heart was still heavy. Then the next marriage, whether the task could be successful or not depended on this marriage. In fact, the task this time was almost completed. Don't love Duan Xinghui. Well, it was done. Let Duan Xinghui and Arya, this pair of bitches, not have a good ending. Well, this was almost the same. If it went on like this, it was estimated that Arya and Duan Xinghui would become a resentful couple. There were many obstacles in their love. In the original plot, it was because Arya saved a marquis's wife that her status was raised and Madame Duan accepted her. But because of Yuan Dong stirring up trouble in the Duan manor, Arya couldn't even go out and had to learn the rules every day. He really didn't know if Arya would be bound by the rules and act according to the rules. Would Duan Xinghui still like her? Ha ha ha, sure enough, as Ning Shu expected, it didn't take long for the Xiongnu envoys to arrive in the capital. This time, it was the second son of the Khan, the second prince of the grassland. The original host was married to this second prince. In the capital, he heard that the original host was fighting for a man with a filthy reputation. He had a bad impression of the original host. After the marriage, he was treated inhumanely. The Xiongnu was a place without propriety, justice, integrity, and shame. Women were like goods there. Although the original host was married to the second prince, what made the original host collapse was that the second prince's brothers would share her and humiliate her. This was simply a place where the devil stayed. The original host was very afraid of the second prince. Now, when he heard the second prince's name, Ning Shu's body couldn't help trembling. This was the original host's emotion. Fear was mixed with hatred. Generally speaking, it was mostly fear. After suffering so much torture, the original host was like a mouse seeing a cat when he saw the second prince. He had the fear of being killed. Ning Shu clenched his fist. He was determined not to be married to the second prince. Otherwise, how could he help the original host counterattack? If he wanted to change the original host's fate, he had to change the fate of the marriage. Sure enough, the Xiongnu envoys proposed the marriage in the court. Moreover, they requested the great Yang's only Princess Jiehui. The ministers all said that they wanted Ning Shu to be married, but Li Wen didn't say anything. He seemed to agree, but also seemed to disagree. He didn't say anything, making the Xiongnu envoys somewhat dissatisfied. However, they didn't dare to be presumptuous. Sure enough, this was the power of the plot. Even though Ning Shu's reputation hadn't been tarnished, and she hadn't been involved in the scandal of a dignified princess fighting for a man, she still couldn't avoid the fate of the marriage. The cannon fodder supporting female lead was truly miserable. What could she do now? She could only stop crying and stand up. What made Ning Shu rejoice was that Li Wen did not immediately agree to the marriage. Clearly, the matter of the sweet potato occupied a bit of a place in Li Wen's heart. Sure enough, currying favor with Li Wen was the most correct choice. Since he was at the side of the emperor, who held the power of life and death in his hands, he had to surmise the emperor's thoughts. Clearly, Ning Shu had gambled correctly. The envoys settled down in the capital. What made Ning Shu speechless was that the second prince actually came to the princess's residence to pay a visit. Ning Shu only had one word for this: scram. Sure enough, the second prince didn't follow the rules. What would others think of the second prince coming to pay a visit like this? She reckoned that she and the second prince already had an affair. Fuck, this second prince was truly sinister and extremely malicious. Ning Shu didn't hesitate to use the greatest malice to speculate about the second prince. In the original host's memories, the second prince had the cruelty and craftiness of a wild wolf of the grasslands. His natural disposition was malicious, and his torture of the original host was simply beyond the limits of what a human could endure. After marrying him, Princess Jiehui was tortured to death 2 years later. Ning Shu remained in the princess's residence, refusing to leave. The second prince didn't see Princess Jiehui and could only return in disappointment. He had heard that Princess Jiehui was quite beautiful. Chapter 54. When the second prince left, Ning Shu packed up and prepared to go to the palace. Damn, Ning Shu didn't believe that the second prince would actually block her in the palace. With Li Wen in the palace, the second prince wouldn't dare to jump around in front of Li Wen even if he had 10 times the courage. After all this time, she still had to go back to the palace. Ning Shu sat in the carriage and the carriage went to the palace. She didn't know why Ning Shu was a little uneasy. It was undeniable that the original owner's deep-rooted fear had affected her, so she had to hurry to confirm the marriage with Li Wen. She thought that this task was simple. Compared with the trivial matter of Duan Xinghui and area, it was nothing in front of national affairs. The most important thing in this task was not to be married. Ning Shu was thinking about something when the carriage suddenly stopped. The horse neighed. Ning Shu in the carriage grabbed the wooden frame to stabilize her body and said, "What's going on?" "Princess. Princess, did someone control the horse?" the coachman said with some trepidation. Ning Shu had a bad feeling in her heart. She bit her lips and lifted the curtain. She saw a man holding the reins of the horse, stopping the running horse. Ning Shu saw the man. She didn't feel anything in her heart, but her body trembled in fear. It was the second prince. Damn, Ning Shu endured all kinds of tumbling emotions in her heart. She gritted her teeth and took the whip from her waist to whip the man. However, the second prince actually dodged Ning Shu's whip. He turned over and sat on the back of the horse pulling the carriage, looking at Ning Shu in surprise. Ning Shu's heart sank. The second prince could actually dodge her whip. She had practiced the whip for so long and was very skilled and fast. She had whipped Duan Xinghui twice, but Duan Xinghui didn't dodge. This man was much stronger than Duan Xinghui. "You are Princess Jihui. Why did you hit me when you saw me?" The second prince looked at Ning Shu with sharp and explicit eyes, with satisfaction in his eyes. Under the second prince's eyes, Ning Shu's body trembled uncontrollably. This was the body's conditioned reflex of fear. She was afraid of this man. "Do you know who I am?" the second prince asked Ning Shu. His voice was very low, with a hint of magnetism, but it gave Ning Shu a creepy feeling. That feeling was like the sound of a snake's skin rubbing against fine sand. Ning Shu coldly snorted and didn't speak. She was afraid that if she spoke, her voice would reveal her trembling voice. The second prince dodged again and stared at Ning Shu with a pair of sharp eyes. He berated, "This prince is talking to you. Why aren't you replying? Are you Princess Jihui?" Damn, how could this man be so powerful? Ning Shu bit her lips. She had to overcome this body's fear of the man in front of her. She had to completely control this body so that she wouldn't be controlled by it. Ning Shu wondered when she would be able to suppress her emotions during the mission. Ning Shu took a deep breath and shouted. She jumped down from the carriage and started to fight with the second prince. Ning Shu clenched her teeth and swung her whip with all her strength. The whip violently rubbed against the air, creating an explosive sound. Seeing that Ning Shu was acting as if he had killed his father, the second prince had no choice but to become serious. As he dodged the whip, he tried to approach Ning Shu and restrain Ning Shu. However, Ning Shu refused to let him get close. If it weren't for the weak flow of air in his body, Ning Shu probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. Fuck, why is this perverted man so powerful? The second prince seemed to have lost his patience and suddenly grabbed Ning Shu's whip. The spikes on the whip pierced the second prince's palm. The second prince released Ning Shu's whip in shock. Looking at his bloody palm, he frowned. "What are you doing? I only wanted to say a few words to you. Are you crazy?" Ning Shu's entire body was drenched in cold sweat. His fear of the second prince lessened. This was still Great Yong's territory. Even if Ning Shu ignored him, he wouldn't dare do anything. "Are you Jihui?" The second prince ignored the blood on his hand as he asked Ning Shu. Ning Shu nobly raised his chin and indifferently replied, "This prince is Princess Jihui." Audacious madman, you actually dare to block this prince's carriage. Hearing Ning Shu admit that he was Princess Jihui, the second prince's eyes brightened. The corners of his mouth curled up as he said, "You should know who I am. The person who wants to marry you, Helianing." Remember that? Helianing enunciated each word clearly. Ning Shu was so angry that he laughed. Why did the second prince think that he wanted to marry him? Ning Shu couldn't be bothered to speak with the second prince. He directly boarded the carriage and said to the driver, "Enter the palace." This time, Helianing didn't stop Ning Shu. Instead, she watched until the horse carriage disappeared around the corner. Then, she lowered her head and looked at her own hand. Blood dripped onto the bluestone pavement of the street, splashing into a flower of blood. Princess Jihui, Li Xueshan. Ning Shu first returned to his palace, Orchid Palace Hall, and was warmly welcomed by Miao Qing. After not seeing her for a while, Ning Shu felt that Miao Qing, this flower, had withered a lot. Guarding such an empty palace hall was no different from the cold palace. Ning Shu didn't have any good feelings towards Miao Qing. Ning Shu had just sat in Orchid Palace Hall for a while when the Empress arrived. When she saw Ning Shu, the first thing she asked was whether he wanted to live in the palace for a long time. Ning Shu nodded, and the Empress smiled. Then, after a few polite words, her face became melancholy. Ning Shu said, "It's a pity that you are going to marry someone. I will persuade your brother not to let you go to that barren place. It's a pity that noble concubine Du's mother's family firmly supports your marriage in the imperial court. How can noble concubine Du be so cruel to let a girl like you leave her hometown?" The battle between the Empress and noble concubine Du had always been fierce. At this time, the Empress still wanted to deal with noble concubine Du before her marriage. Obviously, the Empress thought that she couldn't escape this time. As for persuading Li Wen, this kind of words should be listened to. If it was taken seriously, it would be disgusting. Ning Shu was really tired and said directly, "Sister-in-law, whether I will marry someone or not, it's up to my brother to decide. It's not up to you or noble concubine Du to decide." Ning Shu's words were a bit impolite. She almost directly said, "Don't meddle in my affairs." Looking at Ning Shu's ugly face, the Empress was very worried. She cursed in her heart that she deserved the marriage, but on the surface, she showed an understanding expression and persuaded Ning Shu, "You don't have to worry too much. Your brother loves you so much. He won't let you leave your hometown alone." Although she was persuading, her tone was sour. Ning Shu said directly, "Sister-in-law, I'm tired." The Empress's face stiffened, and finally she could only leave. After the Empress left, the imperial concubines in the harem all rushed to Orchid Palace Hall. Ning Shu was really impatient to see these people. Her time was not wasted on these women. Chapter 55. When he saw the second prince before entering the palace, he was even more determined to not go through with the marriage. This was not only a task, but also the reaction of this body when he saw the second prince. The fear and despair in his heart made Ning Shu sad. He did not even have the thought of resisting, only fear, like a lamb to be slaughtered. Ning Shu tidied up for a while and went to the imperial study to find Li Wen. As if knowing that Ning Shu would come back, the eunuch beside Li Wen let Ning Shu in. Ning Shu took a deep breath and walked in. Li Wen was reviewing memorials. When Ning Shu came in, he did not raise his head. After Ning Shu bowed, Li Wen put down the cinnabar pen in his hand, looked at Ning Shu and asked, "Have you eaten?" "No." Ning Shu said honestly, "My sister is upset and can't eat." Li Wen said directly, "The second prince of the northern desert, Helianing, wants to marry you. Our two countries should be on good terms. What do you think?" Ning Shu sneered. The Xiongnu people were the Xiongnu people. Did they think that the northern desert was high and mighty? "Brother, do you want to hear a lie or the truth?" Ning Shu looked straight at Li Wen. Li Wen raised his eyebrows, "Just say it." Ning Shu knelt on the ground, bit his lips and said, "My sister doesn't want to go through with the marriage." "Oh, the reason?" Li Wen's expression was indifferent, as if he was not surprised by Ning Shu's refusal. "My sister has already fought with Helianing. He is very powerful, but there is an even more powerful prince above him." Ning Shu gritted his teeth and said. When he came to this world, Ning Shu knew clearly about the original owner of the body. According to the original owner's memory, when the original owner married, the two of them fought fiercely. Yes, I did. Are you hurt? Li Wen's eyes were watery as she looked at Ning Shu with a gentle gaze. Imperial brother, bandits are bandits. The Xiongnu plundered the borders of the Great Yong Empire and killed the citizens of the Great Yong Empire. This kind of bandit behavior should not be forgiven. Chen Mei has enjoyed the glory of the imperial family and can marry into the Great Yong Empire to repay the imperial family. However, this kind of behavior will only encourage the other party's arrogance. For the Grand Great Yong dynasty to compromise like this, how can we face the people living on the border? Ning Shu gritted his teeth. In addition, this time, the Xiongnu not only want to marry the princess of Great Yong, they also want to scrape away the wealth of the common people. If there is a first time, there will be a second time. Ning Shu's tone was filled with grief and indignation. This was no longer an attempt to persuade Li Wen, but rather the feelings of the original owner. The original owner had personally witnessed the people living on the border being captured and enslaved. However, at that time, the original owner had been in hell, painfully struggling. His life was even more miserable than that of the slaves. Li Wen's expression was somewhat cold. It was unknown whether it was because of Ning Shu's words or because of other reasons, but the current Li Wen's aura was very cold. The dignity and solemnity of an emperor made Ning Shu somewhat unable to breathe. Ning Shu clenched his teeth and knelt on the ground. Sonorously and forcefully, he said, Imperial brother, Chen Mei is willing to become Imperial brother's pawn. I want Imperial brother's dynasty to not marry into the Great Yong Empire, to not pay reparations, to not cede land, and to not pay tribute. The Son of Heaven will guard the country's gates, and the monarch will die to protect the country. Li Wen stared blankly, looking at Ning Shu with a complicated expression. He asked, what do you want to do? Chop off the hand that the Xiongnu have extended into Great Yong. If we continue to beat them until they are afraid, Chen Mei is willing to take command of the battlefield and not rest until my death. Ning Shu spoke sonorously and forcefully, even his body trembling slightly. Li Wen's lips curled into a smile. Walking around the desk, he walked in front of Ning Shu. Extending his hand, he helped Ning Shu up. Somewhat unable to stifle his laughter, he said, since ancient times, when has there ever been a woman taking command? There were too many. Hua Mulan, Mu Guiying. It seemed that there were no precedents in this world. We will not allow you to marry into the Great Yong Empire. As for the matter of taking command, we will consider it again. Go and have your meal. Li Wen warmly said, appearing somewhat like an older brother. Jiehui, you have become sensible. Every time he heard Li Wen say that he had become sensible, Ning Shu would sweat profusely. Exiting the imperial study, Ning Shu's entire body was weak and limp, his back covered in cold sweat. He could finally put down the large stone in his heart. Returning to the Orchid Garden Palace Hall, Ning Shu ate a little before lying down on his bed and falling into a deep sleep. After sleeping for an unknown amount of time, he was awakened by Miao Qing, who said that there was a banquet for the Northern Desert's diplomatic mission. Ning Shu took off his light riding clothes and put on the luxurious princess's palace attire that he had not worn in a long time. His head was filled with ornaments, and his clothes were long-sleeved. It was incomparably complicated. Ning Shu felt somewhat unaccustomed to it, feeling as if his neck was about to be bent from the weight of the things on his head. Miao Qing wanted to follow Ning Shu, but how could Ning Shu allow her to do as she wished? He wanted to make sure that she did not see Li Wen. You will die of thirst. Under Miao Qing's deeply hidden resentment, Ning Shu walked towards the banquet hall. The hall was brightly lit, and the sound of musical instruments poured out from every corner of the hall. Mixed with the intoxicating atmosphere, it formed a flashy and pleasurable atmosphere that made people indulge in. Ning Shu walked into the hall, causing the atmosphere in the hall to become heavy. Everyone looked at Ning Shu. Ning Shu cursed in his heart. These men were enjoying themselves, and using a woman in exchange for peace. Were they still men? Jiehui, come to me. Li Wen beckoned Ning Shu. Ning Shu ignored the domineering gaze of the second prince from the Northern Desert's diplomatic mission group. He walked to Li Wen, bowed to Li Wen, and then sat down on his own seat. Helian Ying's gaze followed him like a shadow. Ning Shu felt as if there were nails piercing into his body, making him extremely uncomfortable. "What are you looking at?" Helian Ying glared at Ning Shu, and then froze for a moment. Previously, when he was fighting with this fellow, he did not notice. Now that he looked at him, this fellow's appearance was truly wild. His hair was loose, his collar was slightly open, and he wore a necklace strung together with wolf fangs. He had a thin waist and narrow buttocks. His skin was bronze, and his facial features were deep. From head to toe, he was brimming with masculinity and wildness. He was different from the men of the Great Yong dynasty. The men of the Great Yong dynasty were particular about elegance and nobility. TSK. No matter how good-looking he was, it could not hide his scum nature. His personality was wild and cruel. This kind of man was a nightmare for women. Seeing that Ning Shu was sizing him up, second Prince Helian Ying bared his white teeth at Ning Shu. His eyes were filled with the determination to win. Especially when the other party's cold gaze was sizing him up, Helian Ying felt the blood in his heart begin to boil. It was like a wild wolf that had found its target, with a cruel gaze and expectation. She was different from the light clothes she wore before. She looked valiant and formidable, and her entire body carried a fierce aura. Now, she was dressed in luxurious clothes, and her expression was cold. Under the contrast of her luxurious clothes, she looked exceptionally proud and noble. Helian Ying suddenly laughed. Under the illumination of the light, his white teeth reflected a snow-white light, making people feel a chill in their hearts. Helian Ying raised his wine cup and drank a cup of wine from Ning Shu, his eyes shining brightly. Ning Shu sneered, turned his head and did not look at him. He also pretended that he did not see Helian Ying's toast. Chapter 56. Ning Shu looked at the complacent Helian Ying and sneered. How could he be so certain that he would marry Princess Yong? Helian Ying was too confident. In any case, Great Yong was a large country. The current Princess Jihui was not as loathsome as in the plot. Halfway through the banquet, when the dancers had all left, Helian Ying stood up from his seat and walked to the center of the hall. His movements were filled with explosive power, as if a cheetah had suddenly leapt out. His masculine face alone could charm many women, but his insides were pitch black. Seeing Helian Ying's actions, everyone thought that the main show had arrived. In reality, today's banquet would determine Princess Jihui's future fate. Helian Ying first glanced at Ning Shu, who was sitting there with an indifferent expression and a mocking expression. Helian Ying smiled and cupped his fist towards Ning Shu. In a clear voice, he said, "Great Yong's Imperial Majesty, my country is willing to marry Great Yong to form friendly relations." Helian Ying looked at Ning Shu. This prince fell in love with Princess Jihui at first sight. My heart is in love with her. Ning Shu rolled his eyes. What fucking fell in love with her? Ning Shu gave him the middle finger in his mind. What heart is in love with her? Nothing more than taking a fancy to Jihui's dowry and fief. Immoral. Ning Shu did not even bother to look at Helian Ying. He lowered his head and drank his fruit wine, unperturbed. Li Wen's gaze wandered back and forth between Helian Ying and Ning Shu. Li Wen's expression was somewhat unsightly, his gaze deep. Li Wen indifferently asked, "Jihui, what do you think?" "You are in love with the second prince of the Northern Desert." Li Wen did not even mention Helian Ying's name, directly addressing the second prince of the Northern Desert. Ning Shu stood up, sonorously and forcefully saying, "My younger sister does not like the second prince of the Northern Desert." Li Wen nodded his head in satisfaction and said to Helian Ying, "Jihui is our only younger sister. Naturally, I am unwilling to have my younger sister marry off to another country." The expression on Helian Ying's face froze. Soon after, she looked at Ning Shu with a smile that wasn't a smile. She didn't say anything, but she also knew that she hadn't achieved her goal this time. At this moment, Ning Shu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally escaped the fate of a political marriage, but the price was expensive. Ning Shu glanced at He Lianing and met his gaze. He Lianing's gaze appeared malicious and deep. On the other hand, Ning Shu felt like he was being stared at by Lone Wolf. Ning Shu expressed that he was not afraid of Lone Wolf. Since a political marriage was not possible, then the goal of having the Great Yong dynasty cede territory and pay reparations, as well as the dowry of a princess, could not be achieved. Before the Mabe diplomatic mission left, they faced the capital and pointed their fingers, vowing to make the Great Yong dynasty pay the price. He Lianing sat on horseback and raised her head to look at Ning Shu, who was standing on top of the city gate. Ning Shu was wearing a light riding outfit and her hair was tied into a high ponytail. She looked down from above and met her gaze. Ning Shu narrowed his eyes, looking at He Lianing. Intuition told him that he would see this fellow again in the future. Given the entanglement between the original owner of his body and He Lianing, they were originally husband and wife. There shouldn't be no entanglement between them. He Lianing reached out to Ning Shu, as if he could grab her from a distance. Afterwards, she placed her fingers on her lips and lied, gently kissing them, as if she was kissing Ning Shu. Afterwards, Ning Shu smiled. With a flick of his whip, he turned his horse around and galloped away. Seeing He Lianing's actions, Ning Shu's entire body turned cold. He turned around and returned to the princess's residence. After the Mabe diplomatic mission left, Li Wen immediately appointed Shen Feng as the Grand Marshal and directly led the army towards the border. Everyone knew that Mabe wouldn't give up so easily. Shen Feng was a general around 40 years old. He was a general who had experienced many battles. No one was surprised by this appointment. However, what they didn't expect was that Li Wen actually appointed Princess Jiehui, Li Xueshan, as the left vanguard. Letting a woman go to war was something that had never happened before. It caused a huge uproar in the imperial court. The waves of opposition came wave after wave. Li Wen only said one sentence to shut these pedantic scholars up. If you don't want Princess Jiehui to go, then you guys can go. It doesn't matter if you guys aren't in the imperial court. Looking at Li Wen's attitude, it seemed like he really wanted to send these weak civil officials to the border. Moreover, he immediately asked them to prepare their things and leave. Then, these people were speechless. After shrinking their necks, they didn't say anything else. After Ning Shu received the imperial edict, he immediately started to prepare his things. All the necessities were prepared. Little Red helped Ning Shu organize a lot of things. She asked, "Princess, are you really going to war?" The imperial edict had already been issued. There were even some fake ones. He bragged too much to Li Wen. Now, it was time to redeem his promise. Ning Shu first went to see Shen Feng. Shen Feng didn't have any special opinions about Ning Shu going to war. He only said that there was no distinction between men and women on the battlefield. Ning Shu said that he would listen to the command. However, Ning Shu didn't expect to see Duan Xinghui. Moreover, he saw Duan Xinghui beside Shen Feng. Ning Shu looked at Duan Xinghui in surprise. Shen Feng explained to Ning Shu, "Duan Xinghui is now my bodyguard. I saw that Duan Xinghui is quite capable. He failed the first time because he didn't have any guidance." Well, the male lead was indeed different. He had nobles helping him wherever he went. Moreover, he had become the bodyguard of the Grand Marshal. His contributions on the battlefield were huge. In addition, he had a strong destiny. Was this guy going to rise again? However, Ning Shu didn't say anything. When it came to the country's major issues, personal issues could be put aside first. "Marshal, you can make the decision." Ning Shu said to Marshal Shen. "Xinghui, send the princess off for me." Shen Feng said to Duan Xinghui. Shen Feng cupped his fist towards Shen Feng and said to Ning Shu, "Princess Jiehui, please." Ning Shu looked at him indifferently and turned to leave. Duan Xinghui followed behind Ning Shu and looked at her long ponytail swinging as she walked. Her posture was elegant and graceful. Seeing that Princess Jiehui didn't say a word to him and ignored him, Duan Xinghui suddenly felt lost. It was undeniable that Princess Jiehui was really outstanding. Thinking that he would be going to the battlefield with Princess Jiehui this time. For some reason, Duan Xinghui's heart actually had a slight expectation. Princess. Duan Xinghui originally wanted to say a few words to Ning Shu, but Ning Shu left the general's residence and directly got on the horse without even looking at him. Duan Xinghui's voice was shattered in the wind. Duan Xinghui was helpless and could only ride back to the Duan residence. Knowing that Duan Xinghui was going to the battlefield, Arya was excited. To be precise, she strongly opposed it. Duan Lang, did you forget that you were injured last time? Arya said emotionally, you were seriously injured last time. Duan Lang, don't go, okay? Duan Xinghui was helpless and could only say, I'm a general. I need to stand out. As a soldier, dying on the battlefield is the final destination. Chapter 57. In short, Arya was obsessed with Duan Xinghui and didn't want him to go to the battlefield. First, when Duan Xinghui was rescued by her last time, he was covered in blood and looked like he was going to die, which left a deep impression on Arya. Second, in the capital city, she was closest to Duan Xinghui and had to rely on him alone. If Duan Xinghui left the capital city and left her here alone, Arya felt scared just thinking about it. In this Duan mansion, except for Duan Xinghui, no one else was close to her. They all looked down on her. There was Yuan Dong, who was full of malice to her, and Madame Duan, who hated her very much. Arya became more and more frightened. She looked timid and was no longer as simple and beautiful as before. Under the torture of Madame Duan, no matter what she did, she would think about whether it was against the rules. Sometimes, when she did something wrong, these old maids who taught the rules were very clever in their means of making people suffer. You still can't forget Princess Jiehui, right? When you heard that Princess Jiehui was going to fight, you followed her. How dare you say it's not because of Princess Jiehui? Tears flowed down her face. The tears washed away the rouge on her face. The dark skin covered by the rouge was exposed, forming a distinct ravine. Duan Xinghui closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he looked at Arya with disappointment and said, it has nothing to do with Princess Jiehui. I don't have the position of general anymore. Now I have to make a contribution. Duan Lang, it's good. You don't have to take risks. Arya sobbed and begged. Duan Xinghui sighed deeply. He was really depressed. Arya didn't know his ambition at all. Was he going to spend his life like this without accomplishing anything? I have to go this time. I have made a military pledge with the marshal. Do you want to see me beheaded? Duan Xinghui was very impatient when he said this. Arya used to be simple, but now it seemed that it was inappropriate. He didn't know what to think about the overall situation. Arya didn't know what he was thinking at all. He wanted to stand up again with his own strength. Going to the battlefield was a very good and quick choice. Wealth came from danger. Looking at Arya's tears, Duan Xinghui's heart was full of helplessness. Princess Jiehui's cold face appeared in his mind. He seemed to have never seen Princess Jiehui cry in front of him. She disdained to cry in front of him. They were both women, but Princess Jiehui could be strong and even go to the battlefield. However, Arya became a daughter flower that clung to him. Duan Xinghui remembered that when he first met Arya, she was bright and innocent. When she smiled at him with wildflowers in her hand, Duan Xinghui only felt that it was the most beautiful thing in the world. But now Arya no longer had the taste of freedom. From Duan Xinghui's point of view, Princess Jiehui, who had always been bound by rules, behaved in a carefree manner. Duan Xinghui felt so tired, especially when he looked at Arya who was crying. A word came to his mind inexplicably, I don't love you. When Madame Duan heard that her son was going to the battlefield, she agreed very much. If she wanted the Duan family to recover its previous glory, she must make contributions. When she saw Arya's bitter look, she felt as if her son was going to die. Madame Duan gritted her teeth with hatred. She wanted to wait until Duan Xinghui left to deal with Arya. Receiving Madame Duan's gaze, Arya's body trembled. She felt even more bitter in her heart. She looked at Duan Xinghui with sadness in her eyes. However, Duan Xinghui couldn't see it. Duan Xinghui was busy going to the battlefield. Arya felt as if her whole body was soaked in ice water. She couldn't speak of her despair and loneliness. When it was time for the army to go to war, Ning Shu was a little excited. He was wearing armor, which was a little heavy. His hair was cut short and tied into a bun. He wore a helmet and a red cloak fluttered behind him in the wind. Ning Shu looked in front of the bronze mirror and felt great. "Princess, you look like a mighty general." Little Red praised, "You should be the most handsome general." "Little girl, you know how to talk." Ning Shu tapped the tip of Little Red's nose and said, "I'm leaving. Take good care of the princess's residence." I will wait for princess to come back." Little Red said with a little choked up, "Princess, you must come back safely." Ning Shu looked at Little Red's eager eyes, and a strange thought surged in his heart. Little Red looked like she was sending her husband to the battlefield. Ning Shu immediately turned around and left. Oh, under such eyes, Ning Shu almost fled. "Princess, you must come back safely. I will wait for you." Little Red waved her handkerchief and shouted to Ning Shu. Ning Shu almost fell down from the horse's back. He quickly grabbed the reins and galloped towards the army's military field. The entire drill ground was filled with an austere and tranquil atmosphere. Flags fluttered in the wind, and every soldier wore armor and held a red tasseled spear in their hands. At a glance, they were neat and breathtaking. When Ning Shu saw this scene, it was the first time he had seen the cold and cruel beauty of a cold weapon war. Boundless pride surged in his heart. For the family, for the country, for the people. Ning Shu, under the influence of such an environment, had goosebumps all over his body. Boundless pride rose in his heart. This was his emotion, and it was also the emotion of the original body. Ning Shu urged his horse to Shen Feng's side. Shen Feng was wearing armor and his white beard made him look wise and farsighted. He also had the feeling of a hero past his prime. Ning Shu noticed that beside Shen Feng was Duan Xinghui. It seemed that Shen Feng really thought highly of Duan Xinghui. His armor made him look very wise and mighty. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was filled with the beauty of strength. No wonder the original body was so fond of him. Duan Xinghui, who was sitting on the horse's back, was especially filled with a bewitching beauty. The world's darling was really different. Shen Feng only nodded to Ning Shu. This time was not suitable for talking. Ning Shu only swept a glance at Duan Xinghui and then passed him by. Duan Xinghui originally wanted to say hello to her, but the other party looked at him like a stranger. She did not recognize him at all. This made Duan Xinghui's heart stifled. His anger was mixed with helplessness. Dong, 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 around the military field, there was a deep and penetrating sound of drums. The sound of the drums seemed to beat with the rhythm of the heart. It made people's heart excited. With the arrival of the emperor, Li Wen walked up to the high platform of the military field. Li Wen was wearing a black dragon robe embroidered with golden threads. On his head was the crown of the Son of Heaven. The curtain made of round and plump dragon pearls slightly trembled as he walked. This curtain covered Li Wen's face, but it made him look even more noble. Li Wen had an imposing manner that was proud of the world. When Li Wen appeared, a solemn and dignified atmosphere condensed in the air. People could not help but hold their breath. Seeing Li Wen, the entire military field was filled with the sound of clattering armor. The soldiers neatly knelt on one foot on the ground and shouted, "Long live the Emperor!" Chapter 58. Power gave a man a powerful charm. At this moment, Li Wen was the center of the world. Even Duan Xinghui, the male lead, was inferior in front of Li Wen. Ning Shu saw from the corner of her eye that Duan Xinghui was looking at Emperor Li Wen with envy and confusion. Li Wen raised his voice and said some words to stir up the hearts of the people. His words were impassioned, causing the soldiers below to howl. They wished they could immediately go to the battlefield and kill the enemy. Ning Shu's eyes twitched. Li Wen, who was usually cold and taciturn, could be so passionate when talking about sending people to their deaths. It could be seen that Li Wen was really determined to control the northern desert. Just the amount of food for the army of 200,000 was a shocking number. He wanted to beat the bandits of the northern desert until they were afraid. With Li Wen's full and sonorous voice, the rhythm of the drums became hurried. Mixed with the roars of the soldiers, it shook the entire capital. Jiehui. Li Wen waved his hand to Ning Shu. Ning Shu immediately jumped off the horse and went to Li Wen. He half knelt in front of Li Wen and shouted, "Greetings, brother." Li Wen put the little gray ball on Ning Shu's shoulder. Ning Shu was a little surprised. Li Wen said with his hands behind his back, "This little guy is very sensitive to danger. I tried to feed it some cakes mixed with poison, but it refused to eat. I wanted to throw it into the snake cave, but it ran away. Ning Shu, pft, let it stay by your side, it will be of some use." Li Wen patted Ning Shu's shoulder heavily. It was really heavy. Ning Shu's shoulder was bent. "Come back alive." Ning Shu's nose twitched and he almost cried. It was probably the original owner's emotions. Ning Shu also felt that although Li Wen was cold, he still had some brotherly feelings for the original owner. Ning Shu replied with a nasal voice, "Imperial brother, you should also pay more attention to your body. Your body is everything. Only with a good body can you do a lot of things and fulfill your wish of creating a prosperous era." Li Wen's expression was somewhat complicated as he said, "Go." The little gray ball squeaked and jumped onto Li Wen's body. It was obviously reluctant to let Li Wen go. Its small and sharp claws grabbed Li Wen's clothes and squeaked. Ning Shu was speechless. Li Wen had tormented it like that, but it still couldn't bear to do it. Ning Shu was very unhappy. He walked over and caught the little gray ball. The little gray ball squeaked in Ning Shu's hand. The sound was very sad. It was sad to hear it and shed tears. The army walked towards the gate. Ning Shu sat on his horse and looked at the commoners on both sides of the street sending them off. There were also some family members who looked at their loved ones in the army with tears in their eyes, as well as anticipation and worry. It was tragic and solemn. Ning Shu looked at these scenes and understood more and more why Li Wen wanted to create a prosperous era where the people lived in peace. It was just that this prosperous era had to be constantly fought, even built on blood and bones. It was just to let the world live in peace and happiness. Ning Shu's sharp eyes saw Arya and Madame Duan in the crowd, as well as Yuan Dong. Yuan Dong's head was covered with pearls and jade. She looked exactly like a rich madam, but her expression was very melancholy. Duan Xinghui probably only cared about being entangled with his true love and had neglected Yuan Dong. Duan Xinghui saw his loved ones in the crowd, his mother and his lover. For some reason, Duan Xinghui first glanced at Ning Shu and saw that her face was indifferent, as if she didn't care about anything. Duan Xinghui breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, but it was mixed with an indescribable bitterness and loss. It could only be said that things that couldn't be obtained were good things. In the plot, Jiehui desperately wanted to be with Duan Xinghui, but Duan Xinghui hated her. She was like a dog's skin plaster sticking to him. Now that she ignored him, Duan Xinghui felt lost in his heart and all kinds of pretentious mischief arose. Ning Shu only knew how to give Duan Xinghui the middle finger. How could a person be so despicable? After walking for nearly 4 hours, the marching team was completely out of the capital. At this time, the sun had risen very high. It was a little warm on people's bodies, especially when they were wearing armor, which could block the biting cold wind. Looking back, the soldiers following behind were sweaty. Their black faces were somewhat glowing, and hot white smoke came out of their bodies. "Princess, do you want to set up camp?" Shin Feng asked Ning Shu. Ning Shu could see from Shin Feng's expression that he didn't want to set up camp. Speed was the most important thing in war, but Ning Shu asked because of her identity as Princess Jiehui. Ning Shu shook her head and said, Marshal Shen is the supreme commander. Jiehui should abide by the military rules. Marshal Shen has the final say. They had just left the capital and were about to set up camp. When would they reach the northern region? Everyone, speed up. Shen Feng shouted. Once the order was given, the soldiers carrying the flag waved the yellow flag and transmitted the message. Shen Feng no longer had scruples about Ning Shu's identity as a woman. He directly followed the strictest military order and marched until night time before setting up camp. Ning Shu finally breathed a sigh of relief and sat alone in a simple tent. After all, she was a woman, and a princess of a country. There was no reason for her to sleep in the same tent as those men. However, the food was completely the same as ordinary soldiers. Ning Shu was not picky. She ate coarse noodles mixed with meat soup. Only when she was full would she have the strength to fight. Ning Shu felt that she was quite hardworking. In order to complete the mission, she had to put on armor and go to the battlefield. To be honest, Ning Shu's heart was still a little anxious. After leaving the capital, the little gray ball had been very dispirited. It looked at Ning Shu with a pair of depressed eyes. Even when Ning Shu gave half of her food to the little gray ball faced Ning Shu with its butt and looked at the sky with a sad and bright angle. Ning Shu was speechless. It felt so intoxicating. What was this guy doing? Was he so reluctant to part with Li Wen? The little gray ball had a lot more spiritual energy than before. After Ning Shu finished her dinner, she got some water and washed up. After all, she was a woman. It was very inconvenient to be in a group of men. What Ning Shu did not expect was that in the middle of the night, someone had actually snuck into her tent. It seemed that they had bad intentions, and it was not just one person. Ning Shu was so angry that she laughed. Sure enough, women were in a vulnerable position. If something really happened, they could just say that they had died in battle. Ning Shu felt that she needed to make an example of them. Otherwise, there would be some lustful people in the future. Probably because they were afraid of Ning Shu's identity as a princess, these people did not go too far. Moreover, many of these people were middle-ranking generals. Ning Shu felt that there would be a chance to make them swallow their teeth and blood. The next day, when the army was marching, Duan Xinghui rode beside Ning Shu. Ning Shu asked, Princess, are you okay? Ning Shu was already in a bad mood. When she heard Duan Xinghui's words, she felt that this guy was gloating. She said coldly, what does Guard Duan think I'm not okay? Chapter 59. Duan Xinghui also knew that there were people in the army who were plotting something. With Princess Jiehui in the army, this group of men became restless. Originally, Duan Xinghui was concerned about her and walked over to ask. However, she bluntly retorted, what do you think will happen to this princess? This caused Duan Xinghui's heart to stifle. He was very angry. He was only concerned about her. Why was she looking at him with such vigilant eyes? Princess Jiehui's feelings for him had changed too quickly, causing Duan Xinghui to feel that Princess Jiehui's love for him was like a dream. Duan Xinghui was snubbed. He turned his horse around and left, going to ensure Grand Marshal Shen Feng's safety. The army continued to march forward. After such a long time, Ning Shu found it difficult to endure. They had marched for nearly 10 days. During this time, Ning Shu's thighs had been scraped. Left with no other choice, Ning Shu sewed a soft cushion for himself and tied it to his thighs. Finally, the pain lessened. In addition, some of the men in the army became bolder and bolder. Perhaps they were slowly probing Ning Shu's bottom line. Some of them even had a crazy idea, which was to treat Princess Jiehui as a soldier's prostitute. Ning Shu sneered when she found out. Towards those who approached her tent, no matter who they were, she would give them a good beating. As if they had seen Ning Shu's savagery, these men did not dare to wander around in front of Ning Shu's tent. Even if they passed by, they would be beaten. As a result, Ning Shu's tent became a vacuum. Ning Shu was very satisfied with this. These people were truly despicable. Only when they were ruthless to him would they know fear. The further the army advanced, the more desolate it became. Large tracts of land were uncultivated. Even some of the land that had been planted with grain had been ruined beyond recognition. The Xiongnu and Tatars treated the common people of Great Yang's borders as fat sheep. Once their wool grew, they would harvest it. In the winter, when there was no grain, they would harvest it. Ning Shu's heart was filled with indignation. The Xiongnu Tatars were tall and strong, yet instead of working, they only knew how to plunder. Shen Feng's face was also filled with grief. He stroked his somewhat white beard and looked around. He sighed and said, "The people living at the border are really too bitter." Shen Feng had not seen the hardships of the commoners who were captured by the Tatars. Their clothes were ragged, and their faces were yellow and emaciated. They worked for the Tatars, and the Tatars drank wine and whipped the slaves. Ning Shu's heart was in turmoil. He couldn't wait to fight with these despicable Han people. The closer they got to the border, the heavier the hearts of the soldiers became. The villages here were desolate and there was basically no one to be seen. Moreover, the closer they got to the border, the more serious the desertification became. Shen Feng found a desolate village to set up camp. In this village, there were only some old, weak, sick and disabled people. Children who did not have enough clothes to cover their bodies were so cold that their lips had turned purple. Their bodies were covered with some rotten cotton wool, which was simply not enough to cover their bodies. Seeing the army, the people in the village revealed expressions of horror and despair. Even though these soldiers were not wearing Xiongnu clothing, these people were still afraid. Plucking feathers from wild geese, soldiers passing by like combing a comb. This was why these commoners were so panicked and at a loss. Ning Shu felt sour and said to Shen Feng, "Marshal, it's better if we don't enter the village. It's not suitable to disturb the commoners." Shen Feng saw that these people were so frightened that their bodies were trembling. He ordered them to set up camp not far from the village and ordered them not to disturb the commoners. Ning Shu sat in his tent and took off the soft cushion wrapped around his legs. After such a long march, the saddle had already worn out his thighs. Fortunately, there was still a soft cushion, so it did not worsen. Ning Shu sprinkled some medicinal powder on the reddened areas. Suddenly, his ears twitched. He seemed to have heard a woman's cry for help. Ning Shu quickly came out of the tent. At this time, the sky was a little dark. Ning Shu seemed to have heard the sound of horses' hooves. Ning Shu stepped on the trunk and directly climbed up a tree. He looked into the distance and saw less than 20 Xiongnu Tatars riding horses on a dusty road not far away. They were teasing a woman who was running with all her might in front of them. Each of the men's faces revealed extremely cruel and playful smiles. They had the interest of a cat playing with a mouse. Ning Shu circulated his qi and jumped down the tree. He walked directly to the largest tent. He entered the tent and said to Shen Feng, "Marshal, there are traces of Tatars ahead. I hope that Marshal can send a team of soldiers to this general." When Shen Feng heard this, he asked the general in the tent, who was willing to go with the left vanguard. Princess Jehui's status was the highest after Shen Feng, and these men were not willing to submit to a woman. Seeing these people's attitude, Ning Shu swung his whip and said, "Come with me. If you don't, I'll whip you to death." First, Duan Xinghui stood out. Shen Feng sent a team of nearly 100 people to Ning Shu and they went in that direction. When they arrived at their destination, Ning Shu saw that these Xiongnu Tatars had actually grabbed the woman and torn her clothes, revealing her white body. A circle of Xiongnu Tatars surrounded the woman. Their unbridled and lewd smiles mixed with the woman's panicked cries and curses. Seeing this scene, Ning Shu's head was about to smoke. He rode over and directly whipped the man who was already on top of the woman. When the man was about to raise his spear, he was suddenly whipped. Moreover, it was on his back. He immediately felt pain in his body. Then, he felt his body go numb. Ning Shu's whip directly injured the man's spine. For a moment, he was unable to move. Everyone was shocked by this sudden situation. They stared blankly at the person who had injured the man with the whip. Their eyes were filled with amazement and fear. Ning Shu took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention. He directly straddled the horse's back, bent down, grabbed the woman's arm, and pulled her up onto the horse's back. The woman stared blankly at Ning Shu. She seemed to have fallen into Ning Shu's cold eyes. When the Tatars saw that their spoils of war had been snatched away, they cried out in anger. At the border, the Xiongnu Tatars had always been successful. They had never encountered such a situation. Ning Shu took off the red cloak on her back and covered the woman's body. Until now, the woman didn't seem to have reacted. When the cloak covered her body, the woman's body trembled. She lowered her head and didn't speak. After a while, the group behind them caught up. When Duan Xinghui saw the Xiongnu Tatars in front of him, his eyes blazed with hatred. Last time, he had fallen into the trap of these Tatars, causing him to lose his position as general. At first, the Tatars angrily spoke in a language that Ning Shu could not understand. Now that so many people had arrived, one of the Tatars stammered in Great Yong's language, "You are not border guards." The border guards of Great Yong were all intimidated by them. When they saw them, they would take a detour. This was why the Tatars were able to act so recklessly on Great Yong territory. Chapter 60. Ning Shu narrowed his eyes as he looked at the Tatars in front of him. On Great Yong's territory, they had harmed Great Yong's citizens and raped Great Yong's women. These bandits were so arrogant that Ning Shu was so angry that he laughed, especially when he heard one of the Tatars say something about quickly releasing the woman. "Give that woman to me. You Great Yong men are even more beautiful than women." A drooling expression appeared on the Tatar's face. Ning Shu had not opened his mouth to speak. In addition, he was wearing a helmet. For a moment, it was impossible to tell that Ning Shu was a woman. Looking at him, one could tell that he was an extremely beautiful man. Before Ning Shu could say anything, Duan Xinghui, who was next to her, shouted, "Impudent thing. Capture all of these people alive." Ning Shu's voice was clear and cold, but it made the Tatars on the opposite side tremble all over. Their faces showed an expression of extreme enjoyment, as if they had been doused with a bucket of ice water in the hottest days of summer. Looking at Ning Shu, their eyes shone, and their saliva was about to flow out. A woman, and an extremely beautiful woman. When the woman in Ning Shu's embrace heard Ning Shu's voice, she blankly turned her head to look at Ning Shu, her eyes shining. Ning Shu looked at these Tatars. They had so many people here, yet they were so fearless. He was so angry that he laughed, "Capture all of these bastards for this prince. If this prince doesn't whip these sluts until they call her mother, then she will be unworthy of this prince's title." Duan Xinghui took the lead, and the troops behind him charged forward to fight. Ning Shu looked at the chaotic scene. These Tatars were indeed brave. There were more than 100 people here against less than 20 Tatars, and there were even some who were injured. TSK. Ning Shu felt very vexed as he watched. Even though the Tatars relied on their physical advantage, they were unable to withstand the large number of people. In a short while, they were captured. However, there was no fear on their faces, and their mouths were still cursing. Ning Shu also felt drunk. He swung his hand and whipped the fiercest Tatar. Moreover, he whipped him in the face. Ah! In an instant, blood spurted out from the Tatar's face, and even his eyeballs were blinded. The Tatar covered his face and rolled on the ground in pain. The Han people who had been cursing suddenly stopped. They looked at Ning Shu with unruly eyes, but they stopped cursing. "Take these people away," Ning Shu said coldly. However, these Tatars believed that Ning Shu did not dare to kill them. Immediately, they began to jump up and down. Ning Shu shouted, "Great Yong's cowards! Hurry up and release us. Otherwise, when the time comes, you'll have a good time." The soldiers at the border didn't dare to kill them. They were even more afraid of the revenge of the Northern Desert Cavalry. This was why the Tatars were so fearless even after being captured. Duan Xinghui frowned as he looked at Ning Shu. Ning Shu whispered, "Princess, if this continues, it will be a blow to the morale of the soldiers." Ning Shu looked at Duan Xinghui with disdain, especially when he saw that Duan Xinghui was about to whisper into his ear. Ning Shu coldly said, "If you want to talk, then talk. Why are you getting so close?" This sentence sounds familiar. Wasn't this the catchphrase of the school doctor in the previous world? How did she learn it? Duan Xinghui's face was both red and white. For a moment, he was speechless. Ning Shu surveyed the soldiers of the Great Yong dynasty. Just a moment ago, they had fought with 20 Tatars and appeared dispirited. Some of them even had injuries. Ning Shu felt extremely vexed when he saw this. He swung his whip, causing it to crack. Especially now that it was winter, it was extremely painful to whip someone. Seeing the whip in Ning Shu's hand, the Tatars involuntarily took a step back. Even the Great Yong soldiers holding the Xiongnu captive took a step back, afraid of being accidentally injured. Ning Shu tilted his head, seeming somewhat puzzled as he looked at the Tatars. Puzzled, he asked, "Who are you going to use as monkeys?" Ning Shu looked at the woman sitting in front of him. Even now, her body was still trembling. In order to flaunt his power over a woman, Ning Shu whipped the Xiongnu closest to him. Moreover, he whipped the Xiongnu in the lower part of the road. Ning Shu dared to guarantee that with this whip, the Tatar would have nothing left. The Tatar who was whipped let out an inhuman cry, lying on the ground and howling in grief. Ning Shu's whip did not stop. Ning Shu clenched her teeth, her body trembling slightly. This was the first time she had killed someone. Moreover, she had to kill someone. This was not only to intimidate the Tatars, but also to intimidate the generals and soldiers of Great Yong. If she truly became weak, not to mention the Tatars, even the men of Great Yong would try to kill her. The final outcome would be even more miserable. Being treated as a soldier to vent his lust, the heavens were high and the emperor was far away. At this time, her status as a princess did not have any deterrence. Ning Shu used all her strength. The Tatar who had been whipped had already stopped breathing. Every time he was whipped by Ning Shu, his body would twitch. His lower part had already been whipped into a bloody mess by Ning Shu. Seeing all of this, Ning Shu's stomach churned. She wanted to vomit, but Ning Shu resisted. Ning Shu looked around at the Tatars. When they met Ning Shu's gaze, the Tatars lowered their heads in fear. Ning Shu then looked at the soldiers in her position. When Ning Shu's gaze swept over them, the soldiers reflexively covered their crotches. "Tidy them up. Looking at them affects my mood too much. Once I am in a bad mood." Ning Shu's voice was extremely cold. Immediately, soldiers came over to tidy up the Tatars who had been whipped until they no longer resembled humans. Everyone looked at Ning Shu with fear in their eyes. Ning Shu knew that she was no longer the same. Her hands were already stained with blood. Perhaps in the future, the world would not lack slaughter and blood. Ning Shu could only strengthen her heart. Everything she did must be worthy of her heart. Duan Xinghui also looked at Ning Shu with a complicated expression. Especially when he saw her cold and indifferent eyes and the bloody whip in her hand. She looked cruel and evil. Duan Xinghui only felt his heart beating violently in his chest. He couldn't tell what he was feeling. But there was one person who looked at Ning Shu with a different expression. Her eyes were shining with worship and deep envy. Ning Shu looked at her eyes and smiled. She asked aloud, "Do you dare to kill the Tatars? Kill the Tatars who humiliated you just now? Do you dare?" Ning Shu said indifferently, but it made people's hearts tighten. The woman's bronze face was filled with determination and hatred as she said, "The hatred between me and the Tatars is as deep as the sea. The Tatars killed my family. I want to kill the Tatars to avenge my family." The woman took the whip from Ning Shu's hand and walked over to the Tatars who had whipped Ning Shu and was on top of the woman. The Tatar's face trembled and bared his teeth at the woman. The woman used Ning Shu's red cloak to cover her naked body and then waved the whip at the Tatars. Chapter 61. In the end, the Tatar was whipped to death by the woman. Perhaps it was because Ning Shu had set a bad example, or because the woman hated the Tatar who had violated her to the bone, but the first lash of the whip was aimed at the Tatar's crotch. This was a man's weakest spot. Being whipped meant losing half of one's life. Here, other than Ning Shu, all the men felt a chill in their crotches. Looking at the mangled Tatar below, even the soldiers of the great Yong dynasty felt a chill run down their spines. After the Tatar died, the woman suddenly burst into tears. Her cries were heart-wrenching as she called for her father and mother. Immediately wiping away her tears, she walked in front of Ning Shu and knelt down with a plop. Raising the whip with both hands, she presented it to Ning Shu. However, because of this action, the cloak on her body could not cover her body, revealing her naked body. However, these men all lowered their heads in unison, not daring to look. What had happened just now had shattered the courage of these men. Ning Shu took the whip and looked at the woman in front of him. Her skin had the characteristics of the borderlands. It was somewhat dark, but her hair was very thick. She could not be considered beautiful, but her thick eyebrows gave her an unswerving determination. "General, let me follow General and go into battle to kill the Tatar," Ning Shu pleaded. "I already have no place to go. The Tatar killed my family and destroyed my home." Ning Shu extended his hand and pulled her onto his horse. He asked, "What is your name?" "You will follow by my side." "I, your servant, commoner, lowly one." The woman did not know how to address herself. Her face was both black and red. "You can directly address me as your servant. In the future, you will follow by my side. You can address me as princess." Ning Shu actually wanted to have a woman by his side. It was quite convenient. "Princess?" The woman looked at Ning Shu in shock. She clearly did not expect that a princess of a country would come to the borderlands to fight. "Princess, please bestow a name. Your servant's life is given by princess." Ning Shu spoke sonorously and forcefully. Her voice was extremely solemn and firm. A smile appeared on Ning Shu's face. Who said that women were inferior to men? Perhaps they were inferior to men in terms of physical strength, but don't underestimate a woman's tenacity. "From today onwards, you will follow me. You will be named Kai Sang." Ning Shu was quite happy. She finally had her own team, even though she was only one person. However, it belonged to her completely. Just now, when she wanted to bring people here, no one paid any attention to her. These men still looked down on women, even if she was a princess. Women were women, they should stay at home and nurse their children. The battlefield was for men to play. Kai Sang was very respectful to Ning Shu. She went to the side to put on her clothes and did not sit with Ning Shu. Instead, she led the horse for Ning Shu. "Take these Tatars back and interrogate them properly. They should be spies," Ning Shu said indifferently with a cold face. He had to pretend to be cool to the end. Actually, pretending to be cool wasn't easy at all. Ning Shu turned his horse around, preparing to return to the camp. The sound of hoofbeats could be heard from not far away. Moreover, there were quite a few people. Ning Shu's heart froze. He immediately said to Duan Xinghui, "Quickly release the signal flare." Duan Xinghui immediately pulled the trigger, causing the signal flare to explode in the air. After a short while, a group of Tatar cavalry arrived. They were extremely imposing. Their horses were fat and strong, and they kicked up a large cloud of dust. Just this imposing manner was enough to cause the people of Great Yong to panic. Even the troops panicked, their faces revealing expressions of fear and uneasiness. Ning Shu shouted, "What are you panicking for? Stand properly for me." Regardless of how a battle was fought, the troops had to be orderly and imposing. Ning Shu narrowed his eyes as he looked at the leader of the Tatars. It could only be said that enemies often cross paths. At the very front of the Tatars was the second prince, Helian Ing. Second prince, second prince. Seeing Hellion Ing, the captured Tatars immediately shouted excitedly. Then, they looked at Ning Shu with complacency and resentment in their eyes. Ning Shu lashed out with his whip, producing an ear-piercing explosive sound. It formed an afterimage, immediately silencing the Tatars. They felt as if they were fighting against each other. Seeing Princess Jihui intimidate the Tatars with a single whip, the soldiers of Great Yong puffed out their chests, looking rather imposing. Hellion Ing was wearing animal leather, revealing some of his chest. He looked even wilder than when he was in the capital. His entire body was brimming with a bewitching wildness. Hellion Ing first looked at the scout on the ground who had been whipped until he no longer had a human shape. A dark and gloomy expression flashed across his eyes. Then, he looked at the armored Ning Shu. You shouldn't have done this. Hellion Ying's tone was very languid, but it was also very dangerous. You didn't want to marry me for peace, and now you want to lead troops into battle. Princess Jihui, you have truly exceeded my expectations. Only a woman like you is worthy of this prince. Hellion Ing extended his hand, grabbing in Ning Shu's direction. Ning Shu smiled wickedly. Just obediently marry me for peace. There is no need to cause trouble here. You killed my warriors of the northern desert. Let your Great Yong soldiers pay for it. If I kill one warrior, this prince will slaughter 100 soldiers and 100 commoners. If I kill 2, this prince will slaughter 500 soldiers. Hellion Ing bared his teeth, his eyes flickering with a cold luster. Hellion Ying's voice, mixed with the cold wind, reached everyone's ears, causing them to shiver involuntarily. Princess Jihui, come with this prince. Hellion Ing looked at Ning Shu. If you come with me, I will release this group of people. Princess, let this general go and fight. Duan Xinghui's expression was unsightly as Ning Shu pleaded. Withdraw. Ning Shu reprimanded. Duan Xinghui's face was filled with unwillingness as he looked at the languid yet extremely dangerous Hellion Ing. Are you saying that you want to come with me? A smile appeared on Hellion Ying's face, his expression somewhat joyous. Ning Shu extended his hand. You are the first woman that this prince has admired, and also the woman that is most worthy of this prince. Ning Shu wanted to vomit in this man's face. So cool. Does he really think that he is so great? Ning Shu sneered. With a flick of his whip, he lashed out at the lower part of a Tatar captive. The Tatar captive was whipped to death. Ning Shu's movements were too fast. Even Hellion Ing was stunned for a moment. He immediately gripped the reins tightly, looking at Ning Shu with a malicious expression. Princess Jihui, do not attempt to infuriate this prince. The soldiers of Great Yong all looked at Ning Shu in astonishment, feeling as if they were looking up at a lofty mountain. Ning Shu ignored Hellion Ying's unsightly expression, saying, This is the fate of those who humiliate the women of Great Yong. This prince will whip every single one of them to death, especially you bandits who steal Great Yong's provisions and prey on Great Yong's people. If this prince does not whip these human-faced animals to death, then this prince is not Great Yong's princess. Lacking propriety, righteousness, integrity, and shame. This prince would rather die than marry into Great Yong. Hellion Ing, who do you think you are to make this prince follow you? Chapter 62. Do you people of the northern desert not even have a bronze mirror? Why don't you take a look at yourselves? Without a bronze mirror, take a piss and look at your own reflection. Do you really think that you are the best in the world? Ning Shu scolded with great pleasure. Every time he saw Hellion Ying's expression, as if it was his honor to have taken a fancy to him, Ning Shu felt his balls ache. He looked like an idiot. After being scolded by Ning Shu, these burly Tatar men felt their blood boil. Each of them stared at Ning Shu with wide eyes, wishing that they could eat Ning Shu alive. Ning Shu sneered, but his mind was filled with curses. What the hell was Shin Feng doing? Why hadn't he come after such a long time? He was only a few steps away. Ning Shu's heart sank. If he didn't deal with these people when he returned alive, there would be many more such incidents in the future. He Lianing didn't even care about her image, cursing like a shrew on the streets. She had painstakingly created the image of a noble and elegant princess. Hearing Ning Shu's abuse, He Lianing's face revealed a sullen and cruel expression. In a cold voice, he said, "Princess Jihui, you are trying to infuriate me. Do you not care about the soldiers behind you?" Ning Shu sneered. "Of course, I can't do anything about it. Even if I were to die, it would be me who dies in front of them." "He Lianing, aren't you being too arrogant to act recklessly in Great Yong's territory?" Ning Shu only knew how to argue. He had no advantage in fighting. Moreover, it was cavalry against infantry. He would be killed in an instant. "Princess Jihui, it is not that this prince is arrogant, nor is it that our warriors of the northern desert are arrogant. It is that your Great Yong soldiers are cowards, not daring to face the warriors of the northern desert. You don't have the slightest bit of courage. For such a country, this prince can only hee your sister." Ning Shu cursed inwardly. He Lianing's words caused the citizens of Great Yong to feel extreme humiliation. They looked at He Lianing with bloodshot eyes. "Princess, this general requests permission to fight," Ning Shu said in a deep voice, his tone sonorous. Ning Shu was speechless. Could he win in this situation? Could it be that all wars are fought alone? "Are you going to fight alone?" Ning Shu and Duan Xinghui asked in a low voice. Duan Xinghui watched as Ning Shu leaned over to talk to him. For some reason, Duan Xinghui's heart began to thump violently. He puffed out his chest and said, "Let me fight the enemy's general first." Fuck, was it really a one-on-one fight before a group fight? He Lianing saw that Ning Shu was chatting with a man without looking at the situation. He Lianing shouted coldly, "Princess Jihui. What are you shouting for? Can't you see that we're discussing something?" Ning Shu said snappily. He Lianing was speechless. He Lianing raised his head. The Tatar cavalry behind him immediately surrounded Ning Shu's group. The Great Yong soldiers stood back to back, raising their red-tasseled spears and waiting solemnly. Ning Shu's expression chilled as he looked at He Lianing. He Lianing sat leisurely on his horse. Looking at Ning Shu, a pleased smile appeared on his face. "Princess Jihui, have you thought it through? Those who are engaged will be my wife, those who run will be my concubine. He Lianing, you want me to go with you? What is my status?" Ning Shu had no choice but to feign civility with He Lianing. "Princess." Duan Xinghui couldn't help but shout. Ning Shu ignored Duan Xinghui. Shen Feng still hadn't come. Ha, he really didn't place her, the princess, in his eyes. "Of course you are this prince's consort. This prince's lands, cattle, sheep, and slaves are all yours." He Lianing's voice was filled with temptation. Ning Shu really wanted to spit at He Lianing's face. She didn't have anything in Great Yong. Why would she need He Lianing's things? Her fief was even more than He Lianing's. "He Lianing, this consort has always wanted to fight with you. If you want this consort to leave with you, you'll have to see if you have the ability." Ning Shu sneered, "Tell your people not to move. The two of us will fight." Ning Shu knew that this battle had to be fought. It wasn't only for the sake of morale, but also to make this body no longer fear He Lianing. Seeing He Lianing, this body reflexively trembled. Ning Shu clenched his teeth. From the bottom of his heart, he felt that He Lianing wasn't undefeatable. In the future, he would fight with He Lianing many times. Could it be that he would tremble every time? Touching the whip at his waist, Ning Shu looked at He Lianing. "Let's fight one-on-one." He Lianing looked at Ning Shu with a very tolerant gaze, as if she was looking at a naughty pet. She extended her claws, wanting to scratch him. "As you wish. If you lose, will you have to go with this prince?" He Lianing's lips curled into a smile. "This prince is very interested in you." Ning Shu lashed out with his whip, clamping the horse's belly. With a coquettish snort, he galloped towards He Lianing. Ning Shu used all his strength to lash out with his whip. He Lianing ducked and dodged. Ning Shu had to control his trembling body while fighting with He Lianing. He Lianing originally wanted to tease Ning Shu. However, seeing Ning Shu's grave expression, she showed no mercy. He Lianing's heart also became cautious. She drew out the broadsword at her waist, blocking Ning Shu's sharp whip. Duan Xinghui watched from the side, very worried. His lips were tightly closed, his gaze following He Lianing's figure. Especially when he saw He Lianing's sparkling eyes looking at Princess Jiehui, Duan Xinghui felt very uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. He Lianing laughed heartily. Her voice was low and sexy, carrying a swift and fierce aura with it. She wrapped Ning Shu's whip around her saber, grabbed Ning Shu's whip, and pulled Ning Shu in front of her. Ning Shu was speechless. Feeling the hand around her waist, she felt very disgusted. It was as if a caterpillar had landed on her skin. Ning Shu struggled with all her might, but she couldn't break free. Moreover, her nose was filled with a wild smell. Let go of this princess. Ning Shu coldly rebuked. He Lianing met her clear and cold gaze. It was clear and cold, like a snow lotus swaying in the wind on a snowy mountain. Dishonest little wild cat. He Lianing said in a low voice, tightly hugging Ning Shu's waist. Fuck, did she have to disgust people to death? He Lianing, this slut, was definitely the biggest obstacle to her completing this mission. You damned Tatar, let go of Princess Jiehui. Duan Xinghui shouted. His expression was anxious and unsightly. He Lianing didn't pay any attention to Duan Xinghui. Instead, she looked at Ning Shu. Ning Shu sneered and raised her leg to kick He Lianing's lower part. He Lianing's legs clamped down on Ning Shu's legs, making it so that Ning Shu couldn't move. Then, she lowered her head to look at her colorful face. He Lianing looked meaningfully at Ning Shu. Fuck, Ning Shu's embarrassment turned into anger. The heavens gave men strong bodies, but they used this strength on women. What kind of morality was this? He Lianing was using strength to crush her. Ning Shu took a deep breath. She was someone who had practiced exceptional martial arts. Ning Shu used all her strength to raise her knee and kick He Lianing's lower part. Chapter 63. Ning Shu originally wanted to give He Lianing a kick that would end her descendants. However, He Lianing quickly dodged, while Ning Shu broke free from He Lianing's control. Taking advantage of the situation, he lashed out with his whip at He Lianing's body. Caught off guard, He Lianing was struck by the tail of the whip. Immediately, she felt a burning pain on her arm. He Lianing's complexion changed, turning pale. Even her forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Ning Shu mounted his horse. Seeing He Lianing's appearance, he could not help but proudly ask, "How does it feel? Does it feel like you're in ecstasy?" This prince's whip has been soaked in chilly water and added a strong ingredient. How does it feel? Moreover, you have already been poisoned. He Lianing's handsome eyebrows creased, her face twitching. Afterwards, Ning Shu smiled, revealing his sinister teeth. This prince likes this style. Ning Shu's eyelids twitched. This He Lianing was truly perverted. Even in this state, she could still chat cheerfully and wittily with him. Second prince. Hearing Ning Shu say that the whip was poisoned, the people behind He Lianing became very worried. They looked at Ning Shu with sinister eyes. Despicable woman from Great Yong. Ha, these Tatars had the nerve to call her shameless. No matter how shameless she was, she could not be more shameless than these Tatars who burned, killed, and pillaged. How could these rats be qualified to call others shameless? He Lianing ignored the worries of her subordinates. Instead, she faced Ning Shu, licking her lips with her tongue. Bewitchingly and wildly, she commanded, "Other than Jiehui, kill everyone else." Yes, Ning Shu's face darkened. In a deep voice, he commanded, "Officers and soldiers, the Tatars have trampled on our territory, bullying and humiliating our wives and daughters. We must drive these bandits out of our territory. We must defend the country and protect our wives and daughters. Defend the country and protect the country. A low and solemn voice resounded through the forest. The soldiers' faces were solemn and determined to die. Seeing Princess Jiehui raise her whip, everyone felt hot blood rush to their hearts. Helianing looked at Ning Shu maliciously. Do you really think that these people can defeat this prince's cavalry? Jiehui, come with this prince. This prince will give you unparalleled glory. You will be this prince's woman in this lifetime, the only woman. Helian Ying's hand was stained with blood. Ning Shu stretched out his hand, and the blood on his hand dripped into the dust. It looked cruel and enchanting. Ning Shu sneered. Facing the Tatar cavalry charging towards her, she threw out her whip and wrapped it around the Tatar's neck. The Tatar's neck was immediately dripping with blood. After struggling for a while, he stopped breathing. Helian Ying, this princess is Great Yong's princess. This princess glory will be given by Great Yong. Even if this princess were to die, this princess will die on Great Yong's soil. You want this princess to leave with you? Keep dreaming. Ning Shu berated. Helian Ying shook her head. She looked at Ning Shu with treacherous eyes and said, I like you the way you are. You seem to be wilder than the women of the northern desert. Ning Shu thought, this slut thinks too highly of herself. The sounds of weapons colliding, blood spurting, and swords piercing bodies could be heard. Ning Shu clenched his teeth. Out of the corner of his eye, he could even see the Tatar horses trampling over the corpses of Great Yong soldiers, shattering their bones. An indescribable grief and hatred welled up in Ning Shu's heart. Facing the charging Tatar cavalry, she lashed out with her whip. The barbs dug into the Tatar cavalry's face and even into their eyes. When she pulled her whip out, she even pulled out her eyeballs. Giddy up, giddy up. Finally, the sound of hooves could be heard from the distance. They had been waiting for reinforcements all this time, but only now had they arrived. A Great Yong general led his troops over. Seeing the ground littered with corpses, he repeatedly said, against the Tatars. Helian Ying didn't bring a lot of cavalry. Faced with so many people, Helian Ying looked at Ning Shu, whose face was covered in blood and only her bright eyes could be seen. Helian Ying then said to her subordinates, come back. The Tatar cavalry immediately retreated behind Helian Ying, solemnly awaiting Great Yong's arrival. Ning Shu touched the fresh blood on his face. The thick smell of blood assaulted his nose, making him feel nauseous. Ning Shu did not dare to be careless. He looked at Helian Ying, the hand holding the whip trembling slightly. Helian Ying smiled leisurely at Ning Shu. He was clearly injured, but other than his face being pale, he did not seem to feel any pain. Truly ruthless, so ruthless even to herself. Helian Ying pointed at the captured Tatars and indifferently said, release the warriors of the northern desert. Ning Shu was so angry that he laughed. What kind of situation was this? He could not help but say, so what if I don't release them? No matter how powerful your northern desert cavalry is, my Great Yong will use 10 lives to exchange for a single northern desert Tatar. If 10 is not enough, then we will use 100. Helian Ying's pupils constricted. She suddenly laughed, looking at Ning Shu with eyes that grew brighter and brighter. Finally, she smiled. This smile actually contained a trace of admiration. Helian Ying extended her finger and rubbed the sand on her lips. It is hard to imagine that in this bustling, befuddled place, there would still be such a backbone. Even Great Yong's border guards do not dare to speak to this prince like this. Jiehui, you should not have been born in Great Yong. Instead, you should have been a woman galloping through the grasslands. Ning Shu sneered. In order to not be married to you, I can pay any price. Now, Ning Shu did not know if this mission could be completed. When countries collided with each other, an individual was truly too insignificant. She had to break away from this man for the original owner of her body. Now, it seemed that the power of the plot was too great. She had broken away from the marriage, but Helian Ying, this man, had actually pestered her. Men were all cheap. If they could not be obtained, then they were good. The original owner of her body had been incomparably cruel to her during the marriage. Now, she actually wanted her to leave with him. This was simply trampling on Great Yong's and Li Wen's faces. Hellion Ying's actions were more likely to strike a blow to Great Yong's morale. Imagining her own country's princess disregarding etiquette, justice, integrity, and shame and running away with the enemy's prince, especially when she was previously the subject of a marriage alliance, it was simply a huge joke. She would go down in infamy for 10,000 years. Ning Shu sneered, a place where the monarch is neither monarch nor subject, where the father is neither father nor son, where there are no 3 cardinal principles and 5 cardinal principles. How can this incomparably corrupt northern desert be a place where this prince, a person as pure as ice and as pure as jade, can stay? Hellion Ying, scram back to wherever you came from. Die. Hellion Ying's face grew paler and paler. Hearing Ning Shu's words, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Of course, how could someone as thick-skinned as Hellion Ying be so angered by Ning Shu to vomit blood? Instead, the poison had flared up. You really poisoned me. Hellion Ying wiped the black blood from the corner of her mouth. Ning Shu spread out his hands innocently. This prince is an honest person. I never lie. Hellion Ying's gaze scanned Ning Shu's face, scraping it inch by inch. Then, she smiled ostentatiously. Princess Jiahui, you should prepare to be pestered by this prince for the rest of your life. This prince is so scared. Ning Shu patted his chest. This prince likes to see you scratching your heart and lungs but unable to obtain this prince. Go. Hellion Ying spat out another mouthful of blood, ordering the Northern Desert Cavalry. Chapter 64. Hellion Ying turned her horse around and prepared to leave, no longer caring about the captured Tatars. Ning Shu sneered. Great Yong's territory is not a place where you can come and go as you please. Ning Shu took the bow and arrow. Circulating his chi, he pulled the bowstring into the shape of a full moon. The arrowhead flickered with a cold luster as it aimed at Hellion Ying's back. Ning Shu loosened her grip and the arrow flew towards Hellion Ying with a whistling sound. Hellion Ying dodged Ning Shu's bow and arrow by lying on the horse's back. The bow and arrow pierced through the tree trunk with a ding sound. Hellion Ying looked at the arrow in the tree trunk and could not help but turn her head to glance at Ning Shu. She sat coolly on the back of her horse, her eyes cold and full of killing intent. Ning Shu was somewhat disappointed that he had not disposed of Hellion Ying. Sure enough, she had been a scourge for 1,000 years. If Hellion Ying had died so easily, it would have been unrealistic. In short, the original owner of his body and Hellion Ying were entangled. In his previous life, they had been fated to be husband and wife. How could fate be so easily severed? Sorting out his thoughts, Ning Shu turned his head and coldly said, "Clean up the battlefield. Register the dead soldiers and reward them according to their merits. Give their families 3 times the compensation." Ning Shu looked at the corpses on the ground. Some had been trampled beyond recognition by the horses. Some had even been split in 2. Their internal organs and intestines were still steaming. The dust had been dyed black by the blood, and the thick stench of blood made one dizzy. War was cruel. War was cruel. The corners of Ning Shu's eyes were a little hot. She sneered and looked at the late general. When he met Ning Shu's eyes, the general was stunned and then looked away. He cupped his fist and said to Ning Shu, "Princess, where are the Tatars? The heads of the Tatars can be exchanged for military merits." The general's eyes lit up as he looked at the Tatars. Even though they had arrived late, they still wanted to snatch the credit. Shen Qingqing felt extremely displeased with Great Yong's officers and soldiers. No wonder the Tatars were so unbridled in their territory. Why didn't they spend their energy fighting the Tatars? Shen Qingqing looked at him and said coldly, "Whoever dares to touch these Tatars, I will cripple him." "What, do you want the credit?" "This general does not dare." The general hurriedly lowered his head. Ning Shu was not only a princess, but also the left vanguard. Her status was higher than his. The man's heart was filled with displeasure and grievance. Ning Shu didn't care what these people thought. He shouted, "Return to the camp." Kai Sang, who was saved by Ning Shu, was leading the horse. She looked at Ning Shu with sparkling eyes. When they returned to the camp, Ning Shu directly ordered his men to escort nearly 20 Tatars to the high platform of the drill ground in the middle of the camp. Perhaps they had become accustomed to being unbridled on Great Yong's borders. Although they were afraid when faced with the pitch-black soldiers below, they were certain that Great Yong's soldiers would not dare to kill them. Their expressions were filled with provocation. Ning Shu first knelt on one knee and saluted to Shin Feng in the tent. Then he reported the situation. In addition, he recounted how the general had arrived late and disregarded the life and death of his comrades. The general's face immediately darkened. He looked at Ning Shu with eyes filled with deep-seated resentment. Ning Shu sneered and stroked the whip at his waist. How could he fight when the hearts of his soldiers were so divided? He had to concentrate his efforts in one direction. There were bound to be rats and rats. Ning Shu had to establish his prestige. He couldn't allow these self-righteous men to look down on him because of his status as a woman. He had to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. The chicken was precisely these Tatars. Ning Shu ignored the general's resentful gaze and walked onto the high platform. In a cold and loud voice, he said, "The Tatars hurt my compatriots. Kill. The Tatars trampled on my land. Kill, kill, kill." The soldiers below all raised their spears and shouted loudly. The dozen or so Tatars on the high platform were shaken and their faces turned pale. Especially when they saw Ning Shu coming over with a whip in her hand, they were scared out of their wits and started mumbling something that no one could understand. Ning Shu sneered and lashed out at the crotch of a Tatar. The Tatar, who had been tied up tightly, rolled his eyes in pain, his mouth emitting inhuman screams. The soldiers, who had been shouting their slogans with lofty aspirations, were so shocked that they lost their voices. For a moment, the drill ground filled with 200,000 soldiers was silent, all of them covering their crotches. Ning Shu sneered, "This is the price for humiliating my Great Yong's women." Ning Shu lashed out with the whip, continuously lashing out at the Tatar's crotch until it was dripping with blood and badly mangled flesh. Ning Shu surveyed the entire drill ground. Every man who was swept by Ning Shu's gaze felt their scalps tingle. They looked at Ning Shu as if they were looking at a demoness. Kai Sang stood below the platform, looking at Ning Shu, her eyes revealing an intoxicated expression. In the end, the dozen or so Tatars had their testicles popped by Ning Shu. They couldn't be more dead. Even Shin Feng, who had fought for half his life, had never seen anyone humiliate the enemy like Ning Shu. "Princess, that's enough. The army must pay attention to benevolence and righteousness. What is the difference between our Great Yong and the bloodthirsty northern desert?" Shin Feng asked Ning Shu. Ning Shu looked at Shin Feng, whose beard was somewhat white, and said, "Marshal, Jiehui does not agree with your words. Our benevolence and righteousness are seen as weak and easy to bully by our enemies. They will only look down on us even more. Only by using violence to curb violence and killing to stop killing can we intimidate our enemies. Since I can't reform you, I'll fucking cremate you." Shin Feng couldn't convince Ning Shu, and Ning Shu didn't agree with what Shin Feng said about benevolence and righteousness. Ning Shu beckoned to Kai Sang, who immediately ran in front of Ning Shu. Kai Sang asked, "Princess, what are your orders?" "Go and find some butchers." "Yes." Kai Sang went to find some butchers. Ning Shu directly ordered them to empty their stomachs. The butchers were immediately scared to the point of wetting their pants. They were butchers, not humans. Not only were the butchers scared to the point of wetting their pants, even the soldiers below felt their hair stand on end. Looking at the indifferent Ning Shu, they felt both admiration and fear. Finally, the butchers dissected the Tatars. Ning Shu had the bodies of the Tatars smeared with salt before hanging them at the city gate. In the dead of winter, it was the perfect time to make bacon. Ning Shu's actions intimidated everyone. Shin Feng looked at Ning Shu and shook his head. Ning Shu loudly declared, "This is the price for invading my Great Yong. The rows of corpses hanging at the city gate allowed the bold and fearless Tatars to see that these people, who had been wantonly trampled upon by them, were still able to resist. For a long time, the corpses were hung on the city walls. After being exposed to the elements, the corpses became even stiffer, causing the Tatars passing by the city gate to tremble in fear. Such brutality! Ningshu didn't pay attention to these people's fearful gazes. Afterwards, Princess Jia Hui's reputation as a demoness quietly spread. If they had any thoughts before, then now they wished they could arm themselves to the crotch of their pants. The sight of Princess Jia Hui's pants made them shiver. When Ningshu returned to his tent, his entire body went limp and he nearly vomited. However, his body felt incomparably carefree. Ningshu guessed that this was the original owner of his body. Princess Jia Hui hated the Tatars. During the marriage alliance, she had been humiliated by the Tatars. Now that she saw these people fall to such a state, she felt incomparably carefree. Ningshu also smiled. To be able to do something for the original owner of his body was extremely good. Chapter 65. After this matter, Ningshu had established absolute prestige in the army. Of course, they were afraid. Ningshu expressed that he did not care. What surprised Ningshu was that Kai Seng actually followed him to learn martial arts. Every day, other than washing clothes, cooking, and serving Ningshu, she also took time to practice martial arts. She said that she wanted to go to the battlefield to kill enemies. Ningshu also allowed her to do so. It was unknown whether it was because Ningshu's reputation was too brutal, but there were many lonely and helpless women who had been defiled by the Tatars who ran over to seek refuge with Ningshu. It did not take long for hundreds of people to gather. They had become a female army, adding a touch of color to the entire military camp. These women were all desperate and had no choice but to seek refuge with Ningshu. Seeing Ningshu say that he wanted to go to the battlefield to take revenge, they gnashed their teeth in anger. Ningshu thought about it. It was very important to establish a team that he could command. Thus, he accepted these women and had people teach them the basics of martial arts. Perhaps it was because they had found a new goal in life. These women were no less vicious than the men. Perhaps women could not compare to men in terms of physical strength, but men could not compare to women in terms of tenacity. However, the military camp could not raise these women for nothing. Even Shenfeng vaguely said that women could not stay in the military camp. Ningshu did not say anything. He only said that these women helped in the military camp. For example, cooking and sewing clothes were all done by these women. In the end, Shenfeng could only let Ningshu do as he wished. With Ningshu as a precedent, it was not easy to use the reason that women could not stay in the military camp. Ningshu did not know that a wave of criticism had already been set off in the capital. It was nothing more than that his methods were too brutal. Another thing was that he had taken in so many women in the military camp, which touched the nerves of these pedantic scholars. If women could go to the battlefield, how could the 3 obedience and 4 virtues be used to restrain women in the future? It would not be good to add shackles to women's thoughts. The officials all rose up. Li Wen sat on the dragon throne. His face was expressionless, but a hint of a smile flashed in his eyes. He read the memorials from the border repeatedly. When he saw Ningshu's actions, a hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Then, he looked at the ministers below and said indifferently, "Yes, your methods are cruel. How about this, I will send one of you to the border. If you can come back alive, I will dismiss Princess Jihui. How about that?" The officials were speechless. The emperor wanted them to die. When facing these officials, Li Wen's attitude was always indifferent. If one of them died, someone would immediately replace him. Li Wen wished that these corrupt officials were all dead. The ministers shrunk their necks and lowered their presence. Not long after, Ningshu received a letter from Li Wen. There were only 2 words written on it, "Very good." Ningshu immediately understood Li Wen's meaning. It seemed that Li Wen approved of his actions. With Li Wen's support, Ningshu's heart felt more at ease. Now, Ning Shu's tent had become a forbidden area for men and a base for women. The women wore armor and waved red tasseled spears. They actually looked decent. Ning Shu's lips curled into a smile. This could be considered as the power left for the original owner. He hoped that after she left this world, the original owner would be able to live a more relaxed life. Ning Shu was now walking on the majestic city wall. He looked at the Tatars' corpses on the wall. Looking up, he saw a vast grassland and snow mountains in the distance. It was such a magnificent scene. Ning Shu was followed by the armored Kai Sang. Ning Shu said, "Princess, the people of the northern desert have such a vast land. Why do they still want to steal our things? Stealing is addictive. It is easy to reap without sowing. Farming is not something the Tatars can do." Ning Shu said indifferently. Probably because Helianing was injured, there were no Tatars harassing the border recently. Ning Shu practiced martial arts every day and also thought of a way to deal with the Tatars' cavalry. The Tatars' cavalry was the most powerful. The horses and people were fat and strong. He had to think of a way to deal with the cavalry. If 100 people were exchanged for one Tatar from the northern desert, Ning Shu's heart would tremble. It was simply stacking human lives. There would be a way. Ning Shu wandered on the city wall and bumped into Duan Xinghui. Duan Xinghui walked up. Ning Shu cupped his fist and said, "Greetings, princess." Ning Shu grunted coldly and brushed past Duan Xinghui. Duan Xinghui saw that Princess Jihui did not even look at him. He could not help but say, "Princess Jihui, will you go with the second prince of the northern desert?" Ning Shu stopped and turned around to look at Duan Xinghui with a frown. "Guard Duan, this doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. Also, it's not up to you to question the relationship between me and Mo Bei's second prince. If you spread this kind of rumor in the army, be careful that I don't kill you." Duan Xinghui bowed slightly. Ning Shu said, "I will remember." Ning Shu snorted and returned to the camp with Kai Sang. The Tatars only focused on raiding. The infantry had no advantage over the cavalry. Snow fell from the sky like goose feathers. In less than a day, the snow covered everything. Shen Feng looked very dignified. Usually, in this kind of weather, even cattle and sheep would freeze to death. Now was the time for the Tatars to raid. They sent soldiers everywhere to scout and sent a lot of soldiers to guard. Ning Shu still did not think of a way to deal with the cavalry. The most effective method was to use crossbows to shoot the Tatars on horseback. Shen Feng was not young. He did not have much confidence in winning the battle. He only wanted to do meritorious service and not make any mistakes. However, Ning Shu wanted to deal a heavy blow to the Tatars. He suggested that Shen Feng put large crossbows on the city wall. Shen Feng nodded at Ning Shu's suggestion and went to arrange it. Duan Xinghui had been by Shen Feng's side. He was busy. Now that the battle was coming, Duan Xinghui could not help but comfort Ning Shu. "Princess, in fact, as long as we defend the city wall, we will win." Ning Shu was quite speechless. What did Duan Xinghui mean by saying this to her? Ning Shu was also preparing for the battle. "Princess, let us go with you this time." Ning Shu pleaded with Kai Sang. "They all want to go with you." When Ning Shu came out of the tent, she saw the female army standing neatly in front of her. They weren't very beautiful, they didn't even have enchanting figures, but their aura couldn't even be compared to men. Their expression was solemn. When they saw Ning Shu, they knelt on one knee on the ground. "Greetings General Zhu Qianfeng." Ning Shu was instantly filled with lofty sentiments. He shouted, "Get up! There will be a great battle soon. Are you afraid?" "Not afraid." The woman's voice was not as deep as the man's voice. Mixed together, it was very clear and moving. "From now on, start training archery. Archery is about arm strength. To deal with the Tatars, crossbows are the best way. Start training now." Ning Shu pointed at the target. "Shoot at the target." Ning Shu was the first to pull the bow and arrow. She directly shot at the target. Her strength was very big. She directly shot through the target. Chapter 66. Ning Shu hoped that these poor women who sought refuge with him could survive. At this time, they must train hard. Only then would they have a chance to survive on the battlefield. Sure enough, after the heavy snow stopped, Helianing led the Tatars to attack the city. Ning Shu stood on the city wall and met Helian Ying's eyes. Ning Shu was very angry. Why didn't this guy die? Was it because the poison was not deep enough? Didn't he vomit blood? Now he was alive and kicking. Helianing was wearing fur. His neck was furry. Obviously, he was wild and noble. He raised his head and looked at Ning Shu. Ning Shu smiled coldly. He waved his hand and ordered the soldiers to carry the ladders to attack the city. The war drums sounded. Ning Shu shouted coldly, "Release the arrows." Suddenly, a rain of arrows flew towards the Tatars. The Tatars who were attacking the city were hit by several arrows. Some of them even became hedgehogs. Shoot again. The soldiers who were shooting arrows at the back immediately replaced the soldiers in front. Ning Shu saw many women being hit by arrows from the corner of his eyes. Ning Shu's heart trembled. Then, he calmed his mind. Change to the catapults. This catapult should be considered a weapon with great destructive power in ancient times, especially when shot from a high place. Some of the Tatars climbed up the city wall with great difficulty. However, they were hit by ice and fell down from the ladders. They could not move. Helianing looked at the snow-covered objects on the city wall. He had a guess in his heart. He suddenly looked at Ning Shu. Ning Shu smiled. Yes, it is as you think. These are the corpses of the Tatars. The Tatars hanging on the city wall revealed their dark eye sockets. The eyeballs inside were already gone. They were pecked away by birds. Either do not do it, or do it to the extreme. Helian Ying's complexion suddenly became very unsightly. She looked at Ning Shu with eyes that carried dense killing intent and treacherous entanglement. Her expression was incomparably dangerous. Ning Shu stretched out his hand and handed her a crossbow. Ning Shu pointed the arrowhead at Helian Ying. Helian Ying sneered at Ning Shu from a distance and pointed her bow at Ning Shu. Whoosh, whoosh, the two arrows whizzed through the air, even creating tiny sparks in the air. Ning Shu's pupils dilated as she looked at the arrow flying towards her. Ning Shu tilted her head, but the arrowhead still grazed her face. The wound was very small. "Princess, are you all right?" When Duan Xinghui saw this scene, he was so scared that his heart almost stopped. He finished off the Tatars who had already climbed up the wall with one slash and Ning Shu ran over. Ning Shu smiled evilly as he wiped the blood off his face. He even stuck out his tongue and licked the blood on his fingertips. He did not pay attention to Mu Jinyu, but looked closely at Helian Ying. Duan Xinghui looked at Princess Jia Hui who had an evil smile on her face and only felt his heart beating violently in his chest. The current Princess Jia Hui was incomparably charming. The bloodstains on her face even added a cruel and fatal beauty to her. Looking at Helian Ying sitting on the horse, Ning Shu was disappointed, but it was still within his expectations. If Helian Ying died so easily, Ning Shu would simply burn incense to the high heavens. In the end, the Tatars did not succeed in this siege. When the Tatars fled, their formation was scattered and panicked like fish that escaped the net. Ning Shu grabbed Helian Ying from a distance and then kissed her lips. Then, she turned her horse around and ran away. Ning Shu pursed his lips. This was the most annoying thing about the Tatars. If they could not win, they would run away. Fighting with them required a lot of energy. Ning Shu was very angry. He pulled his bow into the shape of a full moon and the arrowhead rushed towards Helian Ying's back. "Princess, Helian Ying is very crafty. He is deliberately running away. If Princess chases after him, you will fall into his trap. Cavalry is suitable for fighting on the plains. Duan Xinghui looked at Ning Shu's unwilling expression and could not help but persuade him. You are a precedent for failure. I will not foolishly chase after you, Ning Shu said to Duan Xinghui. Then, he shouted loudly, clean up the dead soldiers and register them. Duan Xinghui was speechless. Duan Xinghui felt that his good intentions were treated as ill intent. Furthermore, Princess Jia Hui tore open his wounds like this, making him feel embarrassed and a little sad. Right now, Princess Jia Hui completely regarded him as an enemy. It was not appropriate to call him an enemy. He had no power or influence. She had never considered his feelings when she spoke. What made Ning Shu sad was that half of the more than 100 women were now dead. Yesterday, they were still alive. Today, they had become corpses. There was not even anyone to collect their corpses. Ning Shu asked Kai Sang to bury these corpses and register their names. They were women, but they were also heroes. They should not be deprived of the praise they deserved because of their identity. They should be left in the history books. The expressions of the surviving women became more determined. Even though their faces were very pale now, their eyes were very determined. In the following time, the Tatars seemed to be tireless in attacking the city. Ning Shu could even see that Helian Ying's face was anxious. It was probably because of the heavy snow and the army did not have any provisions. Also, the winter provisions of the entire northern desert were obtained by plundering. Now, they could not even break through the city wall. Helianing looked at Ning Shu who was standing on the city wall. This year, because of this princess, they would not let them in even if they died. In the past, the guards would symbolically guard the city. Then, when they were defeated, they would let them in to plunder and then return to the northern desert. Princess Jiahui, Li Xueshan, this woman, Ning Shu also felt a lot better in his heart. He looked almost numbly at the soldiers being carried away. However, so many people had already died. They could not give up. If they compromised this time, then there would be a next time, and a next time. Would these people die in vain? There was another more important reason. That was, if they lost, these hateful Tatars would enter the hinterland and plunder everything. At that time, the northern desert would propose a marriage alliance, which would also disappoint Li Wen. Therefore, they had to hold on. During this period, because Duan Xinghui had made a lot of contributions, he was directly promoted to the right vanguard by Shen Feng. He was almost on the same level as Ning Shu. He was indeed the world's favorite. With luck on his body, he was like a fish in water in this kind of war. How lucky was he? Ning Shu clearly saw the arrow whistling towards Duan Xinghui, but the one who was shot was the soldier beside Duan Xinghui. Ning Shu was speechless at that time. He did not know what Shen Feng liked about Duan Xinghui. Shen Feng praised him so much that Duan Xinghui, who was still a soldier, became the third person in the military camp. Now, Duan Xinghui was qualified to command the battlefield. He stood beside Ning Shu and looked at Helianing with gnashing teeth. Ning Shu's nerves had been tense all this time. Especially when he saw that her female troops had casualties, Ning Shu's heart ached. However, as time went by, the casualties were getting smaller and smaller. These women's bodies were full of valiant qi. They were not worse than men. These remaining were all good seedlings. Helianing retreated again. Before she retreated, she looked at Ning Shu with cruel and excited eyes. This made Duan Xinghui, who was standing beside Ning Shu, feel very uncomfortable. Chapter 67. Helianing seemed to be at odds with Ning Shu. Other than when it was snowing or raining, he would attack the city. It was as if he was doing the 8th set of radio calisthenics. However, blood flowed like a river. Ning Shu simply wanted to curse. He stood on the city wall and looked down at that bastard Helianing. This battle was all about money and food. Just a day's worth of food was a terrifying number. He didn't know how long he could last. Moreover, Ning Shu looked at Grand Marshal Shen Feng's attitude. It seemed that he didn't want to persist. However, if he didn't persist, so many lives and so much investment would be wasted. He could only drag it on like this. Ning Shu received another letter from Li Wen. It was a private letter for him. Li Wen's meaning in the letter was very clear. Although he hoped that Ning Shu could win the battle, he hoped that Ning Shu could persist and have a strong attitude. At the end of the letter, there were some words of concern. It sounded a little like an elder brother. As for how much sincerity there was, Ning Shu didn't want to delve into it. As an emperor, every action and every word had a deep meaning. Today, the weather was very good. After a day of wind and snow, the ground was covered with a thick layer of snow. Ning Shu originally thought that with such bad weather, it would be difficult to even walk and that He Lianing wouldn't attack the city. He didn't expect that he would still attack the city. Moreover, the Tatars' faces were filled with anxiety and desperation. It was now late winter. However, there was no harvest this year. Even the calm He Lianing frowned. His expression was very cold. He raised his head and squinted at Ning Shu, who was standing beside the flag. The bright and beautiful sun shone on her body. Her armor emitted a cold light. It was so dazzling that even Princess Jia Hui's face couldn't be seen clearly. Duan Xinghui stood beside Ning Shu. Seeing that He Lianing kept looking at Princess Jia, he felt very uncomfortable. He couldn't help but say to Ning Shu, "Princess, the Tatars of the northern desert are ambitious. Princess, you must not compromise." Ning Shu couldn't help but want to dig out her earwax. She basically heard these words every day. It seemed that Duan Xinghui was a man of few words. In front of the original Princess Jia, he always had the appearance of a cool brother. Now that he was nagging, it was really annoying. He Lianing pursed her lips and looked at the couple on the city wall. She couldn't help but shoot at Duan Xinghui with her bow and arrow. She didn't know if it was because of the strong wind today, but the arrow that was flying towards Duan Xinghui was actually shot towards Ning Shu. Ning Shu, as expected, the unlucky ones who stayed with Nan Zhujun would always be cannon fodder. Ning Shu wanted to dodge, but her body suddenly lost control, and her soul seemed to be ejected out of her body. Ning Shu was shocked. What was going on? Why did she suddenly lose control of her body? Duan Xinghui saw the arrow speeding towards Princess Jia. Furthermore, Princess Jia still had a blank expression, not knowing how to dodge. Panic surged in Duan Xinghui's heart. He hurriedly used his saber to slash at the arrow. However, the arrowhead still shot towards Ning Shu. The arrowhead lost its aim and pierced into Ning Shu's shoulder. Ning Shu groaned. The sound of the arrowhead piercing through flesh rang out in her ears. Immediately after, an earth-shattering pain engulfed her entire brain. Damn, it's so painful. Ding. Counterattack mission completed. Do you wish to leave this world? A cold mechanical voice sounded out in Ning Shu's mind. Yes, yes, yes. Ning Shu only wanted to quickly leave this world. It was too painful. Even if she wanted to leave this world, she didn't have to stab herself with an arrow. The system tricked me. In an instant, Ning Shu's soul left Princess Jiahui's body. Everything happened too quickly. By the time everyone reacted, they realized that a great Yong commander had been killed. The northern desert Tatars beat their chests and cheered, their morale soaring. They looked at their second prince, He Lianing, with gazes of worship and reverence. As for He Lianing, who was viewed as a hero, he tightly gripped his bow, trembling slightly. His face was pale and his eyes trembled. She could have clearly dodged. With her strength, she shouldn't have been unable to dodge this arrow. Furthermore, the person he wanted to kill wasn't her. He Lianing raised his hand and loudly shouted, "Beat the gongs and retreat." This, now was clearly the best time to attack the city. Why did they have to retreat? Second prince, right now is the time when Great Yong's morale is at its lowest. Attacking the city now is twice the result with half the effort. Why do we have to retreat? A Tatar commander asked He Lianing. Slap. He Lianing slapped the commander's face. Gnashing his teeth, he said, "This prince said to retreat, so we will retreat." Liaoning turned his horse around and glanced back at Princess Jiahui's position. There was no one there. In a daze, he saw a pair of clear and cold eyes, aloof yet filled with disdain and craftiness. She shouldn't die so easily. Carrying Princess Jiahui, Duan Xinghui rushed to the military doctor's tent and loudly shouted, "Save her, quickly save her." Duan Xinghui waited outside the tent, anxiously pacing back and forth. Right now, Duan Xinghui was anxious, fearful, and terrified. He also had an intense desire to not let Princess Jiahui die. However, when he thought that this woman who looked down on him would die, Duan Xinghui's heart felt like it was in a pot of oil. When the arrow was pulled out, Princess Jiahui let out a muffled groan. She opened her eyes slightly and looked at the simple and crude tent. How was she still alive? She was still in the Tatar tent of the northern desert. Pain assaulted her, and Princess Jiahui fainted. Seeing that Princess Jiahui was fine, everyone in the military camp breathed a sigh of relief, especially Shin Feng. Although swords and sabers had no eyes on the battlefield, the death of a country's princess, who was of the same mother as the emperor, didn't matter how many meritorious deeds he had performed. The emperor wouldn't care. However, Princess Jiahui felt as if she was in a dream. She didn't know if she had seen her previous life before being shot by the arrow, or if the current situation was just a dream. Looking at the women kneeling before her, their expressions were solemn and respectful. When they saw her, their eyes were bloodshot. Touching the whip in her eye, Princess Jiahui smiled. No matter what, she was no longer as miserable as she was in her dream. She wasn't humiliated by others, and she wasn't in the pain of living in the ceaseless pain. She didn't disappoint her imperial brother. She was the most honorable princess of the great Yong dynasty. When she saw Duan Xinghui, Princess Jiahui smiled. This man, whom she had loved so much in her dream, was currently looking at her with a worried expression. So what if she was a woman? Women weren't necessarily inferior to men. She was willing to remain unmarried for the rest of her life and fight for her imperial brother for the rest of her life. No matter how painful it was, it couldn't compare to being shared by many men, eating pig's food, living a life that was neither human nor ghost, living without dignity, not knowing why she lived. Even if it was like a dream, this dream was so real. "Princess, are you all right?" Finally, Duan Xinghui stepped forward and asked. Under the princess' meaningful and strange gaze, he asked Princess Jiahui. Princess Jiahui stared blankly for a moment. It seemed that she hadn't heard Duan Xinghui's voice for a long time. Chapter 68. As if to ascertain whether Princess Jiahui was truly all right, Liaoning soon arrived to attack the city. Seeing Princess Jiahui standing on the city walls, he laughed. Liaoning laughed. She laughed very happily. Princess Jiahui looked at Liaoning. This man, this demon-like man, could actually laugh like this. A cruel and treacherous man would never laugh like this. What was he laughing about? Could it be that seeing that she had not died, he was so disappointed that he had lost his mind? Princess Jiahui touched the whip at her waist, coldly snorting, "Shoot the arrows." Duan Xinghui looked at her. The current Princess Jiahui was even more noble and proud, as if she had been reborn. The current Princess Jiahui did not have her previous cold demeanor, appearing even more luxurious. As she pursed her lips, her temperament became different. Duan Xinghui was confused by the ever-changing Princess Jiahui. Previously, Princess Jiahui had looked at him with extreme coldness. When she looked at him, it was as if she knew his secret thoughts, her eyes filled with mockery and disdain. The current Princess Jiahui looked at him with treacherous eyes, with a hint of rejoicing and even more relief. Immediately after, she looked at him as if he was a stranger. Duan Xinghui was speechless. Duan Xinghui felt as if his heart was being torn apart. Looking at Princess Jiahui's back, he felt as if he had lost something important. His heart suddenly felt empty, so empty that it was unbearable. This battle continued until the beginning of spring. When the snow melted, Liaoning led the remaining soldiers back to the grasslands. Before leaving, he looked at Princess Jihui with a treacherous gaze. Princess Jihui sneered. She was no longer the pitiful woman in her dreams. She would forever be Great Yong's most noble Princess Jihui. After returning to court, when she saw Li Wen, tears welled up in Princess Jihui's eyes. In this world, only she and her imperial brother were family. Li Wen looked at Princess Jihui with gratification. After a while, he said, "You've changed again." Ah. Princess Jihui did not understand. Li Wen decreed that Princess Jihui could be buried in the imperial mausoleum 100 years later and enjoy the pleasures of the world. This was an enormous honor. No other princess had ever received such honor. Although the princess was the emperor's younger sister, she was still a woman. After marrying, she would belong to another family. This kind of honor caused all the court officials to grumble. Li Wen didn't say anything and directly sent the ministers who strongly opposed to the idea to the border to guard it. He enjoyed the bustling life in the capital, and it was easy for him to talk. He also went to the border to guard it. Next, it was time to award Duan Xinghui according to his contributions. Li Wen looked at Princess Jihui. Princess Jihui said indifferently, "Just award him according to his contributions. Royal brother, you don't have to worry about me." When Duan Xinghui learned that he had been promoted to level 2 Agile Cavalry General, he felt very complicated. Looking at Princess Jihui who was sitting in front of the palace, Duan Xinghui felt even more complicated. Duan Xinghui returned to the Duan residence at the speed of a tortoise. He did not feel the slightest bit of urgency in his heart. His mood was abnormally heavy. It was undeniable that he was very regretful. The gate of the Duan mansion was unusually lively. Duan Xinghui, dressed in armor, returned in glory. Madame Duan looked at her son and cried tears of joy. She said with heartache that he had become darker and thinner. Duan Xinghui's eyes swept over Yuan Dong and finally rested on Arya. She was wearing a lake blue silk dress with a hairpin in her hair. She looked happy and showed her teeth. But then she realized that it was inappropriate and quickly pursed her lips. Arya quickly showed Duan Xinghui a smile without showing her teeth. But she didn't know that such a smile made her look very timid and even self-abased. In just one winter, Arya no longer had the freedom, simplicity, and beauty that Duan Xinghui saw. Now Arya's every move was so awkward, like a puppet. Duan Xinghui saw the smile on her face, and the face of Princess Jihui appeared in his mind. She could even stick out her tongue to lick the blood at the corner of her mouth. She looked evil and charming, which was breathtaking. Arya was very excited that Duan Xinghui married her. At the banquet, Duan Xinghui drank a lot and even shed tears. Maybe he was mourning, or maybe he was regretting. Duan Xinghui and Arya's life was not so good. Duan Xinghui gave Arya the position of his wife, but he didn't fulfill the promise of being with her for the rest of his life. He had other women around him. Without Princess Jihui, Duan Xinghui didn't care about other women or how many women he had. There was no happiness in his life. Arya was not reconciled, but she had to endure it. She had to endure the man rolling with other women. Her heart was full of holes. Right now, Princess Jihui had become the bright moonlight in Duan Xinghui's heart. What he couldn't obtain was the best. Duan Xinghui would never be able to obtain Princess Jihui in this lifetime. Princess Jihui had become a celestial concubine. After the war, an envoy from the northern desert came and said that they were willing to sign a treaty of non-aggression for 100 years. But there was one condition, which was to let Princess Jihui marry the second prince of the northern desert, Helianing. Princess Jihui smiled. She would rather die than enter the northern desert. This time, before Princess Jihui said anything, Li Wen objected. After the envoy from the northern desert left, Princess Jihui told Li Wen that she was willing to guard the border. She was even willing to stay unmarried for the rest of her life to resist the tatters of the northern desert. Princess Jihui said frankly that no man in this world was worthy of her. Li Wen joked, "If you meet a man as excellent as my royal brother, you won't marry him?" Princess Jihui smiled, "There is only one person like my royal brother in this world." There is no other. Duan Xinghui was in the hall when he heard Princess Jiehui say this. He remembered that Princess Jiehui said a long time ago that he was the best man in the world. Now, Princess Jiehui couldn't see his figure in her eyes. Princess Jiehui traveled through the night and returned to the border. Leading her female soldiers, she patrolled the city walls. She saw a row of Tatars' corpses hanging on the city walls. Without the ice and snow covering them, the Tatars' corpses revealed their original appearance. They revealed sinister and painful expressions as they turned into dried corpses. Kai Sang said to Princess Jiehui, "Now, the Tatars don't dare to look at these corpses. The Tatars who come to the city to trade don't dare to be arrogant. The commoners here all call the princess the goddess of war. They even say that they want to erect a plaque and statue of the goddess of war." Princess Jiehui smiled and didn't say anything. However, not long after, an enormous stone statue was erected in the city. It was a statue of Princess Jiehui dressed in armor. Her hair was raised high and swayed in the wind. Her eyes were proud and noble, and a whip hung from her waist. Looking at this enormous statue, tears streamed down Princess Jiehui's face. She was Great Yong's noble princess, the revered Princess Jiehui, not a filthy princess. Chapter 69. When Ning Shu returned to the system space, she couldn't help but touch her shoulder. Even now, she still felt pain. After being a normal person for so long, Ning Shu hadn't been in so much pain for a long time. Only when undergoing chemotherapy would it be so painful. Ning Shu almost forgot that she was once a patient. Looking down at her body, Ning Shu sighed. Her soul dimmed a little. She quickly sat down and absorbed the energy of the system space. Ning Shu thought of the peerless martial art. She simply followed the route of the peerless martial art. This speed was too slow. Ning Shu thought of the peerless martial arts mental cultivation method. She didn't know if it would work. She was now a soul. Without a body or meridians, how could she use the mental cultivation method? She felt drunk. Ning Shu sat on the ground with her eyes closed. She didn't know what material it was, but what made Ning Shu surprised was that the speed was faster. Moreover, the material felt very comfortable when it was introduced into her soul. It was a cool feeling. Ning Shu was in the middle of doing it when a cold mechanical voice sounded in the system space. "Congratulations player for returning. Do you want to see the information page now?" "Yes." Ning Shu had just answered when a screen appeared in front of her. On it was her information. Number, 23333 Name, Ning Shu Age, 27 Experience, 7100, 7000/10,000, Soul, 60 HP, 50 Wisdom, 80 Charm, 1 Luck, 25 Mental Strength, 120 Martial Strength, 10 Aptitude, 24 Merit, 2 Skills, 5th Ring Spear Technique, Trash Fighting Technique, Beginner Peerless Martial Art Honorary Title, Goddess of War. Ning Shu saw the title Goddess of War and was stunned. When did she have such a title? And it was a goddess? Forget it, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that she only had 3,000 points this time. Including the peerless martial art she had exchanged for, she only had a total of 7,100 points. There were also 2 merit points that she didn't know what to do with. She fought a bloody battle. She didn't know if the blood on her body was her menstrual blood or the blood of her enemies. In the end, she only got these few points. Alright, it was already good enough to have points. Being able to come back alive was already good enough. You've obtained 5 additional attribute points. Where do you want to add them? The space system asked. Ning Shu clicked on the screen. First, she clicked on the luck stat. Moreover, she was filled with grief and indignation. She realized that her luck was really bad. She was about to leave this world, but she still got shot by an arrow. It was so painful. After Ning Shu finished distributing the attributes, the screen changed. Serial number, 23333 Name, Ning Shu Age, 27 EXP, 7100, 7,000/10,000, soul value, 60 HP, 50 wisdom, 80 charm, 1 luck, 25, plus 3, spiritual power, 120 combat power, 10 aptitude, 24, plus 2, merit, 2 skills, 5th ring spear technique, trash fighting technique, trash entry-level peerless martial arts. Honorary title, Goddess of War, do you want to enter the mission world? The mechanical voice of the system sounded. Ning Shu shook her head, I'll enter the world later. Her soul had been consumed by the previous world and had already become dim. Moreover, she had experienced slaughter in the previous world. She had changed from a good citizen to a general with blood-stained hands. She had to settle her emotions. If she didn't continue like this, she would go crazy. Ning Shu emptied her thoughts. She was only herself. She was Ning Shu. No matter what she had experienced, she was still herself. She might have lived for others, but she was still Ning Shu. Ning Shu didn't realize that her soul had become heavier. Her expression was relaxed and her eyes were closed. She seemed to be enjoying it. After an unknown amount of time, Ning Shu opened her eyes and looked down at her body. She felt that her soul was much more solid than before. She had to get enough points to get some secret cultivation manuals. Only then could she cultivate more effectively. I'm ready. I can enter the world. Ning Shu said. As soon as she said that, Ning Shu immediately felt dizzy. Fuck, it's always like this. Will it kill you to remind me? I'll give the system a bad review and scram. Perhaps it was because her soul had become stronger, Ning Shu didn't feel as uncomfortable as before when she was conscious. Instead, there were noises in her ears. You're an adult. Why are you being so calculative with a child? A cold and clear voice said. Besides, Dabao didn't do it on purpose. Why are you acting like this? Su Ran, look at yourself. Son-in-law, you're wrong to say that. Ran, just lost her child. It's all because of that little bitch Su Meng's child. How can that child be justified in pushing someone? A sorrowful female voice sounded. At this moment, the male voice sounded angry. I don't want to hear anything bad about Su Meng from your mouth. You, Ning Shu heard these words and struggled to open her eyes. Ran, you're awake. A woman looked at Ning Shu with concern. Her eyes were filled with tears. Ning Shu nodded and moved his body. Then, he felt waves down there. His stomach hurt as if a knife was scraping it. Ning Shu was stunned. What was going on? Don't move. Don't move if you're not feeling well. The woman pressed down on Ning Shu's body. Ning Shu looked around. The smell of disinfectant lingered around his nose. It seemed like he was in a hospital. His eyes stopped not far from the bed. Ning Shu saw a man in a black suit. He was tall and straight. The suit looked very sexy on him. His expression was cold and handsome. He was in a black and white suit. His facial features were clear and handsome. His expression and eyes were cold. His entire body was filled with a domineering and handsome aura. He was a very charming man. But now, this man was staring at him with an unfriendly gaze. It was mixed with extreme disgust. It was as if he was some kind of enemy. Ning Shu blinked. She hadn't received the plot yet and didn't know what was going on. So, she kept quiet. The man looked at Ning Shu's pretentious attitude and sneered. He picked up the jacket on the sofa and left. The man's attitude made the woman who was comforting Ning Shu very angry. She looked at the man's back and was so angry that her body trembled. Then, she turned her head and looked at Ning Shu. She said sadly, Ran, my daughter. Ning Shu was very uncomfortable. Her stomach hurt. It couldn't be what she was thinking, right? I'm tired. Ning Shu said. She had to accept the plot first. Then rest well. You're in confinement. Don't think too much. Rest well and we'll talk about other things. Mrs. Su said to Ning Shu. Ning Shu was dumbfounded. No wonder her stomach hurt so much. She had a miscarriage. She was an unmarried woman, yet she had skipped so many procedures. Now she had to go through a miscarriage and give birth to a child. Mrs. Su saw her daughter's strange expression and thought she was sad about the child. She quickly said, "Mom won't talk about it. Rest well." Mrs. Su wiped her tears. "Mom will go back and make chicken soup for you." Chapter 70. After Mrs. Su left, Ning Shu endured the discomfort in his stomach and flipped over. Then, the lochia burst out. Ning Shu felt that life was full of evil. Why was it that every time she entered the world, she would either be beaten to death or starved to death? Now, she had a miscarriage. She decided to add all her attribute points to her luck. Was her luck really that bad? What a scam. Ning Shu closed his eyes and began to accept the plot. However, this plot made Ning Shu feel like he was suffering from menstrual cramps and pain in the balls. This plot was very simple. It was a story of sleeping in the wrong bed, running away with the balls, and finally a happy family. Ning Shu's body was called Su Ran. She was the female lead, Su Meng's cousin, but they were rivals in love. At the beginning of the plot, Su Meng's parents died in a car accident. Moreover, this accident seemed to be a plot by this body's parents. One had to know that the fights between rich families were always so tragic. At the funeral, Su Meng accused her uncle of being the murderer of her parents. However, there was no evidence. Su Meng, who was depressed and in pain, ran to the bar to drink. She thought about how her beloved parents had left her and she was an orphan. However, she couldn't take revenge. Su Meng drank more and more. In the end, she was spotted by a young man in the bar. Su Meng grew up in a rich family. She knew this man's intention. However, her body was weak and she was brought to a hotel by the young man. Su Meng took the opportunity to escape into a room. This room was Nan Zhujuan's room. Please don't ask why the male lead was in this room. Also, please don't ask why Nan Zhujun didn't stay in her own villa and insisted on staying in a hotel. Ning Shu didn't know either. Things were just so coincidental. After tearing at each other for a while, the two of them finally slept together. Lightning struck the earth, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. When Nan Zhujun woke up the next morning, Xiao Yan saw that there was no one beside him. However, there was a note beside the bed with 1,000 yuan. It said that it was for him to spend the night. Xiao Yan was furious. He already had a physiological reaction in the morning. Looking at the money and the words on the note, Nan Zhujun almost shot out of anger. Then he swore to find that hateful woman, blah, blah. Don't ask why a person with a hangover would wake up earlier than a normal person. Ning Shu could only say that perhaps Xiao Yan was too tired and used up too much energy. Speaking of which, Su Meng acted as if she was suffering from paranoia. She felt that her uncle was going to get rid of her, so she quickly bought a plane ticket and left the country. Then, Xiao Yan, who was in the country, almost turned the ground upside down, but he still couldn't find that woman. Su Meng, who was overseas, found out that she was pregnant. Thinking that she had no relatives, and that this child was a gift from God, Su Meng decided to give birth to it. Then, she was very lucky and gave birth to a pair of twins. These two children were very cute, had high IQ, and could earn money. They were so sensible and well-behaved that they didn't seem like children. As the eldest brother, not only did he have to take care of his younger sister, he also had to take care of his adorable mother sometimes. Xiao Yan couldn't find Su Meng, so he followed his parents' advice and married Su Ran, who was Su Meng's cousin. 7 years later, Su Meng returned to China and returned to her hometown with the two children. Under the influence of Su Debao, Xiao Yan and Su Meng met. Xiao Yan recognized this woman at a glance, and when he saw the two children beside her, his heart beat even more fiercely. Su Meng, however, knew that this man had become her cousin-in-law, and she was even more disdainful of Xiao Yan. Even if she was a single mother, there were many pursuers around her, and there were even men waiting silently by her side. When the original owner learned that her husband had such a big illegitimate child with her cousin, she felt bad. She and Xiao Yan had been married for almost 5 years, but they still didn't have any children. The relationship between the older generation was not good, and the relationship between Su Meng and Su Ran was even worse. Now, Su Meng was obviously going to steal her husband, especially when Su Meng had an expression of, "I don't like your husband, take care of your husband," which made Su Ran hate her even more. Since she looked down on him, why did she always flirt with him? Xiao Yan, on the other hand, was deeply in love with Su Meng, and they had a pair of lovely children. This pair of children made the whole Xiao family obedient, especially the 2 elders of the Xiao family. The original owner, Su Ran, had been married for so many years without children, so she treated the 2 children very well. Not long ago, Su Ran found out that she was 2 months pregnant, which almost made Su Ran cry with joy. But not long after, she was pushed down the stairs by Dabao, who was 6 years old. Su Ran was lying in a pool of blood. She heard Dabao naughtily say that he didn't do it on purpose. This ant wanted to push him, and he let her go, and then the ant fell down the stairs. Xiao Yan actually said that this was what he should do, and that his son was very smart. The pain in her body couldn't be compared to the pain in her heart. How was this a cute baby? This was simply a naughty child with the naivety and cruelty of a child. How could such a smart Dabao not understand the consequences? He could make money, had a high IQ, and was also a top hacker. The male lead should be Dabao, who was simply a cheat. After Ning Shu accepted the plot, he felt that his whole person was not very good. What kind of world was this? The 3 views of the world were so wrong. Out of wedlock, a mistress got married, and in the end, they still lived happily together. The 3 views of the world were all shocked. The original owner's wishes were, 1. Protect the Su family and not let the Xiao family annex the Su family. 2. She would rather die than divorce, so that Su Meng would be an illegitimate mistress for the rest of her life, and let the 2 vicious children be lowly illegitimate children forever. Since everyone said that she was vicious, she would be vicious to the end. Her character was quite unyielding. She would go down this path to the end, which was completely the rhythm of the evil. It was not long after being pushed down the stairs by Dabao and sent to the hospital. When Ning Shu just woke up, the person talking to the original owner's mother, Mrs. Su, was Xiao Yan. He was quite good-looking, but his attitude towards his wife was not so good. Ning Shu was more fortunate that she didn't have to sleep with Xiao Yan now. Ning Shu reckoned that Xiao Yan's face would be full of disgust. In fact, even if he wanted to get lost, Xiao Yan still had to stay chaste for Su Meng. If he wanted to sleep with someone, he had to sleep with the female lead, Su Meng. This time, Su Meng was very unhappy that Su Ran was pregnant. 2 months pregnant meant that after she came back, Xiao Yan still slept with the vicious Su Ran, which made Su Meng very disgusted. Because of this, in the ward just now, Xiao Yan was extremely disgusted with Su Ran. He almost directly said that she deserved it. It seemed that he didn't expect that Su Ran was also pregnant with his child. It was so cold. Love was originally beautiful, but based on the premise of destroying others, this kind of love was really disgusting. Chapter 71. Ning Shu began her miserable confinement. She couldn't take a shower or wash her hair. Mrs. Su didn't even want Ning Shu to brush her teeth, but Ning Shu couldn't stand it. No one from the Xiao family came to visit her while she was in the hospital. She was the young mistress of the Xiao family, wasn't she? But she felt like the original Su Ran was invisible. She didn't even have a sense of existence. If they didn't divorce, wouldn't it be better for them to live their own lives? What was the point? If this went on, Xiao Yan would definitely turn her into a deceased wife and marry Su Meng into the family. Thinking of the original Su Ran's fate, she could only say that she didn't seek death. She died miserably when she fought with the male and female lead. Mrs. Su was very unhappy that the Xiao family neglected her daughter. She took care of her daughter in the hospital without any clothes on. Ning Shu was a little touched. She should have seen how many people cared about her. Why did she have to spend her energy on a man who didn't want her? Mrs. Su looked at her daughter with a worried expression. She was careful in everything she did because she was afraid of touching her daughter's pain. Ning Shu didn't like the hospital at all. When she was alive, she spent 365 days a year in the hospital, so she felt disgusted staying in the hospital now. Ning Shu's confinement was almost over, but Xiao Yan didn't even come to visit her. He was so cold. She was his wife, wasn't he? It was as if he couldn't express his love for the female lead without being cruel to another woman. What an idiot. Ning Shu thought she would have a more leisurely confinement. When she was about to leave the hospital, she saw the female lead, Su Meng, come to visit her. Su Meng came to visit her. Ning Shu lay on the bed and looked at Su Meng. Su Meng was petite, and her soft hair was slightly curly. Coupled with her small, round face, she didn't look like a mother of a 6-year-old child at all. She was very delicate. Ning Shu wiped the feces from the corner of her eyes and rubbed it on Su Meng, who was standing beside the bed. Su Meng suddenly felt like she was struck by lightning. Her mouth twitched, and she quickly put the bouquet on the bed, away from Ning Shu. Su Meng didn't say anything, and neither did Ning Shu. Mrs. Su looked at Su Meng with a sharp gaze, her eyes filled with undisguised disgust. It was obvious that she hated this niece of hers to the core. Su Meng ignored Mrs. Su's gaze. Su Meng clearly knew that although they were relatives, they were also enemies. Her parents had lost their lives because of her uncle's family. Her parents had never thought of competing with her uncle for anything, so why would they not let them off? Ning Shu lay on the bed and watched Su Meng's expression change. One moment it was resentful, the next moment it was melancholy, and the next moment it was hatred. In short, her expression was too complicated to describe. Ning Shu asked, "Why are you looking for me?" Su Meng looked at the woman lying on the bed with a complicated expression and said, "De Bao told me about you falling from downstairs. He wasn't careful." Ning Shu was speechless. Was she here to poke at her heart? Ning Shu pursed his lips and looked at Su Meng. Su Meng continued, "I'm very sorry for what happened. This is retribution." Retribution? Ning Shu sneered, "Why don't you tell me what kind of retribution it is? I'm afraid the retribution will be even greater for strangling a child who hasn't even seen the world. Everyone knows exactly what is going on. Now, you're running over to me to talk about retribution. This consort. Bah, what retribution?" Su Meng was frightened by Ning Shu's expression. She only felt that the person in front of her was incomparably fierce. Su Meng's heart surged with anger. She said coldly, "If you don't want anyone to know, don't do it in the first place. What kind of heinous things did your family do? Is that why your child didn't want you to be his mother and left you like this? Su Meng, you're not a good person either. What right do you have to talk about my daughter like that? Shameless bitch, you climbed into a man's bed and gave birth to his child. If I were you, I would have jumped off a building long ago. Don't you feel shame for being so thick-skinned?" Mrs. Su bombarded Su Meng indiscriminately. Su Meng took a few steps back after being scolded by Mrs. Su. She raised her chin and said, "You people will get retribution one day." Ning Shu laughed and said to Su Meng, "What retribution will I get? You stole someone else's husband, destroyed someone else's family, and are a mistress that everyone hates. Your child is an illegitimate child and can't be registered. You should be the one getting retribution." Ning Shu realized that Su Meng's words and actions were quite naive. Of course, the female lead had the right to be naive and muddle-headed. Men loved her. How muddle-headed was Su Meng? Here's an example. "President Xiao Yan, woman, you stepped on my foot." Su Meng, sorry. "President Xiao Yan, woman, you stepped on my left foot." She didn't know anything and decided the truth based on her own subjective feelings. No one else could be so willful other than the female lead. As for the death of Su Meng's parents, Ning Shu knew from the plot that the father of this body wanted to kill them, but they died in advance. Even the father of this body was shocked when he heard the news. He just wanted to kill them, but they died in the end. They were rushing to their deaths. Then, the female lead believed that her uncle's family killed her parents, and they had the motive and intention to do so. Ning Shu sighed. He felt that the death of the female lead's parents was all for Su Meng's beauty. Did she meet the one she was destined to meet? Cannon fodder was so miserable. When Su Meng heard Ning Shu accuse her of being a mistress, she was so angry that tears welled up in her almond-shaped eyes. She said angrily, "I'm not a mistress. I don't like your husband. You're the husband who came to me. I, Su Meng, don't want a man who has been used by others." Shrugging her shoulders, Ning Shu looked at Xiao Yan, who was standing at the door with an unsightly expression. Taking pleasure in Xiao Yan's misfortune, Ning Shu said to Xiao Yan, "Your true love said that you're a man that I've used before, and she doesn't want you." Su Meng turned and saw the tall and handsome Xiao Yan. Seeing his cold expression, Su Meng's heart trembled. She turned and pointed at Ning Shu and said angrily, "You're deliberately tricking me." Ning Shu said that she didn't need to trick him. Xiao Yan looked heartbroken and walked to Su Meng. Su Meng snorted and turned to leave the room, but Xiao Yan grabbed her arm. Su Meng struggled and shouted, "Go and grab your wife's hand." "Why are you grabbing me? Let me tell you, I will never fall in love with you. Let me tell you, Su Meng. You're mine in this life." Xiao Yan grabbed Su Meng and pressed her body tightly against him. Xiao Yan held Su Meng's waist with one hand and his handsome face was serious. "I said, you're my only wife." Chapter 72. Ning Shu's mouth twitched as he watched Xiao Yan and Su Meng tugging at each other, almost hugging each other. Although Su Meng was struggling, their bodies inexplicably got closer and closer. How was this a quarrel? This was fucking flirting, wasn't it? "Let go of me, let go of me." Su Meng pounded on Xiao Yan's chest and shouted coquettishly, "Don't pester me anymore. You already have a wife, I don't want to be a mistress." Xiao Yan held Su Meng's waist tightly and said with a seductive smile, "I want to pester you. You are my woman, don't even think about leaving me in this lifetime. You have already given birth to 2 children for me, you are the mother of my children." "No, no." Su Meng pouted and gently pounded on Xiao Yan's chest with her little fist. Xiao Yan raised the corner of his mouth and smiled wickedly. "If I say you are, then you are." The two showed off their affection as if there was no one else around, completely disregarding whether others could take it or not. Ugh! Ning Shu really couldn't help but vomit. The two people who were hugging each other immediately glared at Ning Shu. Ning Shu quickly waved his hand. "Sorry, I really couldn't help it. I have never seen such a disgusting thing and couldn't help it. Sorry, you can continue. Find another place to continue. Just don't fucking do it in front of her." Ning Shu felt that he should wash his eyes. The scene in front of him really broke his moral integrity and destroyed his 3 views. Showing off their affection in front of his wife and a mistress was simply stabbing a knife into his heart. Su Meng pushed Xiao Yan away and pointed at Xiao Yan with her white finger. She was angry but seemed to be acting coquettishly. "I'm warning you, don't come near me and don't touch me. I'm not interested in other women's husbands, humph." "Ning Shu, help, pft." Ning Shu clutched her chest and almost vomited blood. She didn't know how to describe the female lead, Su Meng. Silly and sweet. Innocent and delicate. Not scheming. That didn't seem to be the case. To be more precise, she was willful and pretentious. Her mouth said no, but her body was very honest. If she really had no interest in Xiao Yan, she could do what she did 7 years ago. She could hide so that Xiao Yan couldn't find her, or she could find a suitor to be the child's father. Anyway, Su Meng had plenty of suitors around her. Su Meng made a speech that seemed very impassioned, then turned around and left. Xiao Yan chased after her helplessly and angrily. Ning Shu felt the malice of the universe. She would rather kill people like in the previous world than face this kind of male and female lead. Ning Shu reflexively touched her waist, but she didn't find the whip. Could she just whip the two of them to death? Anyway, the original owner's wish was not to get divorced. Being a widow wasn't a bad idea. With a husband like Xiao Yan, she might as well be a widow. Ning Shu's heart was filled with killing intent. She really fell in love with this simple and violent way of solving problems. Su Ran, let me tell you, I will never fall in love with you. The one I love is Su Meng. Xiao Yan, who went to chase Su Meng, ran back to the ward and shouted at Ning Shu. Ning Shu was dumbfounded. Seeing this idiot shouting at her for no reason, Ning Shu blinked and tilted her head to look at Xiao Yan. Fuck, crazy. I didn't do anything. If you love Su Meng, then love Su Meng. Why the hell are you shouting in front of me? Ning Shu's heart was filled with curses. Su Ran, you better know your place. Don't provoke Su Meng. If you don't, I will make you suffer. Xiao Yan's face was cold, and his eyes were filled with extreme disgust. There was a kind of viciousness that couldn't wait to get rid of her, but he seemed to be worried about something. Ning Shu lifted the quilt and walked in front of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan looked at Ning Shu coldly and sneered, Su Ran, give up. I will never fall in love with you, you vicious and hypocritical woman. Walking in front of Xiao Yan, Ning Shu found that Xiao Yan was really tall. He had a perfect inverted triangle figure with wide shoulders and a narrow waist. He wore a suit, which matched his handsome and perfectly sculpted face. He was handsome, rich, and had the powerful ability to do it 7 times a night. All the good things in the world were concentrated on him. He had all the requirements of a woman and a pervert. Fuck, Ning Shu had never seen such a pervert. He was obviously the one who cheated, but he was so righteous. Ning Shu didn't see any sense of responsibility for his family or his wife. He didn't have any sense of responsibility as a man. Instead, he treated his wife as the biggest obstacle in his love life. In the end, they could live happily together without any grudges. We don't understand the protagonist's world. Ning Shu sneered and raised her knee to Xiao Yan's crotch. Ning Shu used all her strength. She really couldn't stand Xiao Yan's chatter in front of her. Xiao Yan didn't expect that Ning Shu would hit his private part without saying anything. He immediately cried out in pain, and his handsome face was distorted. He held the wall with one hand and covered his crotch with the other. His legs were clamped, and he bent over in extreme pain. Hiss, you! Xiao Yan stared at Ning Shu with red eyes, looking shocked and painful. Obviously, he didn't expect that the woman who usually adored him would suddenly hit him. It was really painful. Ning Shu sneered and patted Xiao Yan's shoulder, who was bending over and covering his crotch. Do you feel very painful? Do you feel like your heart is breaking? The pain I felt when I lost my child was 1,000 times more painful than this. Tut, 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 Su Ran. Xiao Yan's voice almost came out from between his teeth, which looked very gloomy and horrible. His eyes were red, and he looked like he was going to swallow Ning Shu alive. He reached out his hand and grabbed Ning Shu's wrist tightly. He was so strong that he wanted to break Ning Shu's wrist. Ning Shu's expression didn't change at all. She endured the pain in her hand and used all her strength to give Xiao Yan a big slap on the face. With a bang, Xiao Yan's head was knocked askew. Ning Shu said lightly, "Let go." Xiao Yan was almost stunned by Ning Shu's slap in the face. Then, his heart was filled with extreme anger and humiliation. He, Xiao Yan, had never been slapped in his life, let alone in such a way. Xiao Yan breathed heavily and turned his head to look at Ning Shu viciously. His eyes were red and filled with the desire to destroy the world, as if he was about to devour someone. Facing Xiao Yan's eyes, Ning Shu's expression didn't change. His sister even dared to kill people. How could this kind of eyes scare her? Let go. Ning Shu said lightly. Xiao Yan pulled Ning Shu's hand hard, almost crushing Ning Shu's wrist. Let go. Slap. A big slap in the face. Let go. Slap. Another big slap in the face. I said, let go. Slap, slap. The big slaps continued. Chapter 73. Although Xiao Yan was a man, his skin was very tender and smooth. Ning Shu slapped his face again and felt that it was slippery. With one hand being grabbed by Xiao Yan, Ning Shu could only focus on one side of Xiao Yan's face. After a while, half of Xiao Yan's face was swollen and bruised, forming a sharp contrast with the handsome face on the other side. Xiao Yan slowly turned his head to look at Ning Shu, a storm brewing in his eyes. He looked at Ning Shu maliciously. You're very good, hiss. Xiao Yan originally wanted to scare Ning Shu, but as soon as he spoke, he pulled the wound on his face and tears came down from the pain. Xiao Yan was going crazy. Seeing that Ning Shu was about to raise his hand to hit him again, he stopped covering his crotch and grabbed Ning Shu's raised hand. He squeezed Ning Shu's hands tightly and shouted, "You bitch." Ning Shu sneered. He didn't have hands but feet. Ning Shu quickly raised his foot and kicked Xiao Yan's crotch. Ning Shu's kick made Xiao Yan's eyes almost pop out of their sockets. He fell to the ground and covered his crotch, howling. Blue veins popped out on his forehead and cold sweat dripped down. Ning Shu moved his wrist, which was pinched by Xiao Yan, and turned blue. Ning Shu coldly looked at Xiao Yan who was rolling on the ground. What a useless piece of trash. In the last world, Ning Shu had always wanted to kick Helianing to make her unable to have children, but he didn't get what he wanted. They were both men, but Xiao Yan was really a weakling. Ran Air, are you okay? Mrs. Su watched everything that happened just now. Seeing her daughter like this, she intuitively felt that her daughter had been driven crazy by Su Ran and Xiao Yan, this pair of bitches. Ning Shu shook his head. Mom, I'm fine. Then he walked to the bedside and pressed a button to call the doctor. Nurse, there's a patient with broken testicles. Come and save him. Ning Shu said lightly. Xiao Yan, who was in incomparable pain, heard Ning Shu's words. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Ning Shu. His hatred was monstrous, as if he was about to devour someone. Coupled with his pig-like face, how could he not look funny? Not enough. Ning Shu raised his eyebrows and asked Xiao Yan. Ning Shu raised his foot. I can give you another kick. Su Ran, you'll regret messing with me. Xiao Yan's words were intermittent, and he was in so much pain that he couldn't stop breathing. Then, he stood up with the help of the wall and was about to walk away. Xiao Yan would never do it in such a private place. Otherwise, the headlines tomorrow would be that the president of Zhao's group was dying and that he had to go to the andrology department. Xiao Yan couldn't afford to lose face. Every step Xiao Yan took made his body tremble and sweat profusely. The muscles on his face trembled, which pulled the swollen wound on his face and made it even more painful. Su Ran, Su Ran. When Xiao Yan walked out of the ward, he turned to Ning Shu and called Su Ran's name through gritted teeth. It was very gloomy. Ning Shu smacked his lips. Look at you. I thought you fell in love with me. Xiao Yan coughed violently. Su Ran, you're shameless. Ning Shu shrugged and looked indifferent. Who in the world is more shameless than you? Xiao Yan, you are the most shameless person in the world. The nurse and doctor called by Ning Shu pushed the bed over. Seeing Xiao Yan, who was standing at the door with his legs clamped, they ignored Xiao Yan's struggle and opposition and pressed him on the bed, saying that they were going to push him to the operating room. Ning Shu thought viciously. He didn't know if they would cut off that part. If she couldn't have sex with Xiao Yan, would Su Meng still want it? Ning Shu felt some regret in her heart. If she could practice peerless martial arts in this world, her strength would be much greater. She could kick Xiao Yan until he was crippled. If she slapped him, Xiao Yan would definitely have a concussion. After coming to this world, Ning Shu tried to practice the martial arts of the last world when he felt better, but he didn't succeed. Every world had its own rules. Imagine a world with endless traffic. It was unreasonable for a person to be able to fly over roofs and vault over walls. Moreover, the spiritual energy in this world couldn't be used for practice. Ran air. Mrs. Su looked at Ning Shu worriedly. Won't Xiao Yan hate you more if you do this? Are you pushing Xiao Yan to that little bitch Su Meng? It's okay, Mom. I know what to do. Ning Shu sneered in his heart. She was not in love with Xiao Yan. Besides, the original host didn't ask her to get Xiao Yan back. Why should she swallow the insult? Otherwise, Xiao Yan and Su Meng would come to her every day to disgust her. Mrs. Su saw that Ning Shu was calm and didn't have the pain and madness of losing the children. She said, "You have to save face. If you treat Xiao Yan like this, your parents-in-law will have a problem with you." Her existence was a mistake. No matter what she did, Xiao Yan's parents would have a problem with it. Especially now that they had 2 golden grandchildren. The original host Su Ran was a thorn in their side. However, for the sake of the Su family, they didn't divorce her. But the title of the young madam of the Xiao family existed in name only. You'll be discharged tomorrow. Are you going back to the Su family or the Xiao family? Mrs. Su asked Ning Shu. After thinking for a while, she said, now that little bitch Su Meng has a strong momentum because she gave birth to 2 children for Xiao Yan. Let's go home first. There will always be a chance to deal with that little bitch. Now Xiao Yan is hot to that little bitch. When Xiao Yan is tired of her, it will be our chance. Ning Shu shook her head and said, I'm the young madam of the Xiao family. Of course I'll go back to the Xiao family. After that, I'll go back to the Su family. I have something to discuss with my father. If the plot was right, the Su family and the Mu family were cooperating, but the Su family was directly hollowed out on a project. This was a trap set by Xiao Yan. He dealt with the Su family because of Su Ran, the annoying existence, and also to avenge Su Meng's parents. The woman he loved was wronged. Of course, he would seek justice. In addition to what she had just done to Xiao Yan, now Xiao Yan wanted to eat her flesh and drink her blood. Just now she had plucked the tiger's whiskers. She had to think about her own life. She might as well kill Xiao Yan. Tut tut, this was not good. It was too violent. Ning Shu thought that she was a gentle person. How could she let Xiao Yan die so easily? Besides, murder was illegal. This was not the ancient time where human life was worthless. The original owner of the body did not want to be a murderer. Ning Shu thought about it in her heart. If Xiao Yan didn't have his current status, he wouldn't have the capital to be proud of, and he wouldn't have the courage to throw away money like that. How would he be able to flirt with Su Meng, be lovey-dovey, be lovey-dovey? All romance was built on money. In order to survive, ordinary people always wanted to earn money to support themselves. How could they have the time and money to be romantic? Without the halo, Xiao Yan was down and out. He had to run for 3 meals a day. Would Su Meng still be with him? Maybe. After all, it was true love. So she decided to protect the Su family from being annexed by the Xiao family. At the same time, if possible, it would be best to destroy the Xiao family. Chapter 74. The next day, Ning Shu was discharged from the hospital and returned to Zhao's house with a bag of things. Zhao's house was very big, with a villa garden, statues and fountains. It looked like a top-rich family. When Ning Shu returned to Zhao's house, no one came to receive her. She was completely treated as an invisible person. This kind of embarrassment was unbearable for most people. But Ning Shu calmly walked into the living room. Before she saw anyone, she heard the laughter in the hall. There were adults' hearty voices mixed with children's innocent laughter. Ning Shu glanced around and saw the spacious living room. The floor was full of various toys. Xiao Yan's parents were sitting on the sofa and playing with the 2 children. Ning Shu carefully looked at the two babies. One of them was Su Debao, who looked like a little adult. He was very cute, with white and tender skin, a pair of purple grape-like eyes, and slightly curly hair. He was wearing suspenders and a small red bow tie on his shirt. He looked very serious, which made people's hearts melt. One of them was Su Xiaobao, who was dressing the dolls. He had soft and slightly curly hair like Su Meng and looked extremely sweet. Wearing a tutu skirt, he looked like a little princess who was favored by the heavens. The two children were really cute. However, if it wasn't for Su Debao's actions, Ning Shu would have really praised the two children's appearance that defied the heavens. As soon as Ning Shu came in, the happy atmosphere froze, as if a cold current swept by. Everyone's eyes were focused on Ning Shu, especially Su Debao, who tilted his head and looked at Ning Shu. His eyes flashed with a sly and mischievous light, but it made Ning Shu's back hair stand up. How is this a child's eyes? Su Debao is really a dangerous existence. He has a smart brain, but he doesn't have a sense of right and wrong. He does things according to his mood. For example, the original Su Ran was pregnant. Su Debao immediately knew that the child in the original Su Ran's belly would threaten the relationship between his father and his mother, and also threaten the position of him and his sister, so he pushed her downstairs. She was really vicious. She had the naivety and cruelty of a child. Ning Shu's impression of Su Meng became even worse. Since she had given birth to a child, she should educate the child and set up a correct worldview for the child. However, Su Meng was busy getting into trouble and being lovable in a daze. Sometimes, Su Debao, who was still a child, had to deal with the aftermath. The money that Su Debao earned was enough for Su Meng to live comfortably. He was like a mature child, but Su Debao felt that he could protect his mother and was very happy with his sister. It was a completely deformed mother-son relationship. Ning Shu walked in as if there was no one around. Madame Xiao stood up. Ning Shu said, "You're back." Ning Shu nodded and went upstairs. Seeing that Ning Shu ignored them like this, Master Xiao and Madame Zhao's face turned ugly. They turned to look at the back of Ning Shu going upstairs. Master Xiao frowned, dissatisfaction flashed across his face. If Madame Xiao didn't have a child in front of her, she would have already scolded Ning Shu. What does it mean to not divorce even if you die? Madame Xiao wasn't so satisfied with Su Meng, but for the sake of a pair of children, she accepted Su Meng. However, Su Ran also didn't have good eyesight. She shouldn't have taken the initiative to divorce. Su Debao's eyes turned and his face immediately smiled. He threw himself into Master Zhao's arms and said, "Grandpa, don't be angry." Debao doesn't want Grandpa to be angry. Mommy said that anger is bad for people's health. Yes, Xiaobao also doesn't want Grandpa to be angry. Su Xiaobao put down the doll and said to Master Xiao. Master Xiao suddenly smiled and touched Su Debao's head. Okay, Grandpa won't be angry. Grandpa doesn't like to be angry. Humph, you only care about whether your grandpa is angry or not. Grandma is also angry. Madame Xiao said this, but her face showed a sincere and kind smile. Su Xiaobao immediately touched Madame Zhao's face with his small hand and said with a serious face, "Grandma, don't be angry. Anger will make you old." Xiaobao hopes that Grandma will always be so beautiful and young. Madame Xiao felt that her heart was about to melt. This was simply the two treasures that God gave to the Xiao family. Ning Shu didn't care about how lovey-dovey the grandfather and grandson were. When he returned to the bedroom, he put away the jewelry on the dressing table and some particularly valuable things. Many of the things were the dowry of the original owner and were very valuable. After the original owner Su Ran was defeated in the Su family, she was kicked out of the house by Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan gave a lot of the original owner's things to Su Meng. He also said that he got back all the things that Su Meng lost. These things should have been Su Meng's. Ning Shu felt like she was drunk. She was so drunk that she couldn't take it. Ning Shu put the jewelry and some precious shares in the bag and then prepared to go to the bank to open a safe. These things were to be left for the cruel and unscrupulous people. Not to mention that the original owner didn't agree, even Ning Shu wanted to vomit. Even Ning Shu, an outsider, couldn't help but feel angry. There was actually such a shameless person in the world. He was simply a strange space carrier. Ning Shu went downstairs with a bag of things. The happy atmosphere that Su Debao and Su Xiaobao tried to create was frozen by Ning Shu. Ning Shu suddenly felt that he had become the king of awkward silence. When he walked to the door, Ning Shu suddenly turned back and said to the people in the living room, "I will be back for lunch. Remember to leave some food for me. I want to eat abalone at noon. Tell the kitchen to leave some for me. It must be left. I had a miscarriage and need to nourish my body." As Ning Shu spoke, his eyes stopped on Su Debao. Su Debao looked at Ning Shu innocently with his head tilted. "Auntie, why are you looking at me? I am not an abalone." Ning Shu looked at Su Debao seriously and said, "You shouldn't call me auntie. You should call me auntie. In ancient times, your mother was a concubine. I am your mother." Su Debao's face suddenly became gloomy. A pair of eyes looked at Ning Shu fiercely. He secretly made a throat-slitting gesture to Ning Shu, which really made people feel cold. Ning Shu's expression didn't change. In the end, he was still a child. He couldn't help but add fuel to the fire. "Remember to call me auntie in the future. Call your mother little mom." Su Debao could hold it in, but Su Xiaobao suddenly burst into tears. "My mother is not my stepmother. No, you bad woman." Seeing their baby crying, the two elders of the Xiao family suddenly panicked and coaxed the crying child. "Su Ran, why are you saying this to a child? What are you saying?" Mrs. Xiao glared at Ning Shu. "Oh, baby, don't cry. Grandma's heart hurts." Ning Shu curled her lips. "Is there any justice? She was just telling the truth. What's wrong with her? Why is her heart so fragile? She allowed Su Meng to do it and didn't let others say it." Chapter 75. Ning Shu was too lazy to look at the grandparent and grandchild affectionate scene. She said to the servant at home, "Remember to get me abalone." Ning Shu's words made the four of them stare at her, especially Su Debao, who looked at Ning Shu with a particularly gloomy expression. Su Xiaobao was coaxing his sister while crying loudly. He looked at Ning Shu through the gaps between his fingers. As long as Ning Shu's eyes met his, he would immediately burst into tears. It was as if he was scared to tears by Ning Shu. He cried pitifully. "Now that the child is crying like this, you still say that it's abalone. Su Ran, have you never eaten abalone in your 8 lifetimes?" Mrs. Xiao coaxed Su Xiaobao while glaring at Ning Shu. "Ning Shu, she really hasn't eaten abalone in her 8 lifetimes. Sure enough, her existence was a mistake. No matter what she did, it was a mistake." Ning Shu turned around and left. She was not going to beg the Xiao family. Even a child as young as her was giving her attitude and scheming behind her back. It must have been hard for the naive Su Meng to give birth to such a scheming child. Could it be that the Xiao family's genes were like this? Toward Ning Shu's attitude, it could be said that the Xiao family's couple was furious. A daughter-in-law was so arrogant. She actually had such an attitude toward the elderly. Look at what kind of daughter-in-law she married. Marry a virtuous wife. How could such a woman be the future matriarch of the Xiao family? Ning Shu didn't care about what others thought. First, she went to the bank to open a safe and locked everything. After everything was done, Ning Shu returned to the Su family to see the father of this body. Ning Shu couldn't believe that a person who had been in the business world for half his life would fall into the hands of Xiao Yan, who was younger than him. And, the protagonist's aura didn't need to be explained. When the supporting characters met the protagonist, their IQ would plummet to below the normal level. Su Ran's father was an elegant middle-aged man with a calm temperament. He looked like a mature and elegant businessman. When he saw Ning Shu, he looked at Ning Shu from head to toe and said, "You've just been discharged from the hospital. Don't run around." Ning Shu smiled and said, "Dad, I'm fine now." Mr. Su frowned when he saw the smile on Ning Shu's face. "How can you still smile in this situation? You can't even protect your own child, falling into the hands of a 6-year-old child. Don't you think it's embarrassing? Are you still my daughter?" Ning Shu secretly curled his lips. "Aren't you going to fall into Xiao Yan's hands in the future?" Not a single strand of hair was left in the Su family. They were all plundered by Xiao Yan. "Father, I was wrong. What else could I have done? Those 2 children have subdued the entire Xiao family. Now, I don't even have a place to stand in the Xiao family." Ning Shu said pitifully. "What a good-for-nothing. You can't even compare with a child." Su Bo frowned tightly. "If this goes on, I'm afraid that the business between the Su family and the Xiao family will collapse." "Dad." Ning Shu looked at Su Bo seriously. "Let's not cooperate with the Xiao family. Now Su Meng and Xiao Yan are in love, and Xiao Yan said that he would avenge Su Meng and her parents. Su Meng always thought that it was you who killed her parents. We should look for a new breakthrough." Ning Shu's face was gloomy, as if he had been betrayed by a man. Su Bo's face changed. He was skeptical about the news and said, "Business is business. Xiao Yan won't destroy the business of 2 families for a woman." Ning Shu responded to Su Bo's words with a smile. For Su Meng, Xiao Yan would do anything. Otherwise, how could he express his love for Su Meng and fulfill the 2 children's wish to be together as a family and their parents love each other? "Since you're married, you should take care of your husband and children. Don't get involved in the business." Su Bo said, "Take good care of yourself and give birth to an heir for the Xiao family. As for Su Meng's 2 children, they are illegitimate children. They can't shake your position." Ning Shu's heart sank. She didn't expect Su Bo to be so stubborn and not believe what she said at all. Could it be that the Su family really couldn't escape the fate of being annexed? Ning Shu thought for a moment and felt that she was too impatient. The business between the Xiao family and the Su family had always been good and nothing had gone wrong. She rashly said that the Xiao family was going to deal with the Su family. Of course, Su Bo didn't believe her. Su Bo probably thought that she was crazy because of the loss of her children and Su Meng, her love rival, so she said such a harmful idea. Ning Shu felt that it was necessary to find evidence to make Su Bo believe her, but she couldn't pin all her hopes on the Su family. She finally understood why the Su family was defeated in an instant. It was because Su Bo trusted the Xiao family too much and didn't expect that Xiao Yan would destroy the Su family in one fell swoop. "Ran Air, do you want to have lunch at home?" Madame Su asked Ning Shu. Ning Shu shook her head. She had achieved her goal today. "I'm not eating at home." Ning Shu said to Su Bo seriously, "Father, soon, the Xiao family will develop a piece of land. It's said that it's planned by the Zheng family. When the time comes, the Su family will definitely be involved. This case is Xiao Yan's plan to deal with the He family. Maybe I'm overthinking, but father, please be careful." Ning Shu reminded Su Bo that if the Su family's path didn't work, there were other paths to take. After spending a short time with Su Bo, Ning Shu found that Su Bo was actually a person who looked down on women. Moreover, his daughter was married. Strictly speaking, she wasn't a member of the Su family. Su Bo was probably still angry that he suddenly came back to sow discord between the 2 families. Ning Shu thought about it and felt that it was quite boring. He came back with good intentions, but in the end, Su Bo didn't appreciate it at all. When Ning Shu was about to leave, the brother of the original Su Ran came back. Su Lan was currently studying in university. When she saw Ning Shu call her sister, her gaze moved to Ning Shu's stomach. Ning Shu said, "Sister, don't be too sad. It's all because the child is immature." Ning Shu narrowed his eyes. How could he say that? Ning Shu looked at Su Lan. Su Lan looked like Su Bo. She was wearing a white shirt and looked gentle. She had a noble aura around her. She was the school hunk. Who told you that Su Debao was careless? Ning Shu frowned and looked at Su Lan. Su Lan's face showed a disapproving expression. Cousin Su Meng has already explained to me that the child was careless. Sister, you're very sad that you lost your child, but you can't push all the blame to an immature child. These words were directly saying that even if you want to frame someone, don't frame a child. Ning Shu looked up to the sky and roared in his heart. Another man kneeling under the halo of Mary Sue. Under the halo of Mary Sue, all men kneel or become cannon fodder. Ning Shu felt his heart twitching. A feeling of sadness filled his heart. His own brother didn't believe him. Instead, he spoke up for Su Meng. The original Su Meng was angry and helpless facing such a brother. She hated Su Meng even more. However, Ning Shu only had one feeling. She wanted to slap this kid. Chapter 76. Ning Shu didn't expect the original owner's younger brother to be such a joker. Could this be the plot? A good person would appear in the enemy's camp? A good person in Su Meng's eyes? Ning Shu looked at Su Lan. She was a little fresh meat with a clean temperament, not as cool and arrogant as the male lead Xiao Yan. TSK, so this is the future master of the Su family. Everything in the Su family will be inherited by Su Lan. Su Lan, apologize to your sister. Madame Su saw her daughter's unkind expression. She's your sister. How can you just listen to what Su Meng says? Madame Su loved her son dearly, but her daughter was also her own flesh and blood. Now that they quarreled because of Su Meng, Madame Su hated Su Meng even more. Su Lan frowned and straightened her neck. It's my sister's fault. Everyone is sad that we lost our child, but it's wrong of her to frame someone else. Ning Shu rolled his eyes and sneered in his heart. He walked in front of Su Lan. She wasn't as tall as Su Lan, but when she looked up at Su Lan's heart trembled. Her eyes were very cold, making Su Lan's heart flutter. Ning Shu frowned and looked at Su Lan. Were you there? Do you know how it happened? Before Su Lan could speak, Ning Shu's hand slapped Su Lan's face, causing her head to tilt to the side. Su Lan turned her head and looked at Ning Shu with resentment. Ning Shu's slap stunned everyone present. Su Bo's face turned ugly. His daughter hit his son, especially now that his daughter was married. Even if it was someone from another family, now that they came to meddle in his family's affairs, they even dared to enter his house and hit people. Su Bo coldly snorted, but it didn't make Ning Shu feel anything. People always save themselves, then the heavens save them. Ning Shu didn't have a good impression of Su Bo. This mission couldn't start with the Su family. An old-fashioned head of the family, a man who knelt under the halo of the female lead, Mary Su, deserved to be defeated. On the contrary, Su Ran and Madame Su were both women, so they could resist the halo of Mary Su to a certain extent. But in Su Lan's heart, her sister and mother were the bad guys. Madame Su looked at Ning Shu and said, "What are you doing? You're making your family sad and your enemies happy." Ning Shu smiled and ignored Su Lan's resentful eyes. He raised his hand and gave Su Lan a big slap. "You're already an adult, but you don't even have the ability to understand right and wrong. Without the Su family, you're just scum." He was just relying on the Su family's support, living a life that was above the common populace, just like a noble young master. Once Xiao Yan plundered the Su family, this noble young master would have to eat dirt. People like Su Lan couldn't even catch up with the heat of the feces. She looked like a little bottom, just looking like someone who was suppressed by others. Ning Shu looked down on brainless people like Su Lan the most. They were played around by women. He estimated that before Xiao Yan made a move, Su Lan would offer up the Su family with both hands to resolve the hatred of the previous generation and make up for the grievances of the female lead. The halo of Mary Su was really powerful. "Why did you hit me, Su Ran? People like you deserve to be loved by no one. You're cold and selfish. Your life is so poor, and your heart is so vicious. Half of Su Ran's face was swollen. Ning Shu thought, how did such a perverted person come into being? Ning Shu laughed and raised his hand to give Su Lan another slap. Ning Shu suddenly realized that he had fallen in love with the feeling of slapping one side of the face. The two sides of her face formed a sharp contrast. I hit you to tell you that I don't need anyone, and I don't need your love. I hit you because you slandered me. Ning Shu blew on his hand. What are you talking about? Don't forget that Su Mang is your cousin. Looking at you, I would think that you've fallen in love with her. What nonsense are you talking about? Su Lan anxiously shouted at Ning Shu with a pale face, your thoughts are so dirty. Who are you shouting at? Ning Shu raised his hand and gave the emotional Su Lan another slap. Su Bo stood up and shouted, enough. What do you want? Su Bo's gaze lingered between Ning Shu and Su Lan, and finally stopped on Ning Shu. As a married woman, you should take good care of your in-laws and husband. Why are you throwing a tantrum so easily? What happened to the etiquette that you were taught since you were young? Dad. Ning Shu didn't even want to call him dad now. He wasn't his dad to begin with. Ning Shu always thought that if you were good to him, he would be good to you. There was no such thing as love or hate for no reason in this world. Other than Madame Su, Ning Shu didn't like the father and son of the Su family. Before I leave, I have something to say. Ning Shu pointed at Su Lan, whose half-face was swollen, with a look of disdain. If the heir of the Su family is like this, he might as well be swallowed up by the Shao family. Anyway, looking at him like this, Su Mang is his family. She doesn't even have feelings for me, her sister. As for you two, TSK. Su Ran, you vicious woman, are you crazy? Su Lan listened to Ning Shu's words, you said that I don't treat you as my sister, but now you're saying that I'm your younger brother. I don't treat you as my younger brother. Ning Shu lightly said, because in your heart, Su Mang is your sister. Naturally, I won't treat you as my younger brother. Ning Shu raised his hand. Su Lan shivered, thinking that Ning Shu was going to hit him again, and took 2 steps back. Look at you, you have the words spare tire written on your head. In the future, don't make a fuss in front of me. Otherwise, every time I see you, I'll hit you once. Ning Shu lightly said. Don't try to reason with this kind of brainless person. Otherwise, they will use their rich experience to defeat you. However, if you want to ask, why do these men obediently let Ning Shu hit them? That's because Ning Shu would retreat to a safe position every time she hit them. If the men were shameless, they could chase her around the house and hit her. Obviously, Su Lan was not such a person. He would not do such a thing. Moreover, Su Lan's reflexes were not sharp. After being hit by Ning Shu, he would only look at her with shocked and resentful eyes. Therefore, Ning Shu despised him even more. Ning Shu came out of the Su family and looked up at the sky. This time, he couldn't start with the Su family. He had to find a new entrance. The Su family was not the only one he could cooperate with. Moreover, Ning Shu's current intention was to make the Su family suffer. Ning Shu was not an emotionless machine. She also had her own emotions. During the mission, she would also have her own preferences. The host wanted to protect the Su family and prevent the Shao family from annexing it. If the Shao family was destroyed, they naturally couldn't annex the Su family. Originally, she wanted to join hands with the Su family, but the Su family obviously looked down on her as a married daughter. There was nothing to talk about with the Su family. Ning Shu probably would not come to the Su family in the future. Ning Shu decided to sell the dowry shares that the Su family gave her and the shares that the Shao family gave to her daughter-in-law. They were all exchanged for real money to complete the great task of destroying the Shao family. P.S. Some students think that the school doctor and Li Wen are the same person. The author kneels down to the student's imagination. One has a venomous tongue and nitpicky OCD, wanton and unrestrained love of freedom, and the other has a deep and expressionless face, seemingly emotional yet ruthless person. How could they be the same person? Chapter 77. Ning Shu decided to sell the ancient shares of the Shao family and the Su family. The money he got was the real deal. The president, whose face was swollen after being beaten by Ning Shu, went to see Su Meng with a swollen face. Su Meng didn't recognize Xiao Yan at all and screamed for help. Xiao Yan could only look at Su Meng with an evil look and said incoherently with a swollen face, "It's me, I'm Xiao Yan." Su Meng was stunned and asked anxiously, "What's wrong with you?" Xiao Yan wanted to smile evilly, but the wound on his face was pulled and he grimaced in pain. After a long time, he said, "Are you concerned about me?" "Humph." Su Meng snorted and turned her head away from Xiao Yan. "I have nothing to do with you. Why should I care about you? I don't want to see you." "Humph, go away." Xiao Yan smiled. "I know you care about me. Why can't you admit it? You have your wife to care about. It's not my turn to care about you." Su Meng curled her lips and pouted, which made Xiao Yan swallow a mouthful of saliva. "Don't mention that bitch Su ran to me. My face is all because of that bitch." Xiao Yan gnashed his teeth and said in a gloomy and resentful voice. Su Meng covered her mouth in surprise and stared at Xiao Yan with her almond-shaped eyes. Xiao Yan was a little distracted by Su Meng's look. "Although I hate Su Ran very much, I also know that Su Ran loves you very much. How could she hit you? She is too cruel. How could she hit you like this?" Su Meng said as she reached out her hand and gently touched Xiao Yan's face. Xiao Yan's eyes lit up. Previously, Su Meng had been very angry about Su Ran's pregnancy. Ever since that bitch Su Ran started her confinement period, she had ignored him. Now that she took the initiative to show concern for him, Xiao Yan immediately grabbed Su Meng's hand and hissed, "My face hurts." "Ah." Su Meng opened her eyes wide and looked at Xiao Yan with watery eyes. "Did I hurt you? I'll go find some medicine for you." Xiao Yan grabbed Su Meng, who was about to go look for the medicine, and pulled her into his arms. He looked at Su Meng with sparkling eyes and said softly, "You are my medicine. When I see you, I don't feel pain anymore." As he spoke, he kissed Su Meng. At first, Su Meng struggled a little. Her eyes widened in shock, and then she closed her eyes. Xiao Yan pressed Su Meng down on the sofa and rubbed her body. Su Meng's face turned pink as she moaned, Don't. This sound made Xiao Yan incomparably excited. His lower body was in high spirits, but it also made Xiao Yan hiss in pain. His lower body felt like it was being torn apart, making Xiao Yan feel as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him. Su Ran, this despicable woman. He had already waited for the doctor to confirm that he was fine before coming to look for Su Meng. After being kicked by Su Ran, it was a little swollen. The doctor had already reduced the swelling, but he did not expect that it would be so painful when it hardened. Su Meng wriggled in Xiao Yan's arms and moaned. She opened her hazy eyes and looked at the man on top of her. Xiao Yan endured the pain. He should have kissed Su Meng's lips, but instead, he kissed her forehead. Xiao Yan looked at Su Meng tenderly. "I will wait until you truly accept me. I want to give you a real wedding night." Su Meng blinked her eyes and then realized that something was wrong. She pushed Xiao Yan away and gathered her collar. She widened her eyes and shouted at Xiao Yan, "What did you do to me? You have a wife. How can you do such a thing to me?" "Humph, big pervert," Su Meng said hatefully to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan reached out and pulled Su Meng to his side. Su Meng struggled and hit Xiao Yan's chest with her little fist. "Let go of me, you big pervert." "Yes, I'm a big pervert. What's wrong with me doing such a thing to my wife?" Xiao Yan looked at Su Meng seriously. "You are my only wife in this life." Su Meng's body suddenly froze. She raised her head and looked at Xiao Yan. "You are lying to me. Don't you have a cousin? Remember, I have nothing to do with you." No, we have nothing to do with each other. You are my cousin-in-law. My wife will always be you. As for Su Ran, I will deal with her. Xiao Yan said gloomily. Not only Su Ran, but also the Su family. I will take revenge for all the grievances you have suffered. I will also avenge my father-in-law and mother-in-law. Su Meng's face blushed and she was a little touched. Then she said coquettishly, who are your father-in-law and mother-in-law? Don't call them that. I have never thought of marrying you. Xiao Yan made a lot of promises to Su Meng. The two people were very affectionate, but there was a little shadow in Xiao Yan's heart, which was his lifeblood. Coming out of Su Meng's small apartment, Xiao Yan went to the hospital. As long as he thought of this, Xiao Yan thought of the woman he hated, the person who was nominally his wife. When he heard the doctor say that it was not wasted, Xiao Yan breathed a sigh of relief and asked why it was so painful when there was a reaction. The doctor said that he had to pay more attention to recuperation and should not have sex in the next 2 months. Su Ran, this bitch. Xiao Yan stepped on the gas and went back to the Xiao family, but Ning Shu arrived home before Xiao Yan. When Ning Shu arrived home, the house was quiet. Even Mr. Xiao and Mrs. Xiao were not at home. He also did not see Su Debao and Su Xiaobao. Ning Shu pulled a servant and asked, "Where are the others in the house?" Seeing that it was the young madam, the servant looked a little indifferent and said, "I don't know." "Oh, anyone in the Xiao family could despise her." Ning Shu grabbed the servant's arm and asked coldly, "Where are they?" "I'm asking you a question." The servant was frightened by Ning Shu's cold face. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by a roar. Su Ran, Ning Shu picked his ears. The voice sounded a little familiar. Ning Shu turned his head and saw Xiao Yan, whose face was still bruised. Xiao Yan walked quickly to Ning Shu. Ning Shu roared, "Su Ran, you vicious woman. What's wrong with the servant? Are you starting to abuse the servant now?" Ning Shu sneered. Seeing such a perverted person, he did not want to open his eyes. Now, she had even accused her of being evil. What the fuck was this? Xiao Yan looked at Ning Shu with undisguised disgust and hatred in his eyes. As long as he thought of the doctor's words, Xiao Yan wanted to tear Ning Shu apart. His beloved woman suffered because of such a vicious, greedy and hypocritical woman. Such a person could not even be compared to Su Meng's hair. When the servant saw Xiao Yan, he quickly said, young master, and young miss are in the hospital. Now master and madam are in the hospital." Chapter 78. When Xiao Yan heard that the 2 babies were sent to the hospital, his face instantly changed and his eyes turned red. Ning Shu roared, "What did you do this time?" Ning Shu was speechless. "What did I do? What did I do? I don't even know why." Su Ran, "If anything happens to the 2 children, I will bury you with them." Xiao Yan looked at Ning Shu with hatred, turned around and got into the car to go to the hospital. Ning Shu was in a mess. He covered his heart and felt very tired. Why did he feel that the people in this world were so unreasonable and so willful? "Which hospital?" Ning Shu asked the servant lightly. When the servant saw how disgusted the eldest young master was with the young madam, she looked at Ning Shu with even more disdain. It was the same no matter where one bowed to the superior and stepped on the inferior. The servant said unhappily, "I don't know which hospital she is in." Ning Shu looked at the servant indifferently, "I ask you, which hospital? Even if I have no status in this family, I still have the qualification to dismiss you." "In the central hospital," the servant quickly said. Ning Shu planned to go and see what the situation was. The 2 children were sent to the hospital at the same time. Even Su Debao, who had a high IQ, was sent to the hospital. When Ning Shu arrived at the central hospital, he heard Su Meng's heart-wrenching cry from far away in the corridor. Ning Shu's heart moved. Were the 2 babies going to die? Impossible. These 2 were important tools to improve the relationship between Xiao Yan and Su Meng. That's right, tools. In Ning Shu's view, these two children were Su Meng's golden fingers. Su Debao was the breadwinner of the family, and Su Xiaobao was the one who acted spoiled and cute. The two children could clear the obstacles in front of Su Meng. Before they married into the family, they had already won the favor of Su Meng's parents-in-law and helped Su Meng get rid of his annoying wife with his father. This was not a child. This was a complete freak. It was too illogical. Ning Shu walked over and saw Su Meng, who was usually delicate and pretty, on the verge of fainting from crying in Xiao Yan's arms. Xiao Yan kept comforting Su Meng, looking anxious. Old Master Xiao and Madame Xiao were sitting on the chairs, unable to sit still. Ning Shu walked over and successfully received everyone's disgusted gazes. Ning Shu felt very bitter in his heart. It was not easy to be hated by everyone. What are you doing here? Xiao Yan raised his chin and looked at Ning Shu. Don't mess with me, or you'll have to bear the consequences. Ning Shu frowned. She really didn't know how to communicate with these people. Couldn't they talk nicely? They were always yelling and acting cool and arrogant. Ning Shu really couldn't stand it. Su Meng, who was leaning in Xiao Yan's arms, looked at Ning Shu with red eyes and said sadly, Su Ran, the child is innocent. If you have any dissatisfaction, you can come at me. I just hope that you won't hurt my child. Ning Shu, can you get out of the arms of someone else's husband? Don't you think it's disgusting to lean in the arms of someone else's husband and say this? Ning Shu said indifferently. What did I do to your child? If she had done something to bear such a crime, Ning Shu wouldn't say anything. But now, she didn't even know what had happened. She was confused and these people were blaming her. He was about to be driven crazy by others. Su Meng stared at Ning Shu with her eyes wide open. Her big almond-shaped eyes were clear and innocent. She emotionally withdrew from Xiao Yan's arms, tears streaming down her face. Don't come near me. I just want my child to be fine. Xiao Yan looked at Su Meng with pity and tried to hold Su Meng. It's okay. Our child will be fine. Su Meng struggled in Xiao Yan's arms and cried, Don't touch me. If I get close to you, my child will be hurt. I don't want anything to happen to my child. Xiao Yan, please let me and my child go. Ning Shu, help, Puff. Ning Shu supported herself against the wall with one hand and covered her heart with the other. She was really upset. The protagonist was really capricious and yelled in the hospital. She didn't care much about the two children and could leave them with the Xiao family. She didn't need to worry about the two children at all. Su Meng, who was already a mother of two children, was still living like a young girl. Now she was acting like this again. Ning Shu felt that she was going to vomit blood. Alright, stop fooling around. Old Master Xiao spoke up to stop the two people's tragic drama. Xiao Yan comforted Su Meng helplessly and asked Mr. Xiao, Father, what's wrong with the two children? Ning Shu almost laughed out loud. She was so focused on acting out the scene of life and death with Su Meng that she didn't even know what was going on with her own child. He felt drunk. Mrs. Xiao glared at Ning Shu, who couldn't help laughing, and said to Ning Shu angrily, It's all your fault. Why did you want to eat abalone? You greedy woman. Ning Shu, what does it have to do with me? Mother, what's going on? Xiao Yan stared at Ning Shu viciously. Sure enough, Su Ran, you are really vicious. You won't even let the children go. It's all this woman's fault. She wanted to eat abalone. At noon, the two children ate too much abalone and couldn't digest it. Now they came to the hospital to vomit. Mrs. Xiao glared at Ning Shu. Mr. Xiao also said, Don't have abalone in the house in the future. Ning Shu, Mama, I want to go home. The people here are all crazy. Xiao Yan looked at Ning Shu with disgust. Ning Shu sneered and said, I wasn't the one who forced them to eat it. I wasn't the one who forced them to eat it. Or was it me who poisoned the abalone? What did it have to do with her? You're still quibbling. If you didn't scare Xiao Bao to tears, the children wouldn't have indigestion. Mrs. Xiao sneered and said. Ning Shu, she felt so tired. Why were the people in this world so crazy? Where was their logic? Where was their worldview? They blamed everything on her, but these people still acted as if it was natural. They were crazy. Ning Shu felt very bitter. He felt like a normal person living in a crazy world. What were these people's brains used for? Ning Shu thought for a while and understood. She guessed that when she went out and said that she wanted to eat abalone, the two mischievous children didn't want to let her eat it. Then, they ate it themselves and didn't want to leave any for this despicable woman. Children were prone to indigestion. Now, these two children were in the hospital. The abalone was innocent. She was innocent too. No one saw the intentions behind these two children's actions. They were pranks and malicious thoughts. Ning Shu felt that he deserved it for courting death like this. Su Ran, I won't allow you to hurt my children again. Xiao Yan looked at Ning Shu. I want to divorce you, evil woman. Dream on. He wouldn't divorce her even if he died. Chapter 79. When Ning Shu heard Xiao Yan talk about divorce, she immediately objected. If she divorced Xiao Yan, her task would be over. She had put up with these idiots for so long, and she couldn't lose the task. At least, she couldn't break off the marriage with Xiao Yan in this world. Looking at the arrogant Xiao Yan, Ning Shu said fiercely, if you say this again, I'll beat you. Ning Shu's words stunned everyone. Xiao Yan's face swelled to a purple hue. Su Ran, you vicious woman, I'll never fall in love with you. Don't try to bind me with marriage. Xiao Yan roared at Ning Shu, I will never fall in love with you in this life or the next life, you vicious woman. Ning Shu was almost deafened by Xiao Yan's voice. He picked his ears and said, keep your voice down. You're so noisy that you'll disturb the vomit-inducing doctor inside. If you don't pay attention, the vomit-inducing tube will puncture your baby's stomachs. Xiao Yan's heart swelled because of Ning Shu's words, but he had to worry about the two babies, so he looked depressed as if he was constipated. You. Mrs. Xiao pointed at Ning Shu and said, you're threatening people. Mr. Xiao also looked at Ning Shu unkindly. Obviously, he thought that Ning Shu had offended the dignity of men and his son. Su Meng walked to Xiao Yan, and Ning Shu said, cousin, Xiao Yan doesn't love you. Why are you so persistent? You want to stay in a marriage without love. A marriage without love is a grave. Ning Shu looked at Su Meng coldly and said, I have a grave, but you can only die in the wild. You don't even have a grave. You. Su Meng stamped her feet angrily and said, I'm just trying to persuade you because we're both women. Don't be ungrateful. Can you not steal other people's husbands for the sake of women? Ning Shu was about to kneel down in front of Su Meng. This logic, this worldview. Ning Shu felt that he was quite powerful when he stood beside someone else's husband and advised them to leave if there was no love between them. However, he was still disgusted by these people. Don't say anything more, Su Ran. I'll prepare the document. You just need to sign it. Xiao Yan seemed to be very dignified and said in a very high and mighty manner. At this moment, the two vomit-inducing children were pushed out. They were lying on the hospital beds, their breathing shallow. Their faces were pale, and even their eyes were dim. Everyone no longer cared about the topic of divorce. They all surrounded the child on the hospital bed. Su Meng looked at the two precious eggs and cried loudly as if she was about to die. Ning Shu glanced at the side and then left. She didn't have time to waste on these idiots. Ning Shu only had one thought in her mind. She wanted to leave this world as soon as possible, even if the points were a little less. She really didn't want to stay in this world anymore. This world was really too much. It completely revolved around the main character. If the main character felt that it was right, then it was right. If the main character said that it was wrong, then it was wrong. In such a willful and unreasonable world, normal people would be driven crazy. Ning Shu was sitting in a coffee shop. She was waiting for someone. Ning Shu raised her wrist and looked at her watch. Damn, half an hour had already passed. She didn't have any sense of time at all. The person she was waiting for was late. After looking around the coffee shop, Ning Shu walked over. Sorry, something came up at the company. That's why I'm late. The man sitting opposite her, Ning Shu, apologized. Ning Shu laughed in her heart. If it was the female lead, would you be willing to let her wait for so long? Alright, if it wasn't the female lead's life, then there was no need to be pretentious. The man sitting opposite her was a male supporting character. He looked elegant and noble, and his entire body was filled with a bone-deep gentleness and elegance. However, Ning Shu could only see the words gentle supporting male lead written on his forehead in gold. In this day and age, if there was nothing wrong with you, you couldn't be the male lead. For example, the incomparably Chinibyu Xiao Yan had become the male lead, and Li Xiuwen had become the male supporting character. Elegant, gentle, gentlemanly. These were the qualities that a good man should have. Why did a pair of lame eyes fall for that? Xiao Yan. Li Xiuwen was wearing a silver suit. Sitting opposite Ning Shu, he was as beautiful as a painting. His fingers were long and slender, and his knuckles were smooth. Why were the male lead and male supporting characters so lame that they fell for the female lead? Could it be that all men liked naive and muddle-headed women? Was it fun to follow behind the muddle-headed female lead and clean up her mess? You are. Li Xiuwen looked at Ning Shu. His voice was as gentle as water, clear and pleasant to the ears. Ning Shu felt that it was impossible for the other party not to know who she was. She was the female lead's love rival, and Xiao Yan was his love rival. Ning Shu didn't think that Li Xiuwen wouldn't know who she was. What's there to pretend for? We're both revolutionary comrades who want but can't get what we want. We're walking further and further down the path of cannon fodder. Ning Shu coughed, cleared her throat, and went straight to the point. I'm Xiao Yan's wife, I'm Ning. Su Ran, Su Ran. Li Xiuwen nodded, and looked at the watch on his wrist. Why are you looking for me? I think I'll be leaving. She made him wait for half an hour, and he had to leave in less than 5 minutes. Ning Shu took back her evaluation of Li Xiuwen. What gentlemanly! What gentlemanly! They were all shit. They were all aimed at the female lead. Don't, handsome. You're leaving so soon. You didn't make me wait for half an hour for nothing. At least let me say something. Ning Shu's words were a bit impolite. Li Xiuwen's slanted eyebrows frowned. In that case, please say it. Ning Shu sensed that Li Xiuwen's attitude towards her was a bit impatient. Su Meng must have said something bad about her in front of this guy. She must have said that she was vicious and hypocritical. Ning Shu could recite all of these words. I'm here to cooperate with you. Ning Shu said directly. I know you like Su Meng, but Su Meng gave birth to 2 children for Xiao Yan. The 2 men are so outstanding. I think Su Meng will have difficulty choosing. Li Xiuwen looked at Ning Shu with a faint smile. Then how should we cooperate? Fuck, he agreed so quickly. Ning Shu saw the smile on Li Xiuwen's face. What was the meaning of this fake smile? Ning Shu originally wanted to leave, but thinking that there was someone even more disgusting than Li Xiuwen, Ning Shu held back. She talked to Li Xiuwen and said, if the Xiao family is gone, do you think Su Meng will choose Xiao Yan? Li Xiuwen's eyes flashed. He shook his head and said, Miss Su, we can't cooperate at all. I won't do anything that will make Meng Meng suffer. Ning Shu clutched her chest and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. She had completely forgotten that the supporting male character was also a man who knelt under the halo of the female lead, Mary Su. He was the type who was heavily poisoned. He was incomparably passionate and would not stop until he died. Ning Shu looked at Li Xiuwen. How noble was this? Li Xiuwen looked at the woman opposite him. Her expression became very interesting. Her expression was so complicated that he could not describe it. Chapter 80. Ning Shu felt that her head had been kicked by a donkey, that's why she was so stupid to work with the supporting male lead. Could it be that idiocy was contagious, and she had already been infected? Speaking of the supporting male lead, Li Xiuwen, his qualifications were good, his family background was good, and he had good looks. Once he saw the female lead, he fell in love with her. When he was studying abroad, he met the pregnant Su Meng, and then took care of her until she came back. After she came back, Su Meng and Xiao Yan were together. Li Xiuwen became the female lead's good brother, and often made the male lead jealous. What kind of moral integrity was this? Li Xiuwen looked at the woman opposite him. Her expression changed a lot, and he didn't know what she was thinking. Li Xiuwen stretched out his smooth fingers and knocked on the table, making a rhythmic knocking sound, which woke up Ning Shu, who was in her own imagination. What do you want to say? Sorry, I have to go first. Li Xiuwen's expression was a little gloomy. Ning Shu guessed that the other party didn't want to see her, this evil woman. Could she just kill those people, and then the mission would be considered complete? Ding! Ning Shu's brain suddenly rang with the sound of electric current. This feeling was too familiar, it had been a long time since she heard the system's voice. What the player thought is not valid, it doesn't conform to the rules of this world. Player, please dispel this thought. The original owner's soul was to change her life, and not to wake up in a women's prison. The system's voice was mechanical and cold, but for some reason, Ning Shu felt that she was ridiculed by the system. Li Xiuwen looked at the woman opposite him again. Her face was twisted, and Li Xiuwen felt that this woman was definitely crazy. Li Xiuwen shook his head and stood up, preparing to leave. He thought to himself, Xiao Yan's wife is actually crazy. When Li Xiuwen stood up, Ning Shu finally reacted. She stretched out her hand and grabbed Li Xiuwen's arm, pulling him back to sit down. She said coldly, I say, what do you mean by this? I haven't even said anything, and you keep making a fuss about leaving. You've had enough. It won't be too late to leave after I'm done talking. Ning Shu looked at Li Xiuwen and said directly, I want to work with you to destroy the Xiao family. I'll give you half of the stolen money as fast as possible. Li Xiuwen raised his eyebrows. Why should I cooperate with you? And what right do you have to talk about cooperation? And you actually want half of the Xiao family's huge corporation. Li Xiu was just short of saying, can you be a little more shameless? Ning Shu sneered. She took out a stack of RMB from her bag and slammed it on the table. I have money. Let's cooperate. But I don't think I gained anything. Li Xiuwen shrugged. I spent so much effort to destroy the Xiao family, and in the end, I have to give half of it to you. Ning Shu almost spat on the handsome face in front of him. He said very unhappily, don't be unsatisfied. You can get a girl. You got Su Meng. What else do you want? You can get Su Meng. What else are you not satisfied with? She was supposed to be the female lead, but in the end, she ended up with a supporting male character like you. You've really hit the jackpot. You've definitely defied the heavens and changed your fate. You've changed your life as a supporting male character, but you still aren't satisfied. Didn't you get Xiao Yan too? Li Xiuwen said indifferently. Pfft. Ning Shu almost spat on Li Xiuwen's face this time. He spat out all the coffee in his mouth. Half of it was because he was shocked, and the other half was because he was disgusted. He, Ning Shu's mouth twitched and he sneered. He collected all the RMB on the table and put it in his bag. Li Xiuwen saw Ning Shu's actions and asked in surprise, aren't we discussing how to destroy the Xiao family? You look like you're planning to leave. Handsome, I'm leaving first. Ning Shu said expressionlessly. You deserve to be a supporting male character for the rest of your life. Li Xiuwen blocked in front of Ning Shu. Sit down. We're discussing. Take out all the money in your bag. Let me see how much money you have. No. Ning Shu said righteously. It's not safe to take it out. I'm afraid that someone will steal my money. Li Xiuwen looked at Ning Shu as if he was looking at a lunatic. In the end, Ning Shu and Li Xiuwen reluctantly reached an agreement. Why was it reluctantly? The supporting male character, this bastard, actually wanted to reduce her benefits to 10%. He was just casually giving her a little. Ning Shu couldn't tolerate this at all. If he could get the beauty, even if he lost all his family assets, he would still have profited. In the end, Ning Shu used all kinds of methods and finally reached 40% of the benefits. Friendly reminder, don't find a shell company to fish for her. In front of Su Meng, you still have to pay attention to your pure and innocent image. Ning Shu patted Li Xiuwen's shoulder and left. Ning Shu returned to the Xiao family. The house was very quiet. Ning Shu felt very happy. The two elders of the Xiao family stayed in the hospital to take care of Jin's son, and Xiao Yan didn't come back either. Ning Shu's liver and lungs were very happy, but Xiao Yan felt very sad. His children were lying on the bed like this. Looking at Su Meng's red and swollen eyes, Xiao Yan felt that if he didn't do anything, he wouldn't be worthy of being a man. Xiao Yan felt that the Su family was very annoying now. They had made so much money from the Xiao family, but they still raised such a vicious woman like Su Ran. Especially Su Bo, that old bastard, actually killed Su Meng's parents. He had to get justice for Su Meng. In the end, Xiao Yan still cooperated with the plot. But this time, there was a shadow in Su Bo's heart. He didn't take out all of the Su family's money. He kept some of his family's assets. He still didn't believe that the Xiao family would do such a thing to their teammate. When Mrs. Su called Ning Shu to tell him about this, Ning Shu just kept silent and didn't say anything. Since the Su family trusted the Xiao family and Xiao Yan so much, then let the Su family suffer a loss. Ning Shu didn't want to spend so much effort to protect the Su family, only to be pushed to Su Meng by his brainless brother. That would be a terrible thing. Ning Shu asked Li Xiuwen to act quickly. Now Xiao Yan had already acted. When Xiao Yan was at his proudest, when he was full of himself, he would give him a blow. Su Debao and Su Xiaobao, who were sick, took advantage of their illness to act coquettishly and play cute. They tried their best to bring the two together and cultivate the relationship between Su Meng and Xiao Yan. For a time, the ward was filled with the voices of the two children and pink bubbles of love. The two elders looked at each other and smiled. The picture was harmonious and beautiful, like a loving family. Every time Xiao Yan looked at Su Meng with a burning gaze. When Su Meng took something, he deliberately held Su Meng's hand, making Su Meng blush. Especially in a hidden place in the hospital, the two hugged and kissed sweetly. Not far away, there were two children watching with a mischievous expression. Chapter 81. Su Meng and Xiao Yan's relationship quickly heated up. They broke through the last line of defense and rolled around together. As for Ning Shu, the official wife, she lived alone in a spacious house. Even her voice echoed. However, Ning Shu was very comfortable. As long as the two of them did not do it in front of her, Ning Shu could pretend that she did not know anything. When Ning Shu saw Li Xiuwen's dark face, she was gloating in her heart. Ning Shu had only experienced 2 worlds before this. In the first world, she was lucky enough to meet the perverted genetic scientist and school doctor with the codename Madman. In the second world, she used the identity of a princess and solved the problem with a whip. She had not experienced a business war yet. Therefore, Ning Shu participated in the plan to destroy the Xiao family. Ning Shu was now trying to learn as much as possible. If she had the ability to build a business empire, she would not need to cooperate with Li Xiuwen. Ning Shu had to learn. When he saw Ning Shu, Li Xiuwen's face was very ugly. Seeing that Ning Shu acted as if nothing had happened, he could not help but say, "Your husband is cheating. Why don't you do anything?" Ning Shu was also speechless. The person you liked was sleeping with someone else. What was the use of being angry with me? Didn't I tell you to speed up? With the speed of their passion, it is normal for them to roll around together. If there is a first time, there will be a second time. There will be many times in the future. You will get used to it. Ning Shu comforted Li Xiuwen. In the beginning, Su Meng did not accept Xiao Yan. Although she gave birth to 2 children for him, Su Meng was still very reserved. Now that her relationship with Xiao Yan was progressing smoothly, they would definitely deepen their relationship. The living room, the sofa, the kitchen, could be the scene of passion. Ning Shu comforted Li Xiuwen as if he was looking at a green-haired turtle. Li Xiuwen was not comforted by Ning Shu. Instead, his face became even uglier. He looked at Ning Shu in disbelief. Your husband is with another woman. You still, Li Xiuwen didn't know how to describe Ning Shu. He tapped his fingers on the table in frustration. You love your Xiao Yan so much that you don't even care when he's with other women. Love my ass, she loves Xiao Yan. Even a fool could tell that she didn't love Xiao Yan. Did it mean that everything she did had to be related to love? Why didn't she say that she was interested in the Xiao family's money? Alright, the supporting male lead had already been provoked to the point of insanity. Ning Shu only said, let's act quickly. Otherwise, their relationship will only get better and better. You know. Ning Shu's Li Xiuwen raised his eyebrows, looking a little wretched. Li Xiuwen took a deep breath and pointed at the door. Get lost, Ning Shu shook his head and walked away. When he returned to the Xiao family, the servant told Ning Shu that someone was waiting for him in the living room. Ning Shu walked into the living room and saw the Su family sitting on the sofa waiting for her. Seeing Ning Shu, Madame Su forced a smile on her face and asked, Ran Air, how have you been recently? Ning Shu's Madame Su smiled and said, very good. Since the last time Ning Shu went to the Su family and beat up the original owner's brother, Ning Shu never returned to the Su family. It felt like they would never talk to each other again. Now that she suddenly came looking for him, Ning Shu thought for a moment and knew that it was about the cooperation. He would rather believe Xiao Yan than his daughter. What was the use of looking for her now? It was useless. Ahem. Su Bo coughed and said, Ran Air, you knew about this beforehand? Su Bo's eyes were a little complicated, and then he said with a little decadence, this time the Su family really suffered a great loss. Our family's assets are not even 1/10 of what it was before. Ning Shu faintly said, oh, without any expression. The situation now was much better than in the plot. The original Su family was fragmented. At that time, Su Bo directly took Su Lan and ran away, leaving the original owner and Madame Su behind. The 2 weak women became prostitutes. It could be said that she, a vicious cannon fodder, was reduced to such a situation. It could be said that she vented her hatred, but Su Debao still came to the nightclub to humiliate her. So, was it really good for such a small child to go to the nightclub? And because he was the son of President Xiao Yan, Su Debao made things difficult for him, and the nightclub refused to accept her. She grew up spoiled and had no means to make a living. In the end, Su Ran was poor, and died of a heart disease. It felt like she was drunk. Can you tell Xiao Yan to borrow some money from the Xiao family, so that the Su family has some liquid funds? Su Bo said. Ning Shu directly rolled his eyes. They were clearly messing with her, and they still wanted to lend her money. Even if Xiao Yan was a moron, he wouldn't lend her money. He was deliberately sending her to the Xiao clan to test their attitude. Didn't Dad say that women shouldn't be involved in business matters? Ning Shu directly refused. Ning Shu felt that the original owner was quite naive. She thought that by protecting the Su family, they wouldn't end up in the plot. With the support of her family, they wouldn't be so miserable. She didn't think that Su Bo didn't care about them at all. Hearing Su Ran's refusal, Su Bo's face suddenly became ugly, and said, you were born in the Su family, and the Su family gave you glory and wealth. Now they want you to pay a little, and you refuse. You have to think about it, without the Su family, it will be difficult for you to move forward in the Xiao family. Mrs. Su looked at her husband, and then looked at Ning Shu. In the end, she sighed and didn't say anything. Su Lan said to Su Bo, Dad, I told you not to beg her. Su Ran only has herself in her heart. She's selfish and vicious. Ning Shu looked up at Su Lan and said expressionlessly, you either shut up, or I'll beat you until you shut up. Who do you think you are? Why are you shouting at me? If you have the guts, go find Xiao Yan, who set you up. You're as cowardly as a woman. Now that the Su family has no money, you can go sell yourself. Su Lan's face instantly turned red. She clenched her fists and looked at Ning Shu with bloodshot eyes. She roared, Su Ran, I dare you to insult me one more time. Even if I go ask for a favor, I won't come back to beg a vicious woman like you. Su Lan turned around and was about to leave, but she was stopped by Su Bo. Su Lan said with grievance and anger, Dad, let's go. Let Su Ran be complacent. Listen to what she said. She doesn't have the Su family in her heart, and she doesn't have me, her brother. She only has herself in her heart. Hearing Su Lan's accusations, Ning Shu couldn't help but think that the men kneeling under the halo of Mary Su were all so self-righteous and willful. They always stood on the moral high ground and criticized others, but never reflected on their own behavior. Su Lan always said that she didn't have him as her brother in her heart. Then what about Su Lan, her brother, who was biased to Su Meng, and treated her sister like an enemy? Ha! Chapter 82. There were so many evil things in this world that Ning Shu had the urge to destroy the world. Hearing Su Lan's righteous accusation, Ning Shu was speechless. What a twisted world. Ning Shu couldn't bear it anymore. People who had never eaten the food of mortals and had never come into contact with society were just so willful. Dad, I can't do anything about this. You should go back. Don't you still have some money? You can make a comeback. The current situation was much better than in the plot. If they were still not satisfied, it could only be said that people were really too greedy. Dad, I'll say, shut up. You're not allowed to speak, or I'll beat you until you can't speak. Su Lan was interrupted by Ning Shu as soon as she opened her mouth. Su Lan looked at Ning Shu with resentment and fear. Ning Shu didn't pay attention to Su Lan's eyes. In Ning Shu's eyes, Su Lan wasn't a man at all. He didn't have the responsibility that a man should have. He was a person with the same virtue as Xiao Yan. Su Bo heard his daughter's rejection again and his old face couldn't hold it anymore. He glared at Ning Shu and was about to leave when he suddenly heard a servant shout, Master and Madam are back. Hurry up and come out to greet them. In a short while, 2 rows of servants stood neatly from the door to the living room. Such a big lineup. First, old Master Xiao got down from his body, followed by Xiao Yan holding Su Xiaobao and Su Meng holding Su Debao. Stepping on the carpet, the family of 6 slowly walked in. Old Master Xiao was incomparably dignified, Madame Xiao was graceful and luxurious, and Xiao Yan was holding a little princess in a fluffy dress. Xiao Yan's peerless beauty matched with the little princess's cuteness and sweetness like an angel. Just by looking at them, one would feel that they were the best things in the world. Ning Shu's mouth twitched. They were quite good at acting. Ning Shu looked at Su Meng. Her face was white with a little rosy, and her whole body seemed to be shrouded in the rosy clouds. Her whole body was full of charm. It seemed that she was well nourished by Xiao Yan. When Xiao Yan saw Ning Shu in the living room, his handsome face immediately showed disdain, disgust, and all kinds of negative emotions. When Su Meng saw Ning Shu, a trace of uneasiness flashed across her face. However, she immediately strengthened the belief in her heart. She and Xiao Yan truly loved each other, and Xiao Yan did not love Su Ran. Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Xiao. Su Bo greeted Old Master Xiao and Mrs. Xiao enthusiastically. Raising his eyelids, Old Man Xiao glanced at Su Bo and faintly said, I'm sorry for the lack of hospitality. The child has just been discharged from the hospital, and he needs someone to take care of him. Su Bo's face stiffened. He forced a smile and said, the child is more important. Su Lan looked at Su Meng and asked, Cousin, are the 2 children okay? Su Meng immediately revealed a charming smile, but with a trace of lingering fear, she said, "It's all right. Come, quickly greet your uncle." Su Meng greeted the two children. Su Debao and Su Xiaobao called out crisply, "Uncle." A smile appeared on Su Lan's face, and he looked very excited. He repeatedly said, "Don't get sick again in the future. Don't make your mother anxious." Su Xiaobao secretly looked at Ning Shu and said in a childish and naive voice, "Uncle is different from her." Ning Shu looked at the side and was also drunk. He was really drunk. Looking at Su Lan's actions, Ning Shu felt that there was no one in the world more speechless than Su Lan. His own father was humble to others, but he couldn't see it. He was incomparably kind to the two children. This kind of person was lucky to be born in a rich family. If he was born in a lower class of society, he would have died countless times. Mrs. Su, who was standing beside Ning Shu, saw this scene and was so angry that she almost fainted. Her son was actually fawning over the little bitch and the little bitch's children. Ning Shu reached out and held Mrs. Su's hand. He could completely understand Mrs. Su's bad feeling. Ning Shu glanced at the two children. Su Debao and Su Xiaobao immediately put on a frightened look and hugged Xiao Yan's legs, as if Ning Shu was going to do something to them. Xiao Yan immediately protected his children, looked around at the Su family, and said disdainfully and condescendingly, "Since you are all here, I'll tell you the matter. Su Ran and I." Xiao Yan pointed at Ning Shu and said, "I want to divorce her. We'll divorce now." Hearing that Xiao Yan wanted to divorce, the Xiao family didn't have any reaction, but the Su family was in an uproar, especially Mrs. Su, who directly asked Mrs. Xiao, "Why do you suddenly want to divorce? What did my daughter do wrong? Even if you want to divorce, you have to give us an explanation." Su Bo's face was also livid. He was counting on his daughter to get some working capital from the Xiao family, but now his daughter was directly kicked out of the family. At this time, Su Bo really understood that the Xiao family deliberately took over 90% of the Su family's assets. Su Bo looked a little decadent for a moment. Ning Shu's face was indifferent, without any expression. He didn't cry, didn't make a fuss, and didn't even have a sad expression. Su Meng said to Ning Shu, "Although there are many misunderstandings between us, I still hope that you can find someone who loves you. I once wanted to take revenge, but now." Su Meng and Xiao Yan looked at each other and smiled. They held hands and said, "There are better things in the world. Cousin, you should also let go and find a new life. Your persistence is very painful for everyone." Ning Shu felt his stomach churning. "Please don't be so disgusting." The Su family was cheated by the Xiao family, and now they said that they didn't want to take revenge and wanted to live a happy life together. Let her quit and let them be. Ning Shu felt that his worldview was broken into dumplings. "I absolutely don't agree with the divorce," Madame Su said with a pale face. She glared at Su Meng with deep hatred in her eyes. Xiao Yan blocked Madame Su's eyes from looking at Su Meng so that his beloved woman wouldn't be frightened. He sneered and said, "Like mother like daughter, both of you are equally vicious. You must divorce, even if you don't want to." Su Lan frowned and said to Madame Su, "There is no love between sister and brother-in-law. Mom, if you force the two of them to be together, it will only cause more misfortune and pain. You." Madame Su looked at her calendar in disbelief, and her body staggered twice. Slap, slap, Ning Shu slapped Su Lan twice. Su Lan looked at Ning Shu with resentment and said, "You hit me again." Su Meng pointed at Ning Shu and said, how can you hit people?" Then she looked at Su Lan with comforting eyes. Xiao Yan saw this scene and remembered the scene when he was hit by Ning Shu in the hospital. This time, he felt as if he was hit in the face. It was very painful. Xiao Yan looked at Ning Shu with red eyes. Chapter 83. Ning Shu listened to these people talking about love, love your sister. At this time, in this world, except for love, there was no responsibility, no responsibility. Ning Shu's heart was filled with anger. When she came to this world, she had been enduring this group of idiots. She didn't want to argue with them, but in the end, she would directly kill them. It was too irritable. Ning Shu slapped Su Lan a few more times, and then directly kicked Su Lan away, and then walked in front of Xiao Yan with a cold face. Xiao Yan was much taller than Ning Shu. In Xiao Yan's eyes, she could definitely be regarded as petite, but Xiao Yan looked at Ning Shu who was walking towards her step by step. Her face was extremely cold, and her eyes were filled with a dense and awe-inspiring murderous aura. This kind of Su Ran unexpectedly made Xiao Yan's heart tighten. He involuntarily took 2 steps back, and then realized that he couldn't show his fear in front of such a vicious woman. He straightened his chest and sneered, "You are so vicious to your own brother, Xiao family will never tolerate such a vicious woman like you." Ning Shu looked at Xiao Yan and directly swept her leg towards Xiao Yan, making Xiao Yan fall to the ground. Although her fighting skills were at the level of trash according to the system's evaluation, this kind of sudden attack still had some effect. "You." Su Meng pointed at Ning Shu and opened her mouth wide. Ning Shu quickly gave Su Meng a slap in the face, and then backhanded another slap in the face. Su Meng's face was swollen, and she stared at Ning Shu with wide eyes. Xiao Yan, who was suddenly tripped and fell to the ground, was dizzy. Seeing this vicious woman actually hit Su Meng, he wanted to get up. Ning Shu stretched out her foot and fiercely stepped on Xiao Yan's chest, and it was the position of his heart. Suddenly, Xiao Yan's face became pale, and he took a deep breath. "Wah, wah, Grandma, I'm scared," the 2 children shouted at the top of their lungs. Obviously, they were really scared. Even Su Debao looked at Ning Shu with a horrified face. Ning Shu said coldly, "Shut up." Ning Shu's voice was filled with murderous intent, which immediately shut the 2 children's mouths and kept burping. Su Debao looked at Ning Shu with gloomy eyes. His eyes were filled with resentment as he looked at Ning Shu. "How dare you? What are you doing?" Madame Xiao pointed at Ning Shu and screamed. The Su family members were all stunned by Ning Shu's valiance. Old Master Xiao looked at Ning Shu sternly and coldly. "You're out of control. You're treating the Xiao family as nothing." The old couple's faces were livid, especially when they saw that the 2 children were scared out of their wits by Ning Shu. They felt distressed and angry. Ning Shu faintly clapped his hands and mercilessly stepped on Xiao Yan's chest, which made Xiao Yan's face paler and he groaned. Obviously, she was a woman, but why did she have so much strength? When she stepped on his chest, it felt like his heart was going to explode. What made Xiao Yan even more unbearable was that his dignity was being dismembered. Who was he, Xiao Yan? This woman. How dare she? Xiao Yan's heart was filled with murderous intent. Ning Shu retracted his leg and looked around at the people. When they met Ning Shu's eyes, everyone felt their scalp tingle. "Whoever mentions divorce to me, I will kill him first." "You." Xiao Yan, who got up from the ground, had a murderous look in his eyes, which was exactly the same as Su Debao's. Su Meng covered her face and looked at Ning Shu as if she had committed a heinous crime. "You're hopeless." Xiao Yan didn't mention divorce at this time. He took Su Meng and the 2 children and left directly. There was a kind of determination to never return. Ning Shu sneered and looked at the backs of the 4 people. "Don't think about returning to this villa in your life." The Su family also left with Su Lan, whose face was swollen like a pig's head. Su Bo was cold. What happened just now directly broke the relationship between the 2 families. The Su family was really declining. Mrs. Su looked at Ning Shu with worry in her eyes. Mr. and Mrs. Xiao looked at Ning Shu coldly and directly ignored Ning Shu. Their faces were full of reluctance to part with the 2 children. Ning Shu didn't care about the disgusted look of the 2 children at all. On this side, Xiao Yan took Su Meng and the 2 children back to Su Meng's small apartment. As soon as they entered the apartment, the 2 children hugged Xiao Yan's thigh and cried sadly. Xiao Yan had never seen the 2 children cry like this. The 2 children had always been very sensible. Xiao Yan's heart ached when they cried. He quickly hugged the two children and coaxed them. Then he saw Su Meng sitting on the sofa and covering her face. He walked over and hugged Su Meng. He gently touched Su Meng's face and said with gritted teeth, "Don't worry, I will avenge you. Su Ran bullied me several times. I will never let it go." The two children surrounded Xiao Yan. Su Debao wiped his tears and said, "Dad, will all women bully Mom in the future?" "Don't worry, there will be no future." Xiao Yan touched Su Debao's head and said coldly, "There will be no future. I will directly make Su Ran, that vicious woman, disappear. A woman who doesn't know what's good for her, if she doesn't want a divorce, she can go to hell." Su Debao's mouth curled up. Su Xiaobao smiled through tears. He hugged Xiao Yan's arm and kept shaking it. "Dad, you are so good." Su Meng's face was uneasy. She looked at him with her almond-like eyes and said, "This is not good. Mom, you are too kind. Such a vicious woman should be punished." Su Debao said like an old man. Yes, brother is right." Su Xiaobao nodded with an innocent and cute expression. Su Meng's face showed a smile. She pulled the wound on her face and immediately groaned in pain. This immediately made the other three nervous and took turns to comfort her. Su Meng felt very happy in her heart. Although there was still Su Ran in the middle, she firmly believed that her love with Xiao Yan would be complete and happy. Ning Shu didn't know about the chatter here. He got the news from Li Xiuwen that he was already taking action. It seemed that the other party had already taken the bait. This trap was not directly aimed at Xiao Yan, but at the people in Xiao Yan's company. Suddenly, Ning Shu felt a chill on his back and his heart jumped. This feeling was the same as when he was in the war in the last world. When he encountered danger, it was a kind of warning. Ning Shu narrowed his eyes. He guessed that he had angered Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan really wanted to turn him into his dead wife and then live together with Su Meng, loving each other and having a happy sex life. With the warning in his heart, Ning Shu directly stayed in the Xiao family and didn't go out at all. Every day, he listened to Mrs. Xiao scolding him indirectly. How unpleasant her words were, they went into Ning Shu's left ear and out the right ear. However, when Mrs. Xiao met Ning Shu's cold eyes, Mrs. Xiao was stunned. Regarding Xiao Yan leaving the Xiao family, Old Master Xiao and Mrs. Xiao both had a supportive attitude. Being ignored and disliked by her own husband, what could be worse than this punishment for a woman? She deserved to be disliked by her own husband. She deserved to be abandoned by her own husband. Mrs. Xiao looked at Ning Shu's back and thought fiercely in her heart. Chapter 84. Ning Shu clearly felt that the atmosphere in the Xiao family was not right recently. No matter what she did, she always felt that someone was spying on her. And it was a malicious spying, which made the hair on Ning Shu's back stand up. She felt a sense of danger approaching. Ning Shu dared to guarantee with the head of this body that it was definitely that bastard Xiao Yan's masterpiece. Ning Shu tried to find the malicious gaze, but she couldn't find it. Ning Shu could only be very careful. But what made Ning Shu happy was that she was close to destroying the Xiao family. Facing Mrs. Xiao's cynicism every day, Ning Shu treated it as the last bark of a dead dog. Ning Shu's lack of response made Mrs. Xiao hate Ning Shu even more. Every day, she tortured Ning Shu in different ways. For example, she didn't let the servants wash clothes for Ning Shu, didn't let Ning Shu cook for her. In short, she degraded Ning Shu's status to be lower than a servant's. She mocked Ning Shu as a hen that couldn't lay eggs in front of her. Ning Shu was speechless. She had once broken an egg. Mrs. Xiao was deliberately rubbing on Ning Shu's wound. Every time she heard such words, this body would show a sense of hatred and sadness. That was to say, the person facing Mrs. Xiao now was Ning Shu. If it was the original owner, she would have been driven crazy by Mrs. Xiao. It seemed that the current Mrs. Xiao hated her even more than in the plot. She guessed that what she did was worse than the original owner. And old man Xiao didn't see all of this, which was obviously a tacit agreement. Ning Shu didn't care about the attitude of the two elders of the Xiao family. She only cared about the people in this house who were full of malice towards her. Xiao Yan hadn't come back for almost half a month. This made the Xiao family look at Ning Shu with even more disdain. Ning Shu, that night, Ning Shu slept until the middle of the night. His heart was beating violently, and it was beating irregularly. His body was sweating profusely. When Ning Shu opened his eyes, he saw something shining above him. Under the moonlight, it reflected a cold light. Ning Shu's body was faster than his brain. He immediately rolled away. Then, he heard the dull sound of a knife hitting the bed. Damn, someone directly used a knife to cut her. Such a simple and crude method made Ning Shu really stunned for a moment. Ning Shu had thought of countless ways this person could deal with her, but she did not expect the other party to be so direct. The person in the dark failed and turned around to run. Ning Shu didn't even think about it. He quickly kicked the person and heard the sound of a body falling to the ground. Ning Shu quickly turned on the light and looked at the person on the ground. He saw that it was a woman with a big knife in her hand. It was the kind of knife used to chop bones. It was very big. If the knife was cut at the neck, her head would be separated from her body immediately. The sudden light made people very uncomfortable. The woman on the ground blocked it with her hand first. Before she could react, the knife in her hand was snatched away by Ning Shu. After snatching the knife, Ning Shu stepped on the woman on the ground. The middle-aged woman on the ground cried out in pain, breaking the silence of the night. Ning Shu dragged the woman by the collar and dragged her to the living room. After a while, a lot of people gathered in the living room. Even Mr. Xiao and Mrs. Xiao were alarmed. Mrs. Xiao looked at Ning Shu and said with dissatisfaction, "What are you doing in the middle of the night? Do you have to make everyone restless?" Ning Shu glanced at Mrs. Xiao coldly. He kicked the woman on the ground and said, "This person wants to kill me. I called the police." Ning Shu knew the woman who wanted to kill him. She seemed to be the cook of the Xiao family. When Mr. Xiao heard that Ning Shu had called the police, he immediately said sternly, "What are you doing? You actually called the police. You called the police for such a small matter. Don't you feel ashamed? You're fine. You're making a mountain out of a molehill." Ning Shu was speechless. Look at these words. If she hadn't dodged quickly, she would have been dead today. These people were just standing there and talking. Ning Shu found that this world was really twisted. There seemed to be no awareness of the law. The male lead seemed to be omnipotent and could solve anything. There was no such thing as the police. It seemed that the male lead didn't have anything to do with killing people. Instead, they felt that the male lead was very cool. Not long after, the police came whistling. Soon, the police came in. The leader asked, "Who called the police?" Ning Shu didn't say anything. Mr. Xiao looked at the room full of police and said with dissatisfaction, "Disturbing people in the middle of the night. That dignity, that arrogance, as if he was very amazing." Ning Shu really felt drunk. No matter how powerful the Xiao family was, in the end, they were still businessmen. In front of the national organization, this attitude of "I'm the boss" really made Ning Shu drunk. He finally knew where Xiao Yan's personality came from. It was from the same bloodline. The leader was choked by Mr. Zhao's attitude. After all, he was a member of the national organization. It was impossible for him to be so humble to others. In addition, in the middle of the night, he was still in bed. The leader's face was very ugly. Ning Shu said, "I called the police. The person on the ground tried to kill me. This is the tool." Ning Shu said as he handed the knife to the leader. Ning Shu's face showed fear and hesitation. He said to the leader, "I don't know why she wants to kill me." The leader didn't care that the murderer was half dead. The victim was alive and kicking. He directly said to the team members, "Arrest her." The two police officers dragged the woman on the ground away. This attitude made Mr. Xiao very dissatisfied. He snorted and looked very dissatisfied. Which police team are you from? How can you do things without any rules? In Mr. Zhao's view, this cook was a member of the Zhao family. The other party's attitude was simply not putting the Zhao family in his eyes. The leader ignored Mr. Zhao. Ning Shu said, "You go with them and make a statement." Ning Shu was very cooperative. He went to the police station to make a statement. Before he left, he hinted to the police that a cook wouldn't be so bold. There must be something hidden. Ning Shu only came out of the police station when the sun rose after dealing with all the miscellaneous matters. He looked back at the police station. The fish couldn't get out of the abyss. The country's weapons couldn't be shown to others. Some of the country's powerful abilities wouldn't be shown to the world. In front of the country, the Zhao family was nothing. Ning Shu returned to the Zhao family. What he received was Mr. Zhao's extremely disgusted look. Mr. Zhao's attitude was as if he was controlling other people's fate. He didn't know why the Zhao family felt superior for no reason. He didn't know where this sense of superiority came from. Was it because Xiao Yan was the protagonist of this world? As soon as Ning Shu stepped into the Zhao family, Xiao Yan came back with the two babies. Xiao Yan had a smile on his face and his whole body was relaxed. Even the two children had a sweet smile on their faces. Chapter 85. When Xiao Yan and the two children walked into the Zhao family and saw Ning Shu, their faces froze at the same time, showing an incredible expression. Xiao Yan was an adult, so he immediately put away his disappointed look, but the two children pursed their lips and were about to cry, especially Su Xiaobao, who burst into tears. Su Xiaobao cried angrily and wiped his tears, looking at Ning Shu with annoyance and disappointment. Ning Shu raised his eyebrows. Why? Were they disappointed to see that she was not dead and was still here? Seeing the two precious eggs, Old Master Xiao and Madame Xiao immediately had smiles on their faces. They repeatedly said that they wanted to die. They missed them so much that their hearts ached. As soon as the two children came, the heavy atmosphere in the Xiao family was immediately dispelled. Su Xiaobao acted coquettishly and cutely while looking at Ning Shu with hatred. When Ning Shu's eyes met Xiao Yan's, Xiao Yan suddenly felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured on him, and then he was frozen. That feeling of being seen through, as if Qin Haodong knew everything in his mind, Xiao Yan's heart was filled with anger and guilt. "You vicious woman, what have you done this time?" Xiao Yan roared at Ning Shu first. Ning Shu looked at him coldly and took a step forward. Xiao Yan unconsciously took a step back. Then he realized that he was afraid of this vicious and hypocritical woman, so he immediately shouted angrily, "You!" At this time, a man in a police uniform came in. It was the captain of the police team last night. When the captain came in, no one in the Xiao family greeted him. Captain Ning Shu asked, "Captain, did the woman confess?" The captain looked at Ning Shu and said, "Yes, she said that she wanted to kill you because she hated you." "Damn, what did she have against a female chef?" Ning Shu glanced at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan was sitting on the sofa with a complacent look on his face. He looked at the police with contempt. Captain Ning Shu said, "According to her confession, it was because you always insulted her, said that her food was not delicious, and always picked on her. You even beat and scolded her, which made her hate you." Ning Shu was speechless. Xiao Yan sneered. "Su Ran, you're so vicious that you're torturing the servants." Ning Shu turned his head and looked at Xiao Yan. His heart was filled with murderous intent. He wanted to kill her and accuse her of being evil. He wondered what benefits Xiao Yan had given that chef. The captain didn't say anything and left after exchanging a few words with Ning Shu. Ning Shu looked at the complacent Xiao Yan. Ning Shu sneered. Seeing that Ning Shu was not dead, Xiao Yan was very disappointed. Now he didn't even want to look at Ning Shu and left with the two children. Although Mr. and Mrs. Xiao wanted to stay with the two children all the time, it was not safe for the two children to stay in the Xiao family because of the vicious woman Ning Shu. Ning Shu turned a blind eye to all kinds of eyes and silently waited for the Xiao family to collapse. This morning, the atmosphere in the Xiao family was very tense, like a bowstring that had been pulled close. Ning Shu, on the other hand, was eating breakfast leisurely. Mr. Xiao sat on the sofa, holding his walking stick tightly and looking frighteningly solemn. Mrs. Xiao saw that Ning Shu was still eating at this time, so she glared at Ning Shu. After a while, Xiao Yan came in with Su Meng and the two children. He asked Mr. Xiao, "Dad, what's going on? Why did the company's shares fall?" Mr. Xiao slammed his walking stick. "A large number of people have been selling shares since last night. I thought it could be controlled in the morning, but now it has fallen." Su Meng didn't understand business matters. Instead, she looked at Ning Shu and complained, "Su Ran, what time is it now? Why are you still eating so leisurely? Aren't you worried at all?" Ning Shu looked at Su Meng indifferently. "Oh, your face is fine. Don't talk nonsense in front of me." Su Meng was so scared that she covered her face with her hands. She stared at Ning Shu with her watery eyes full of accusation. Seeing that his mother was being bullied, Su Debao opened his arms in front of Su Meng and shouted, "Don't bully my mother, you vicious woman." Damn, what did she do? Why was she so vicious? She hadn't even started to be vicious. Su Meng squatted down and hugged Su Debao. "Mom is fine. With you protecting Mom, no one in the world can hurt Mom." "Yes, I will always protect Mom." Su Debao's face was firm. His face was shining with a holy light. He pointed at Ning Shu. "Don't even think about hurting my mother." Ning Shu was speechless. He seemed to have done something to Su Meng. The Xiao family's company collapsed. The stock market fell. Many shareholders directly blocked the company's door and made a scene. Some even threw feces into the company. The former overlord fell. Ning Shu was not surprised. Not only did Li Xiuan want to deal with the Xiao family, but other opponents of the Xiao family also wanted to tear a piece of the Xiao family's flesh. It could be said that the result of many parties directly pulled down the Xiao family. Sure enough, this was a battlefield without spilling blood. Everything changed in an instant. The Xiao family was completely defeated. It was so fast that the Xiao family didn't even realize what was going on. They went bankrupt just like that. Mr. Xiao seemed to have aged 10 years. In the end, he had no choice but to announce the bankruptcy of the Xiao family. Since the Xiao family went bankrupt, this house belonged to the bank. The Xiao family could no longer live here. This made Mr. Xiao almost vomit blood. He actually had such an ending after dominating for a lifetime. The development of the matter was dazzling and unpredictable. Ning Shu truly felt that the supporting male lead was not bad compared to the male lead. He was even better than the male lead. He made the Xiao family go bankrupt so easily. Such an amazing person liked the female lead and desperately wanted to be the male lead. Just when the Xiao family was in a precarious situation, the captain directly led a group of policemen and detained Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan struggled violently and shouted, "Why are you arresting me? How can you arrest people for no reason? Is there any rule?" Old man Xiao said coldly. Although the Xiao family was in decline now, Old man Xiao was still unyielding. When facing the captain, he still had a high and mighty appearance. The captain expressionlessly took out a piece of paper and said, "This is the arrest warrant." The suspect, Xiao Yan, tried to hire someone to kill his wife. Now we want to take him back for interrogation. Xiao Yan's body stiffened. He looked at Ning Shu with hatred and roared, "You vicious woman, I won't let you go." Ning Shu suddenly felt that he was looking for trouble by arguing with such a person. Ning Shu ignored the roaring Xiao Yan and said to the captain, "Captain, look, he is still threatening me." As soon as Ning Shu said this, he immediately received several resentful eyes, including Su Meng and a large group of Xiao family members. "Cousin, how can you do this?" Su Meng took 2 steps back with an incredulous expression. "Do you hate Xiao Yan that much? do you feel better after doing this? If you do this, Xiao Yan will hate you even more. He will never love you. Ning Shu didn't say anything and directly slapped Su Meng. Shut up, or I will pull out your tongue. Chapter 86. In the end, Xiao Yan was still taken away. Putting aside the fact that Su Meng and Xiao Yan were separated by life and death, it was just like how Bai Suzhen was going to be locked up in Leifeng Pagoda. Su Meng chased after the police car for a long time and finally collapsed on the road. Su Debao and Su Xiaobao hugged each other and cried. Su Debao looked at Ning Shu with eyes full of gloomy hatred. Although Xiao Yan was taken away, for some reason, the two elders of the Xiao family seemed to be very sure that Xiao Yan was fine. This made Ning Shu feel that Old Man Xiao had some tricks up his sleeves. However, Old Man Xiao actually told Ning Shu to get Xiao Yan back, saying that it was just a misunderstanding. Hearing Old Man Xiao's words and attitude, Ning Shu was shocked. Treating the government agency as the servants of the Xiao family, they would let Xiao Yan go just because she said a word. Ning Shu didn't pay attention to Old Man Xiao at all and did what she should do. Old Man Xiao was so angry that he hit the floor tiles with his crutch. Ning Shu felt that this guy was simply a wooden club. The bank was about to take away the house. Shouldn't he be worried about where to live in the future? Sure enough, not long after Xiao Yan was arrested, the bank came to seal up the whole house. Everything was pasted with a note, indicating that this thing no longer belonged to the Xiao family. Even Mrs. Xiao's jewelry was taken away. Su Meng's small apartment that Xiao Yan gave her was taken away. Su Meng took the two children to the house arranged by Li Xiuwen. Li Xiuwen was considerate and sent a servant to take care of them. Su Meng didn't mention all kinds of thanks, but Old Man Xiao wasn't so lucky and was directly driven out. Old Man Xiao and Mrs. Xiao's faces were ugly. The old couple who had enjoyed half of their lives suddenly didn't know where to go. Ning Shu took her suitcase and was about to leave. Mrs. Xiao saw that Ning Shu was about to leave and quickly grabbed Ning Shu and asked anxiously, "Where are you going? You took the Xiao family's money and are ready to run away." Ning Shu, when did she take the Xiao family's money? If the loot that Li Xiuwen gave her was indeed the Xiao family's money. Of course, Mrs. Xiao didn't know that her daughter-in-law had colluded with others to destroy the Xiao family. However, she and Old Master Xiao didn't know where to go now, so naturally, they had to rely on Ning Shu. The two of them didn't care about Ning Shu's expression. They just followed Ning Shu. Ning Shu sneered. He ignored the two of them and went to a small district. Ning Shu bought a house in this district in case of a situation like today. Mrs. Xiao walked into the room with a look of disdain on her face. Why is the room so small? All the rooms added together were not even as big as the villa's kitchen. Mr. Xiao also showed dissatisfaction on his face. Ning Shu said, "You let us live in such a house." Ning Shu said indifferently, "If you don't want to live here, you can leave." This house was not small. It was more than 100 square meters. Mrs. Xiao and Old Master Xiao couldn't find a place to live at the moment, so they could only stay here. When it was time to eat, the two of them sat at the dining table and looked at Ning Shu. Ning Shu sneered directly. "If you want to eat, do it yourself. There are no servants here to serve you." He took his suitcase and left. Mrs. Xiao was so angry that her body was trembling. She cursed loudly in the house. In the end, Old Master Xiao was so hungry that he asked Mrs. Xiao to prepare food. Mrs. Xiao was someone who was served by others. She didn't do any household chores. Now that she suddenly had to cook, the taste was imaginable. After Old Master Xiao ate it, he had diarrhea for the whole day. Ning Shu went to see Li Xiuwen. Li Xiuwen's face showed a complacent smile. There was nothing happier than having a beauty in his arms. Li Xiuwen wanted to kill Xiao Yan in prison directly, but Ning Shu didn't agree. It was too easy for Xiao Yan to die like this. He said to Li Xiuwen, "Are you stupid? If Xiao Yan really died in prison, Su Meng would miss him for the rest of her life. Now that the two of them were loving each other passionately, if they suddenly separated, wouldn't it be the most beautiful moment in their memory? Li Xiuwen's face showed a look of understanding. He pointed at the table and said, "That's right. Now is the best time for you to win Xiaoyan's heart. Let's make a bet. Let's see if you can make Xiaoyan fall in love with you first, or Su Meng will fall in love with me first." Ning Shu, fuck off. Why are the people in this world so disgusting? Ning Shu got what she deserved. Now, the Xiao family and the Su family combined were not as rich as her, especially the Xiao family who had no money at all. Xiaoyan's sentence came out. He was sentenced to 2.5 years for hiring a hitman to cause intentional injury. However, Xiaoyan didn't plead guilty. Xiaoyan was domineering and wanted to appeal, but no one cared. The evidence was conclusive. It didn't matter if he pleaded guilty or not. When the Xiao family got the news, they forced Ning Shu to get Xiaoyan out. Ning Shu didn't care about these people at all. Madame Xiao looked at Ning Shu with resentment. During this period of time, Madame Xiao had been in a lot of pain. She had to do everything by herself. Her well-maintained hands had become rough, and she had become haggard. Ning Shu didn't eat at home at all, and Mr. Xiao and Mrs. Xiao didn't have money at all. They had to do the laundry and cook by themselves. Mrs. Xiao, who used to be graceful and elegant, was responsible for everything. Seeing Ning Shu living so comfortably, Madame Xiao was so jealous that her heart was filled with venom. She missed the time when she had servants to serve her. Madame Xiao wanted to act like a mother-in-law, but Ning Shu immediately asked the two of them to get lost. With nowhere to go and no money on them, the two of them were at a loss. Mr. Xiao used his old connections to get Xiaoyan out and borrow some money to make a comeback. He called them, but these people had to deal with Mr. Xiao before. Now, they didn't even answer the phone. Mr. Xiao was so angry that he had high blood pressure. These people who hit a man when he was down, didn't they think about how humble they were before? Now, they immediately became arrogant. Xiaoyan had been in prison for almost a week. Even Su Meng couldn't bear it anymore. Su Meng thought that Mr. Xiao would get Xiaoyan out, but Xiaoyan didn't come out after such a long time. As long as she thought of Xiaoyan's suffering, Su Meng's heart was stirred by a knife. She took the two children to Ning Shu. As soon as Su Meng saw Ning Shu, she knelt in front of Ning Shu and looked at Ning Shu with a pair of eyes that seemed to have suffered extreme pain. Ning Shu shouted, "Su Ran, I know you hate me. You hate me, it has nothing to do with Xiaoyan. Now, Xiaoyan can come out with just a word from you. Do you really have the heart to let him go to prison?" Ning Shu looked at Su Meng incredulously. Xiaoyan had committed a crime. What did she mean that Xiaoyan can come out with just a word from her? Was the law so childish? "Mom, get up, I will find a way to save Dad. You don't have to beg this vicious woman." Su Debao wanted to pull Su Meng up, but Su Meng insisted on kneeling in front of Ning Shu. Su Debao looked at Ning Shu with gloomy and vicious eyes. Chapter 87. Ning Shu looked at Su Meng who was kneeling in front of him. Her face was full of grief and helplessness. She seemed to be in extreme pain and her eyes were full of struggle. "Su Ran, I know you hate me, but this has nothing to do with Xiaoyan. Please save Xiaoyan. If you are willing to save him, I will never appear in front of Xiaoyan again." Su Meng's face was full of sacrifice for love. She gave up everything she loved and would rather suffer and endure the pain. Ning Shu was speechless. He was speechless. He was really speechless. Su Meng burst into tears and said, "As long as you promise to let Xiaoyan go, I promise to break up with Xiaoyan." Plop, Mr. Xiao also knelt in front of Ning Shu. The muscles on his face trembled as if he had been greatly insulted. He said, "Please find Xiaoyan. In the future, you will be the mistress of the Xiao family and Xiaoyan will not divorce you." When Su Meng heard this, she sat on the ground in a daze. She looked miserable. What was so good about being the mistress of the Xiao family now? First, the Xiao family had no money. Second, Xiao Yan was now a criminal. Even the old couple of the Xiao family had nowhere to go now. What was so attractive about being the mistress of the Xiao family? Why did Mr. Xiao still feel so good about himself? Did he really think that others cared about his son? Ning Shu didn't speak and directly called Li Xiuwen. After a while, Li Xiuwen came. Seeing Su Meng kneeling on the ground, he quickly helped Su Meng up and asked, "Are you okay?" Su Meng shook her head in tears and said sadly, "I'm fine. I'm just too worried about Xiao Yan." When Su Meng said this, Ning Shu clearly saw Li Xiuwen's face twitch for a moment. Then, he recovered his gentle and considerate look. Was it really okay to mention Xiao Yan in front of Li Xiuwen? Was it really okay for Su Meng to provoke Li Xiuwen like this? Fortunately, Li Xiuwen could hold back. Ning Shu said to Li Xiuwen, "Tie up your dog. Don't let her run around. Look how crazy she is." Li Xiuwen didn't say anything. He just left with Su Meng, whose body was weak from crying, and Su Debao, whose face was gloomy. Old man Xiao, who had been kneeling on the ground, was already old. After kneeling for such a long time, his legs were numb. Seeing that Ning Shu was ignoring him, his face twitched. It was humiliating for a father-in-law to kneel in front of his daughter-in-law. It made old man Xiao, who had been domineering his whole life, feel incomparably humiliated. Therefore, even though old man Xiao was kneeling, he looked at Ning Shu with hatred and disgust. Ning Shu also felt drunk. Looking at old man Xiao's attitude, a normal person would not save Xiao Yan. Asking for help should have the attitude of asking for help. However, Ning Shu really wanted to get Xiao Yan out. 2 years in prison was really too easy for Xiao Yan. What if Xiao Yan became a tyrant in prison and recruited a lot of underlings and became the boss of the underworld when he came out? Xiao Yan was the male lead of this world. He was very lucky. Taking advantage of the fact that Xiao Yan had nothing now, he wanted to get him out and make him completely unable to turn over. Ning Shu spent a lot of money and found a lot of connections to get Xiao Yan out. Ning Shu looked at Xiao Yan, who was wearing a prison uniform. His head was shaved bald. His appearance had decreased a lot. Xiao Yan's eyes were still unruly, with a sense of superiority. Anyway, Ning Shu didn't know where his sense of superiority came from. When Xiao Yan saw Ning Shu, his first sentence was, "Su Ran, you vicious woman. Even if you save me, I won't love you." Ning Shu. Xiao Yan looked at Ning Shu coldly and sat in the car. Ning Shu didn't bother to talk to him and drove back to the community. When Xiao Yan walked into the house, his first reaction was the same as old couple Xiao. Old couple Xiao was excited to see Xiao Yan. Mrs. Xiao told Xiao Yan about Ning Shu's abominable behavior, which made Xiao Yan look at Ning Shu even more coldly. Especially when he heard that Ning Shu asked his father to kneel, his eyes were full of murderous intent when he looked at Ning Shu. Facing Xiao Yan's expression, Ning Shu sneered coldly. Did he really think that all the women in the world loved him and should tolerate him? Xiao Yan was full of depression. He felt like a dragon trapped in shallow water. He locked himself at home and refused to eat. No matter how old man Xiao and Mrs. Xiao tried to persuade him, it was useless. Ning Shu looked at the food in front of the door. Since Xiao Yan didn't want to eat, he didn't want to eat. Ning Shu directly threw the food into the trash can. Seeing Ning Shu's action, Mrs. Xiao was so angry that she gasped, but she didn't dare to say anything. Now the Xiao family had to ask Ning Shu for money for everything. If they annoyed Ning Shu would refuse to pay and they would starve again. Once, they starved for a whole day. In the end, Mrs. Xiao came to Ning Shu to ask for money to eat. Only then did Mrs. Xiao and old man Xiao eat. Every time Mrs. Xiao and old man Xiao looked at Ning Shu with hatred and humiliation, but they didn't dare to say anything. Seeing Ning Shu throw away their son's food, Mrs. Xiao couldn't help but say, "Su Ran, how can you be so vicious? Xiao Yan didn't even eat when he came out and you threw away his food." Ning Shu snorted. "Since you don't want to eat, don't eat anymore. You." Mrs. Xiao looked at Ning Shu. You will get your retribution. Ning Shu said coldly, I don't know if I will get my retribution, but you will soon get yours. Hearing this, Mrs. Xiao trembled. Thinking that she had to take money from Ning Shu, she could only swallow her anger. In the end, Xiao Yan came out to eat because he was hungry. Ning Shu personally handed the food to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan looked at Ning Shu condescendingly and sneered. Su Ran, no matter how you please me, I won't change my mind about you. Xiao Yan took the bowl from Ning Shu's hand and ate. Because he ate too quickly, he choked. With a big bald head, he looked really wretched. Ning Shu watched from the side and smiled coldly. I hope you'll be fine after eating this meal. Knowing that Xiao Yan had come out, Su Meng brought the two children over. When she saw Xiao Yan, Su Meng's lips trembled, and then she threw herself into Xiao Yan's arms. She reached out to touch Xiao Yan's bald head and said with a trembling voice, You've suffered. Ning Shu almost laughed his pants off. This scene was funny no matter how he looked at it. Li Xiuwen stood not far away and looked at the two people hugging each other. His expression was very complicated. Ning Shu could not describe it. The two children hugged Xiao Yan and cried. Xiao Yan comforted one and the other. Xiao Yan said to Su Meng affectionately, I will pull myself together and give you and the children something to rely on. Su Meng covered her mouth and shook her head. Xiao Yan was very anxious. I won't let you and the children suffer. Su Meng was still crying. She looked at Ning Shu with a painful expression. Xiao Yan noticed Su Meng's gaze and turned to Ning Shu. You evil woman, what did you do to Su Meng? Chapter 88. Vicious woman, vicious woman. Now Xiao Yan didn't even call her name. Every time he opened his mouth, he would call her a vicious woman. Xiao Yan hugged Su Meng and glared at Ning Shu. If you dare to hurt Su Meng, I won't let you go. Su Meng shook her head at Xiao Yan. It's none of her business. I decided to leave you. As long as you come out, it's fine. Xiao Yan, forget me. You are my woman. I won't allow you to run away from me. Xiao Yan hugged Su Meng tightly and roared, with a vicious look in his eyes. Su Ran, give up. You actually used me to threaten Su Meng. You are vicious. Ning Shu didn't know what she had said to Su Meng. It was always Su Meng talking to herself. She was the one who said that she would leave after saving Xiao Yan. Ning Shu sneered and tore apart the two people who would never be separated from each other. He directly pushed Su Meng into Li Xiuwen's arms, then turned around and slapped Xiao Yan in the face. Then another slap in the face, and then another. Ning Shu patted his hands. Xiao Yan, look at the situation clearly. If you keep calling me a vicious woman, I will let you die miserably, very miserably. Xiao Yan was slapped in the face one after another. From the bankruptcy of the Xiao family, to the imprisonment, and now, even his beloved woman was threatened to leave him. Xiao Yan's heart was burning with anger. Xiao Yan roared and stretched out his hand to hit Ning Shu. Ning Shu grabbed Xiao Yan's hand and then gave Xiao Yan a handsome shoulder throw. Xiao Yan fell to the ground with a bang. Xiao Yan felt that his waist was about to break. Before he could react, he felt the stiff soles of shoes stepping on his face. Ning Shu smiled evilly. He stepped on Xiao Yan's face and rubbed it hard. The people around looked at Ning Shu's actions with a dull face. The first to react was Su Debao. He came over and kicked Ning Shu, shouting, "Let go of my father, you vicious woman." Ning Shu pushed Su Debao away. Su Debao fell to the ground and cried loudly. Su Meng hugged Su Debao. Su Ran, what did the child do wrong? Why are you treating the child like this? Kids should act like kids. Get out of my house. Ning Shu pointed at the door. Get out of my house. Don't disgust me in front of me. Li Xiuwen took Su Meng away. When they left, Su Meng's face was full of pain. She kept looking at Xiao Yan whose face was bruised and swollen. In the end, she was pulled away by Li Xiuwen impatiently. Su Debao turned around and looked at Ning Shu, his eyes full of resentment. When Xiao Yan's parents saw their son being beaten like this, they were so angry that they couldn't speak. They didn't dare to say anything, because Ning Shu now controlled their lives. Even if they wanted to buy a green onion, they had to ask Ning Shu for money. Xiao Yan locked himself in the room again. Then he came out to eat because he was hungry. After eating, he locked himself in the house again. No one knew what he was doing. Old man Xiao was still counting on his son to rise. He found Ning Shu and said that he wanted to borrow money from Ning Shu to let Xiao Yan do business. Old man Xiao kept saying that the husband and wife should be honored and the couple should work together. Ning Shu directly rolled his eyes and ignored Old man Xiao. Old man Xiao was so angry that his heart hurt and his blood pressure soared. He was so humble, but the other party still didn't agree. Not to mention the situation of Xiao family, Su Meng was very sad. She was in pain as if the sky was falling down. Li Xiuwen first comforted her. In the end, Li Xiuwen couldn't stand it anymore and finally slept with Su Meng. Su Meng felt that the world was about to collapse. This gentleman actually treated her like this when she was the saddest. Su Meng looked like she had nothing to live for. Li Xiuwen liked Su Meng in his heart. He was gentle and considerate to Su Meng, but Su Meng still refused to forgive Li Xiuwen. Li Xiuwen was a little annoyed by Su Meng. Sometimes, he didn't care about Su Meng's feelings and directly pushed Su Meng. After that, Su Meng felt sorry for Xiao Yan and resented Li Xiuwen in her heart. Then Li Xiuwen and Su Meng started a sadistic love story. They slept and cried, cried and slept, slept and woke up again. There was also Su Debao, who had a high IQ. He directly used his hacking skills to invade the bank system and gave a sum of money to Xiao Yan. He wanted Xiao Yan to make a comeback and was determined to let his mother and father be together. Ning Shu saw that Xiao Yan, who had been dispirited, suddenly became radiant. He intuitively felt that there was a problem. Then, he beat Xiao Yan very violently and took a bank card from him. After knowing that the money was actually given to Xiao Yan by Su Debao, Ning Shu sighed. He was moved by Su Debao's filial piety and then called the police. People like Su Debao, who didn't have a sense of right and wrong, didn't have a country in his heart, and had a high IQ, could definitely become a terrorist. It would be better if the country could control and use him. Otherwise, people like Su Debao would be very dangerous. Probably because Su Debao got too much money, the police immediately began to act. No matter how bad Su Debao was, he was only a 6-year-old child. He was caught by a fully armed police. Ning Shu knew that Su Debao used a loophole in the bank system to give Xiao Yan hundreds of millions. Hundreds of millions. Su Debao, who was caught, was directly sent to the juvenile detention center. When Su Meng heard the news, she almost fainted from crying. First, she ran to beg Xiao Yan, but when she saw Xiao Yan, she was so shocked that she forgot to cry. Finally, when she heard the person in front of her affectionately calling her name, Su Meng's face collapsed. Because the current Xiao Yan was fat, very fat, and his whole body was swollen, like an inflated balloon. His face was no longer as handsome as before. With every step he took, the floor trembled. Looking at Xiao Yan, who was like a moving mountain of meat, walking in front of her, Su Meng's face was pale and in disbelief. With a pig-like face and affectionate eyes, if it was the previous handsome face, Su Meng was afraid that her face would blush and her heart would beat faster. But now, there was a nauseating feeling, which made Su Meng's face even paler, and her body was on the verge of collapse. Su Meng didn't even say a word and turned away, not mentioning the matter of asking Xiao Yan to save her son. Seeing Su Meng avoiding him, the fat on Xiao Yan's face twitched twice, and his greasy face looked a little ferocious. Xiao Yan turned his head and shouted at Ning Shu, who had been leaning against the door and watching the bustling scene, "You vicious woman, what did you do to me?" He he. Ning Shu spread her hands and looked at the fat Xiao Yan. This was indeed done by her. In Xiao Yan's 3 meals a day, Ning Shu put a lot of hormones in it, and then Xiao Yan quickly swelled up. What would true love between him and Su Meng be like if he didn't have a wealthy family or a handsome and seductive appearance? Su Meng's performance just now, hee. Chapter 89. Xiao Yan was now eating more and more. He was a rice bucket. The more he ate, the fatter he became. The fatter he was, the more he ate. It was a vicious cycle. Seeing his son become like this, Mr. Xiao sighed every day and hoped that his son would rise up. But now his grandson was in the juvenile detention center. Mr. Xiao was in great pain. There was nothing more painful than seeing hope slowly dashed. Mr. Zhao's hair turned white after a period of time. Mrs. Xiao had to do laundry, cook, and mop the floor all day long. She was supposed to be a sugar baby. The collagen on her face was quickly lost, and her whole face was sagging. She was no longer as plump and young as before. Now Mrs. Xiao had no time or money to do a facial. The old couple was now struggling at death's door under Ning Shu. They were satisfied as long as they had something to eat. Every time she asked for money from Ning Shu, Mrs. Xiao would show a flattering smile. She was no longer the elegant Mrs. Xiao of the past. His entire being seemed to have aged. Even though Xiao Yan had changed beyond recognition, Xiao Yan still had a proud heart. He still treated Ning Shu coldly. Sometimes, his fat eyes would reveal a vicious look. At first glance, it was obvious that he was up to something. Ning Shu sneered and said in front of the Xiao family, "I've already written my will. If I die, I'll donate all my assets and this house. When the time comes, you guys can eat dirt, bitch, you vicious woman, I am your husband, your money is also my money, why did you donate it, bitch, I must have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck to marry a jinx like you." The fat on Xiao Yan's face trembled, incomparably ferocious. Ning Shu sneered and said indifferently, "I'm not a jinx. If you want to talk about jinxes, it should be Su Meng. The Xiao family's downfall happened after you and Su Meng got together. Don't forget that I've been married to you for nearly 6 years and this happened. It would be best if he could have a love-hate relationship with Su Meng." Now, Ning Shu was not even interested in Xiao Yan's body and trampling on Xiao Yan's dignity. Instead, he was taking advantage of himself. Xiao Yan struggled, his fat jiggling. Finally, Ning Shu roared, "You bitch, I won't believe your words. Alright, if you want to deceive yourself, then go ahead." Ning Shu didn't intend to let Xiao Yan see her good side. Although Xiao Yan didn't believe Ning Shu's words, Su Meng had run away when she saw him, which left a shadow in Xiao Yan's heart. On the other hand, Su Meng wanted to save her son, so she could only beg Li Xiuwen. Su Meng put on an expression that said, "As long as you save my son, you can do whatever you want." She had sacrificed a lot for the greater good. In her heart, she still felt the pain of betraying Xiao Yan, but she had her own difficulties. In the end, Li Xiuwen still went to save Su Debao, but he couldn't even see Su Debao's face. The people in the juvenile detention center directly quarantined Su Debao. They were very strict. Such a young child with such ability, they were determined not to let him into society. Moreover, the people in the juvenile detention center also found that this child's mentality was somewhat twisted. He didn't have a sense of right and wrong at all. He was too dangerous. Even if Li Xiuwen had the means to save Su Debao, who was defined as a dangerous person by the country. It would be fine if he could be brainwashed, but if he couldn't be trained, he could only end Su Debao's life at the age of 18. Even Li Xiuwen couldn't save Su Debao. Su Meng was completely desperate. She looked like her world was collapsing all day long. She cried and stuttered. Facing a pair of swollen eyelids all day long, Li Xiuwen was also a little impatient. The number of times he came to find Su Meng became even less. Su Meng was even more desperate. She felt like she was abandoned by the whole world. She was even sadder. She hugged Su Xiaobao and cried every day. Su Xiaobao's face was wooden and gloomy. He persuaded his mother not to cry. However, after a long time, Su Xiaobao stopped persuading her and just listened to Su Meng cry all day long. Even in such a situation, Su Meng didn't go to find Xiao Yan. It was probably because Xiao Yan's face was too impactful. Then, Li Xiuwen got married. The person he married was a rich family's daughter, and not Su Meng. When Su Meng found out about this news, she felt that her world was gloomy. Li Xiuwen, that gentle man, also betrayed her. Su Meng felt that God wanted to send all the suffering to her. She was really, really in pain. At the wedding of Li Xiuwen and the rich family's daughter, Su Meng asked Li Xiuwen with a face full of pain and despair. Why did he betray her? Li Xiuwen's face was black at that time. He directly asked people to throw Su Meng out. Ning Shu knew that the supporting male lead didn't get together with the female lead. He pursed his lips. Now that he had successfully become the male lead, he actually didn't want to be the female lead anymore. He was so unambitious. Serves him right to be the supporting male lead. However, it seemed that Xiao Yan and Su Meng, the supporting male lead, had been separated. Li Xiuwen's halo was also gone. Li Xiuwen's new wife was also not a kind person. She directly took back the house that Li Xiuwen gave Su Meng and chased Su Meng out. Su Meng, who had nowhere to go, could only find a dirty and small rented house to live. Su Xiaobao, who was already 6 years old, was already at the age of going to school. However, Su Meng didn't seem to have thought of this. She was sad and didn't think of earning money until she ran out of money. Su Meng could only look at Su Xiaobao with a pair of innocent almond eyes. In the end, she said to Su Xiaobao with a strong face, "Mommy will definitely work hard to support you. I promise." It wasn't that Su Meng didn't think of looking for Xiao Yan. There was once when she secretly went to look for Xiao Yan. She found that Xiao Yan was now as fat as a pig. Not only that, he was also missing a leg. Because he was too fat, he couldn't sit in a wheelchair and could only sleep on the bed. There was a strange vomit-inducing smell in the house. Of course, the smell was a little unbearable. As for how Xiao Yan lost his leg, it was because Xiao Yan knew that his son was going to be locked up for the rest of his life. He was too anxious, and when he went downstairs, he fell and fractured his leg. It was fine after a plaster cast. When Ning Shu heard the doctor's words, Ning Shu exclaimed in surprise. He signed the surgery book and directly said, "Cut it off." After knowing that his leg was gone, Xiao Yan looked as if he had gone crazy. He looked at Ning Shu with red eyes. "Su Ran, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go in this life or the next life." Ning Shu smiled indifferently, looking incomparably cold. However, it made Xiao Yan feel cold to the bone. This woman, Su Meng left and never came to look for Xiao Yan again. When Ning Shu found out, he just smiled indifferently and didn't say anything. True love was just like that. They didn't have to worry about daily necessities. They had endless money to spend on romance. They didn't have to do anything. They didn't have to worry about, "I love you, you love him, and he loves her," all day long. It was an unparalleled and beautiful love that was untainted by the world. Chapter 90. Su Xiaobao sat in front of the door of the dilapidated and dirty rented apartment. His face was a little dirty, and he no longer looked as innocent and cute as before. He heard moaning and panting sounds coming from the door. Not long after, a fat man came out. When he saw Su Xiaobao, his eyes were filled with lust. Su Xiaobao walked into the room. There was a strange smell in the room. Su Meng was lying on the bed with a blush on her face. Seeing Su Xiaobao come in, Su Meng passed the money to him, saying that it was for today's meal. Su Xiaobao took the money with a blank face. Ning Shu knew that Su Meng had walked down the path of Su Ran in the original plot, selling her body to live. He was a little stunned, but it was normal. Su Meng and Su Ran were both daughters of rich families, and they didn't have any life skills. Su Meng was lucky to be the female lead, and she would have a powerful man to protect her, so she wouldn't have to live a miserable life. Su Meng's character was innocent and delicate, and she didn't eat the food of mortals. Now, in order to survive, she had to make sacrifices. Ning Shu didn't even make a move, and she was already like this. She was quite good at acting. Mrs. Su brought Su Lan to Ning Shu to apologize. Ning Shu looked at Su Lan, who was looking up and couldn't be bothered with him. Su Lan didn't look like a noble and elegant prince anymore, and he was full of gloominess. The changes in the family had brought some changes to him. Ning Shu laughed and secretly gave Mrs. Su a lot of money. The Su family couldn't even be considered a well-off family now. Mrs. Su looked at Ning Shu in shock. Ning Shu directly told Mrs. Su to not let Su Bo and Su Lan know about this money. In the original plot, Su Bo ran away with Su Lan, leaving Mrs. Su, and Su ran alone. This money was for Mrs. Su, and Ning Shu believed that Su Bo still had money in his hands. Ning Shu had a feeling that this world's mission was about to be completed. Hurry up and leave, ding, mission completed, do you want to leave the mission world? After an ear-piercing sound, Ning Shu heard the cold mechanical voice of the system. Ning Shu never felt that the system's voice was so beautiful and warm. Leave, hurry up. Ning Shu said anxiously. Then, Ning Shu felt like the world was spinning, and he almost vomited. When he opened his eyes, he was already in the system space. Ning Shu let out a long breath, and then let out a long sigh, as if he wanted to let out all the depression in his heart. He had never felt so tired. Do you want to check your points? Yes. A screen appeared in front of Ning Shu, and on it was her information. Number, 23333 Name, Ning Age, 27 Age, 27 EXP, 8,600, 8,600/10,000, Soul Value, 60 Health Value, 50 Intelligence, 80 Charm, 1 Luck, 25, 3, Spirit, 121 20 Combat Power, 10 Potential, 24, 2, Merit, 2 Skills, 5 Ring Spear Technique, Trash Fighting Technique, Trash Peerless Martial Arts Beginners Trash Honorary Title, Goddess of War. When Ning Shu saw that she only had 1,500 points this time, she felt terrible. She had thought that she would be able to get rid of the title of Cannon Fodder Trainee and become an official player, losing the title of 2,333. However, the amount of points in this world was pitifully low. After calming down, Ning Shu thought for a while and understood why his points were so low. It was because the original Su Ran's request was to protect the Su family, but when the Su family was in trouble, she chose to stand aside and watch. So, from a certain point of view, there was a mission that was not completed. Forget it, the points were low. There are 5 points to distribute, please distribute them yourself. The system said. Ning Shu thought for a while, and decided to add the points to his luck. Character was very important, and then add it to his soul. The stronger the soul, the better. Ning Shu finished adding the points, and the screen changed. Number, 23333 Name, Ning Shu Age, 27 Experience, 8,600, 8,600/10,000, Soul Value, 601 Health Value, 501 Intelligence, 80 Charm, 1 Luck, 283 Spirit, 120 Strength, 10 Talent, 26 Merit, 2 Skills, 5 Ring Spear Technique, Trash Fighting Technique, Trash Peerless Martial Arts Beginners Trash Honorary Title, Goddess of War. Host, why don't you add a point to your charm? Your charm is too low, and you only have 1 point. The system said. Ning Shu saw that his charm was only a lonely 1. Ning Shu felt that he was being ridiculed by the system. Why did it only say something after she finished distributing the points? What are the benefits of charm? Ning Shu asked. Charm can make others have a good impression of the player. The system said concisely. Okay, it sounded like cheating, why didn't it say so earlier? Forget it, if I don't have charm, I'll just use violence to solve the problem. Ning Shu sat in the space and began to circulate his peerless martial arts. He began to absorb the matter in the space that could strengthen his soul. This time, Ning Shu felt that his soul was being consumed more than in the previous 2 worlds. Ah, That retard must have used a soul attack on me, causing my soul to become so dim. It's more tiring than fighting and killing. Ning Shu closed his eyes, relaxed his mind, and settled his thoughts. After an unknown amount of time, Ning Shu opened his eyes and saw that his soul had become a little stronger. There was an indescribable joy in his heart, and he shouted, "System, I want to enter the mission world." "Wait, I want to ask what the next world is." Ning Shu didn't even finish his words when the world started to spin, and his whole body became unwell. By the time Ning Shu had almost completely fused with this body, before she opened her eyes, she felt someone kick her leg. It was neither light nor heavy, but it hurt quite a bit. Ning Shu opened his eyes, and felt that the light was a little dazzling, so he used his hand to block it. "Hurry up and get up, how long are you going to sleep for?" a man said. Ning Shu put down the hand in front of his eyes, and only then did he see the man in front of him. He looked very ordinary, about 30 or 40 years old, and he was wearing a t-shirt with some dirty things on it. He was so ordinary that if he was thrown into a crowd, he wouldn't attract attention. However, Ning Shu's body tensed up, and he felt that the person in front of him was very dangerous. "Hurry up and eat, what are you dawdling for? You're the only one dawdling all the way here," the man said to Ning Shu in a bad mood. He walked in front and muttered, "I don't know why the officer called her here." Ning Shu followed behind the man. Now that he had just arrived in this world, and he hadn't accepted the plot, he was really confused. He looked around, and it seemed to be an abandoned factory. Ning Shu touched his waist, and he actually felt a gun. Suddenly, his heart was filled with a sense of security, at least he had something to protect his life. Ning Shu's nose twitched. She didn't know if it was her imagination, but she felt that the air was filled with a strange smell. When she breathed it into her lungs, it felt as if there was sand scraping against her lungs. There was a burning sensation, and when she looked at the sky from afar, she felt that the sky was always gray. Damn, he had a bad feeling. Chapter 91. Ning Shu followed the man in front of her into the room. There were 4 other people in the room. Seeing Ning Shu enter the room, they just glanced at her and continued eating. Ning Shu vaguely sensed that these people were very disdainful of her. "Eat something, you're still a child." The man who asked Ning Shu to eat before pushed a box of biscuits and a bottle of water in front of Ning Shu. Ning Shu thanked him and looked around the room. She found that there was another woman in the room. Her expression was very cold. She wore tight clothes that were convenient for movement, outlining her curvaceous figure. She was a cold and elegant woman. She secretly observed the other people and found another man. He was very handsome and had an unrestrained temperament. However, his eyes were cold. When he turned his head and met Ning Shu's eyes, Ning Shu felt cold all over. This person had a murderous aura towards her. Although this murderous aura was very subtle, Ning Shu still felt it. After looking around, except for a man and a woman who were very good-looking, the others were very ordinary. They were so ordinary that one would forget what they looked like after a glance. Ning Shu suddenly wanted to find a mirror to see what this body looked like. Could it be the same as the others, the same existence that set off these 2 people? What's the situation now? The feeling of not knowing anything is really bad. Ning Shu took a bite of the biscuit and almost broke her teeth. What kind of biscuit is so hard? Seeing that the others had finished eating the biscuits, Ning Shu didn't care whether the biscuits were hard or not. She mixed the biscuits with water and ate them all. Now Ning Shu just wanted to find a place to receive the plot. She was dumbfounded. Finished eating, finished eating. Let's plan which direction to go next, the handsome man said. His voice was unexpectedly fancy. How was it fancy? It was just that when he spoke, he had the feeling of a playboy, giving people a romantic feeling. Even so, Ning Shu felt that he was very dangerous. Ning Shu didn't say anything because she didn't know what to say. One of the men looked annoyed and dissatisfied. This lunatic can really run. Where did he go? Lunatic? What lunatic? Ning Shu was dumbfounded and didn't say anything. I think we should keep going forward. If we keep going forward, we'll reach the border. That's where the zombies haven't spread. Madman should have gone there, and he knows that the country is looking for him. The woman's attitude was very cold. Wait, zombies, zombies. Ning Shu only wanted to quickly receive the plot. While everyone was discussing, Ning Shu didn't say a word. However, the other 5 people didn't care at all. They ignored Ning Shu's existence. After the discussion, they all got into the off-road vehicle. Ning Shu also got into the car and asked the man sitting opposite him, "What lunatic? Hua, are you really stupid? Usually your brain isn't clear. Now you even forgot the mission after sleeping." The man sitting opposite him said in a very bad tone. Ning Shu immediately closed her mouth. Hua, this body's name is Hua Duo, Forget it, I'll find a chance to receive the plot. Ning Shu looked out of the car for a while. It was clearly a highway, but there were almost no cars on the road. Along the way, there were no cars at all. After looking for a while, Ning Shu withdrew her gaze and meditated in the car. She wanted to see if she could cultivate peerless martial arts in this world. In any case, she had to have strength to complete the mission. After an unknown amount of time, Ning Shu's body finally had a trace of qi. This qi circulated in Ning Shu's body and constantly strengthened her body. Ning Shu was even a little surprised that this world could cultivate qi so early. One must know that when she was a little princess, she couldn't even cultivate qi for a month. When Ning Shu woke up, her stomach was growling, but there was nothing to eat. This feeling was too familiar. The body needed a lot of energy, so she was hungry. The problem was that there was nothing to eat. Ning Shu shamelessly asked the cold woman sitting next to her for 2 packets of biscuits. Under the disdainful eyes of everyone, she ate all the biscuits. At this time, a burst of inhuman roars came from afar. Then the air was filled with a rotten smell. Zombies, be careful. The driver's face was cold. The car didn't stop, but instead sped up. It directly hit the zombies in front and then ran over them. The car jolted a little. Ning Shu looked at the zombies outside the window and unconsciously roared. Their bodies were gray, and some parts were rotten. There were even maggots crawling on the rotten flesh. Their eyes looked like lime balls, gray and scary. Their movements were very slow, but the force they used to hit the window was very strong. With one hit, the window cracked. What kind of monsters are these? They obviously have no signs of life, but I don't know what kind of power is controlling these rotten corpses. It's so strange. The car drove very fast, and soon they got rid of them. Ning Shu let out a sigh of relief. The atmosphere in the car was not as tense as before. Lone Wolf, find a place to rest. The woman said to the handsome man driving in front. The man smiled evilly at the woman. Roger. The man called Lone Wolf found an abandoned house. The house was very simple, but no one said anything. Ning Shu only had one feeling, and that was that he was very hungry. After casually eating something, Lone Wolf arranged for someone to keep watch at night. He probably saw that Ning Shu was just a little girl, so he didn't arrange for her to keep watch at night. There was one other person who received such treatment, and that was the beautiful woman. Ning Shu finally found the opportunity to accept the plot. Things started with a group of inhuman monsters rushing out of the laboratory. These monsters were very strong, and they couldn't feel pain. They didn't have any signs of life, but they had a very strong desire for human flesh. Moreover, they were very infectious. If they were caught and not dismembered, they would be assimilated into zombies. The virus carried by the zombies spread quickly, and the human world was on the verge of collapse. But now Ning Shu was even more devastated. Because the person who created these monsters was the genetic scientist, the school doctor uncle, who was codenamed Crazy. Uncle, you are so awesome. Is your family man-made? You turned a beautiful school world into a doomsday world. Uncle, Why don't you go to heaven? This body was called Flower, and she was a member of the special agent team. She was only 17 years old, and this was her first mission in her life. Her mission was to find this crazy man and seize the gene fluid in his hands. It would be better if she could catch him. This gene fluid was the thing that created these monsters, but this gene fluid had a 50% chance of triggering the hidden superpower in the human body. But the school doctor uncle had long run away with the gene fluid. This group of people's mission was to find the crazy man who had run away. Ning Shu. Chapter 92. In addition to Flower, there were 5 other agents who had formed a team to look for Madman. The other 5 agents were all experienced agents of the country. It was the first time this body went on a mission and became a hindrance to the team. Therefore, the attitude of the team members towards Flower was very bad. In fact, Flower did not know that the agents in the team had already turned to codename Lone Wolf and Young Phoenix. They had already betrayed the country. After finding the gene fluid, they directly injected it. Moreover, the 5 of them awakened their abilities and built a base. At this time, more and more people were infected. The country also fell apart, and the bases rose one after another to resist the zombies. Flower was also killed the moment the team obtained the gene fluid. She was thrown into the zombie crowd and dismembered. She did not even have the chance to become a zombie. Well, this little girl could not even be considered a supporting female lead. She could only be considered a small cannon fodder, an insignificant cannon fodder. Then Lone Wolf and Young Phoenix should be the male and female leads. The other agents were ordinary, but Lone Wolf and Young Phoenix were capricious. The male lead was handsome and tall, while the female lead was cold and elegant. The original owner's wish was, 1. To survive in this apocalyptic world. 2. To give the gene fluid to the country and not let Young Phoenix and Lone Wolf take it. Ning Shu looked at the 2 people's mission. He felt that it was easier than the previous missions. Easy my ass. Snatching something from the male and female leads was not an ordinary difficulty. Ning Shu could also understand why the original owner wanted to give the gene fluid to the country. In fact, the original owner did not have the concept of a country. She only wanted to do it for the leader of the agent team. This leader raised her and trained her. She wanted to work hard to complete the mission to repay the leader's kindness. Well, he felt that this girl was quite naive and cute. She did not even know what was happening in the team. Why was it that every mission was so lousy? Moreover, the plot did not mention what happened to the mad scientist who caused the world to become like this. The team found the gene fluid in a simple laboratory. Fuck, it felt like the school doctor uncle was a transcendent existence. The scourge lived for 1,000 years. The uncle was going to go down in history forever and be infamous for 10,000 years. He directly changed the entire human world. A new favorite had appeared in the world. Then, the previous female lead, Ling Shui, was probably dead. Heaven and Earth's fate would choose a new favorite and redistribute fate. It was a sad story. Ning Shu wanted to cry. Mama, this world is so dangerous. Not only are there zombies, but there are also teammates who want to kill her. Hey, wake up. You've been sleeping all day. Ning Shu was kicked by someone. When he opened his eyes, the sky was already bright. Ning Shu looked at the man. This man's code name was Tarantula, and he was an expert in all kinds of firearms. At this moment, Tarantula looked at Ning Shu with an impatient expression. You are an agent. Don't you even have the most basic vigilance? You can sleep until dawn. People like you should be eaten by zombies. Ning Shu did not speak. His expression was as ignorant as usual as he followed Tarantula into the team. Today, they were eating hardtack again. Ning Shu did not care if he was used to it and finished everything because he was really hungry. Looking around, Ning Shu found that Lone Wolf and Young Phoenix were not in the team at all. He could not help but ask Tarantula, where did the captain go? The team leader was Lone Wolf, and Young Phoenix was not in the team. Ning Shu guessed very shamelessly that the two of them might have gone somewhere to have sex. Just take care of yourself. Why do you care about others? Tarantula said in a bad mood. The others also looked at Ning Shu as if they didn't care about her. Ning Shu was thinking in his heart. Should he directly leave the team and look for the gene fluid by himself? However, this plan was a bit risky. He had no supplies, no water, and no food. How could he walk there? If he really did that, it would be too late. Moreover, if he left the team so rashly, Lone Wolf and Young Phoenix would notice and end his life prematurely. Lone Wolf and Young Phoenix were decisive and ruthless people. Therefore, he still had to follow the team to find the gene fluid. In fact, Ning Shu still liked to face such male and female leads. He would rather face such people, at least with a normal brain, than face such people in the previous world. They were clearly the ones making trouble, but they insisted that others were being unreasonable. After breakfast, Ning Shu wanted to talk to these people, but no one paid attention to him. They wiped their pistols and sharpened their knives. In short, he was ignored. Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu gave up talking to these people. Ning Shu felt that the original owner was quite miserable. His strength was so bad that others did not even want to recruit him. It was also because the original owner had a one-track mind. He did not have any thoughts about the tempting gene fluid. All he wanted was to complete the mission. At this time, the door suddenly opened with a bang. Everyone looked up and saw Lone Wolf and Young Phoenix almost crawling in. Both of them had a look of horror on their faces. Be alert. Lone Wolf's face was dignified as he stood in front of Young Phoenix. Captain, what happened? Tarantula asked Lone Wolf, holding a gun in his hand and looking around vigilantly. Ning Shu pulled out his gun when the two people came in. He felt a strong pressure coming closer and closer. These two people must have provoked something. The protagonist had a constitution of accidents. When he provoked something he could not resist, he would be miserable. Those who died were all cannon fodder, but the protagonist was fine. Ning Shu's forehead was covered in cold sweat. A strong pressure almost crushed his heart. Everyone in the room had a very serious expression. Even Young Phoenix, who had always been noble and cold, had a pale face. Ning Shu took a step back and silently hid behind the team. Lone Wolf in front looked at Ning Shu with disdain. Ning Shu did not care. He was the one who provoked them, so why did he have to look down on others? Just when everyone's nerves were high, a figure suddenly appeared at the door. It was so fast that no one could react. Ning Shu took the lead and fired a shot at the afterimage. Ning Shu was stunned for a moment, and a human figure appeared in front of her. In front of her was a magnified face with a pale face. At first glance, she knew that it was a zombie, but this zombie was not as rotten as the other zombies, and its movements were more flexible than the other zombies. This was an evolved variant zombie. Ning Shu turned around and ran away without thinking. She couldn't fight against this thing. The zombie was entangled by other people, so Ning Shu managed to escape the disaster. For a time, darts, hidden weapons, and bullets were thrown at the zombie, but what made everyone collapse was that the zombie dodged them one by one. Ning Shu's jaw dropped to the ground. The apocalypse had just begun, and suddenly such a powerful thing appeared. This kind of thing was simply a killing machine. At least for now, humans had no power to resist. Lone Wolf and Young Phoenix were really good at it. Chapter 93. Roar, roar. The roar of the zombies came from afar, and it sounded like there were a lot of them. There was still a big guy in front of them that had not been dealt with, and now they were surrounded by zombies. Ning Shu looked at the zombies that were using all kinds of skills, but even bullets could not do anything to this zombie, it was really too fast. Ning Shu felt that the zombie's eyes were focused on her, it was a kind of naked desire for food. Fuck, this zombie wants to eat me. There were more and more zombies around, and the rotten smell made people want to vomit. Ning Shu shot the zombie that wanted to catch her, and looked at the zombie that was entangled by Lone Wolf. Ning Shu felt that this zombie was fighting with this team. Did Lone Wolf and Young Phoenix provoke this zombie? Suddenly, Ning Shu's hair stood up, and a cold breath came from behind. Ning Shu did not think and dodged, rolling on the ground to avoid the zombie's attack. Ning Shu and Young Phoenix shouted, "Did you take something?" Young Phoenix quickly shook her head, "No, I didn't." Ning Shu felt that something was wrong. Since she did not take anything, why did she fight to the death? "Everyone get in the car, get in the car." Lone Wolf shouted to the others, and took the lead to get in the car, and shouted to Young Phoenix, "Get in the car, we can't deal with this zombie." Ning Shu quickly got in the car and slammed the door. Everyone was still in shock. Ning Shu gasped, looked around, and found that there was one less person in the car, one dead. There was a change in the plot, in the original plot, except for Ning Shu, the cannon fodder, who died. The others were fine, and finally awakened the ability. Young Phoenix tightly bit her lips, her face was pale, and she looked very nervous, excited, and worried. Ning Shu intuitively felt that Young Phoenix was hiding something from them. Bang! Suddenly there was a loud noise on the roof. The mutated zombie was actually on the roof. Ning Shu had a very bad feeling. Hearing the loud sounds coming from the roof of the car, Ning Shu gripped the gun in his hand tightly. Ning Shu slammed on the brakes and accelerator, trying to get rid of the zombie on top of the car. The car was very bumpy, and Ning Shu almost vomited, but the zombie on top of the car was like a gecko, he couldn't get rid of it. Ning Shu turned around and saw a human head outside the car window. It was a gray-white zombie face. Ning Shu turned his head stiffly. What was going to happen now? The zombies were going against them. The sound on the roof of the car was still going on. There were cracks on the roof, and the sound was very loud. The windows were also shattered. Ning Shu fired a shot at the zombie's outstretched hand. The bullet grazed the gray palm and did not cause any damage to the zombie. Invulnerability. This was too abnormal. How was he supposed to fight? What are you doing? You will only anger him, Young Phoenix, Ning Shu shouted. Now that the situation was like this, who cared about anger? Fuck, the car is out of gas, Lone Wolf, who was driving, shouted. Sure enough, the car stopped after a while. The zombie that had been on the roof of the car jumped down and aimed at Young Phoenix's chest. Ning Shu was speechless. Was the zombie a pervert? Young Phoenix, who was attacked, turned pale. Facing the zombie's attack, she seemed to have lost the ability to resist. Her expression was blank. Young Phoenix, quickly dodge, Lone Wolf shouted at Young Phoenix and fired at the zombie. Surprisingly, the zombie didn't attack Young Phoenix. Instead, it pulled something out of her neck. Ning Shu held her gun and squinted at the thing in the zombie's hand. It was a glass bottle, and it shone brightly under the sunlight. The transparent liquid in the glass bottle was thicker than ordinary water. What was this? The zombies stole the gene fluid. Young Phoenix shouted. Everyone else was stunned. Gene fluid? Young Phoenix found the gene fluid? Ning Shu's expression was a bit strange. What did the zombie want the gene fluid for? There was no such thing in the plot. There's no time to explain. Anyway, we have to get the gene fluid back first, Young Phoenix shouted. Seeing that the gene fluid was in its hands, the zombie did not bother with Ning Shu's group. It grabbed the gene fluid and planned to leave. Quickly stop it. We have to get the gene fluid, Lone Wolf shouted at the four people. Ning Shu rolled his eyes. It was obvious that they could not win. Why should they fight? However, Ning Shu's actions were not slow. Shooting at the zombie was useless. Shouldn't they be glad that the zombie did not want to kill them? The zombie seemed to be angered. It roared at the five people with a ferocious expression and rushed toward Ning Shu first. Ning Shu, oh, was it because she looked weak that the zombies were charging at her? Ning Shu saw that the others were only blocking the zombie symbolically. They did not intend to help her at all. She could only save herself. A gray palm reached toward Ning Shu's neck. A rotten smell hit Ning Shu in the face. Ning Shu almost vomited. Ning Shu fired a shot at the zombie's head, but the zombie dodged. Looking at the zombie's claws getting closer and closer, Ning Shu's pupils shrank. Then, before she could react, the zombie's head in front of her suddenly exploded, splashing gray brain matter all over her face. Ning Shu. Not only was Ning Shu shocked, but the surrounding people were also shocked. The zombies' defense was not just for show. It was really hard for them to react when the zombie's head exploded. Ning Shu wiped her face. When she opened her eyes, she saw a car parked not far away. A man stood in front of the car. The man was wearing a black windbreaker. The wind blew the corners of his clothes, making it look elegant. He held a gun in his hand. The black muzzle was aimed at Ning Shu. Ning Shu was not scared to death by the zombie. Instead, she was scared to death by the gun. Even zombies could be taken care of. Ning Shu was scared to death by the gun. Don't. Ning Shu quickly waved her hand. We are all humans. Humans. Ning Shu did not expect to meet the school doctor in such a situation. The school doctor was still wearing that disgusting windbreaker. Ning Shu had experienced several worlds. Seeing the school doctor again felt like a lifetime had passed. Friend, thank you for your help. Lone Wolf said first. The school doctor looked at Lone Wolf indifferently. The black muzzle was still pointed at Ning Shu. Ning Shu's hair stood on end. Pick up the gene fluid on the ground. The school doctor said to Ning Shu. Can you move the gun away first? I'm scared, Ning Shu shouted at the school doctor. The school doctor sneered. Ning Shu hooked his finger. Come here quickly. Ning Shu pulled the zombie's hand away and walked towards the school doctor with the gene fluid. Little Phoenix wanted to walk over to Ning Shu, but was stopped by Ning Shu. Little Phoenix was not willing to give up. She looked at the gene fluid in Ning Shu's hand with a burning gaze. Ning Shu walked slowly towards the school doctor. The school doctor frowned. Don't come so close. You stink. Ning Shu, this fussy clean freak had not changed. Chapter 94. Ning Shu still wanted to express the excitement of meeting an old friend, but the school doctor's disdainful words extinguished the enthusiasm in her heart. It seemed like the school doctor didn't even know her. Ning Shu looked at the school doctor. He didn't look any different from before. He was still tall and sexy, giving people a feeling of abstinence. Especially when the gold-rimmed glasses reflected light, it was too fucking abstinent. Now, he pointed a gun at her with an indifferent face. Ning Shu felt scared. This was someone who killed the female lead and created the apocalypse. Ning Shu just wanted to say, please let him go. Lone Wolf and Young Phoenix clenched their fists, but they didn't dare to move. When Young Phoenix looked at Ning Shu, her eyes were filled with resentment. She seemed to resent Ning Shu for losing the gene fluid and giving it to someone else. The three sides confronted each other. Ning Shu's heart was like a group of dogs. Now, she was the target of two sides. If necessary, she would be the first to be killed. A gust of wind blew, and the breeze rolled up the school doctor's clothes. His clothes were fluttering, and his legs were so long. The wind brushed past Ning Shu's face. Ning Shu even smelled an elegant fragrance. It was probably the school doctor's fragrance. Ning Shu, this is the apocalypse. Why does the uncle have the leisure to use perfume? He doesn't feel guilty for what he did. Does he not feel guilty at all? Friend, put down your guns and let's talk. We are wasting time. It will be troublesome if the zombies are attracted. Lone Wolf said first. Ning Shu suddenly realized a problem. Lone Wolf and the agents didn't seem to know the school doctor. Wasn't the school doctor a wanted criminal? Didn't he even have a picture of him? This person was more valuable than the gene fluid. However, it seemed that the original owner didn't know what the genetic scientist with the code name Madman looked like. She just asked them to find the gene fluid. She probably didn't expect them to catch Madman. Uncle, you are so awesome. Do you have people in your family? Uncle, you are so evil. Do you have people in your family? Ning Shu's face trembled. When she looked up, she could see the black muzzle. She might as well lower her head and pretend not to see it. The school doctor heard Lone Wolf's words and nodded. Lone Wolf thought the person in front of him agreed, but the next sentence made Lone Wolf's handsome face stiffen. Wipe the brain matter off your hands and wipe the gene fluid bottle clean. Ning Shu said. Seeing Ning Shu raise his head with a face full of gray brain matter, he turned his head as if he couldn't bear it. Wipe your face too. At this time, why do you care so much? Ning Shu wiped her hands on her body twice, and then wiped the bottle of gene fluid clean. The gene fluid bottle was very small. It was almost the size of a penicillin bottle. There wasn't much gene fluid in it. When Ning Shu passed the bottle to the school doctor, young Phoenix, who had been holding back, finally couldn't help but shoot at Ning Shu. Ning Shu had been guarding against young Phoenix and Lone Wolf. When he saw young Phoenix move, he activated his chi and ran behind the school doctor. He smelled the scent again. It was indeed the scent of the school doctor. It didn't smell like perfume at such a close distance. It was probably the smell after bathing. Why did it feel like the school doctor didn't live in the apocalypse? Young Phoenix was very confident in her shooting skills. This shot would definitely kill the stupid Hua-er. However, she didn't expect to hit a shadow. How could she be so fast? Seeing that her shot missed, young Phoenix's cold face became colder. She pursed her lips tightly. The school doctor pointed his gun at young Phoenix. Lone Wolf and the others were very nervous. 4 gun barrels pointed at the school doctor. The school doctor's face didn't change. Instead, the other party became more nervous. What's the situation now? Don't come near me. It stinks. In such a serious atmosphere, the school doctor suddenly said. It scared the others so much that they almost fired. Ning Shu was speechless. Now is not the time to talk about this. Uncle, let's run first. As soon as Ning Shu finished speaking, she felt terrible. This scene was so familiar. Why did the school doctor always do things that made people's hearts explode? The school doctor said, I feel like I've experienced something like this before. Roar, roar, the zombies that were shaken off caught up. The mutated zombie was already dead. These zombies seemed to have lost control. When they smelled the scent of humans, they roared even louder and more violently. Okay. The most important thing now is to deal with the zombies. Let's work together to deal with the zombies. Lone Wolf pulled a long face. It showed that he was in an extremely bad mood. I've said it in advance. When dealing with zombies, no one is allowed to backstab. Ning Shu curled his lips. Anyway, he didn't believe a word that Lone Wolf said. The school doctor took the lead and blew off the head of the zombie in front. His speed was very fast. Everyone was stunned. Lone Wolf looked at the gun in his hand with a complicated expression. The latest gun. Ning Shu didn't know what the new gun was, but he felt that the gun in the school doctor's hand was very fast. The bullet speed was also very fast. When the bullet passed through the air, it created white smoke. Roar, these zombies didn't know fear. They only thirsted for human flesh. When the zombies in front fell, the ones behind came one after another. Ning Shu took out his gun to defend against the zombies. Soon, Ning Shu ran out of bullets. He grabbed a wooden stick from the ground and used all his strength to hit the zombie's head. Then the zombie's head exploded like a watermelon. The gray brain matter splashed on Ning Shu's face. The school doctor next to Ning Shu moved a few steps away and tightly pursed his lips. Ning Shu turned his head and saw that the school doctor was a little far away from him. He quickly chased after him. To be honest, Ning Shu would rather believe the school doctor than Lone Wolf and the others. One must know that young Phoenix wanted to kill her just now. The school doctor pulled out a gun from his waist and threw it to Ning Shu. Go away, you disgusted me. Ning Shu caught the gun in a flurry and shot at the zombie's head. The zombie's head exploded in an instant. There are too many zombies. Let's go first. Young Phoenix shouted with a sharp voice. Some of the zombies were tearing the mutated zombie's body. There would be more zombies later. Go, how can we go? The car is out of gas. Lone Wolf roared and shot a zombie. Then everyone's eyes moved to the school doctor. The school doctor didn't seem to notice everyone's gaze and patted the dust on his clothes. This friend. Lone Wolf just opened his mouth but was interrupted by the school doctor. No. Lone Wolf's face was livid. Seeing that there was going to be a big battle, the school doctor's indifferent look made people angry. Chapter 95. The team's car was out of gas, and after being tortured by the mutated zombies, it was basically scrapped. Therefore, everyone put all their hopes on the school doctor, but the school doctor firmly refused. The surrounding zombies were roaring, and the car was broken. Could it be that they could only rely on their legs to run? Everyone felt particularly miserable today. Ning Shu saw that the nearest zombie wanted to grab her, so she killed it with one shot. Her face was covered in brain matter, and she looked at the school doctor and said earnestly, "Uncle, let's run first." The school doctor looked straight ahead, but he didn't look at Ning Shu's face. "You stay away from me." Ning Shu, crying blind. Lone Wolf gave his team members a look, and slowly moved towards the school doctor's car. The others pretended to fight zombies to cover Lone Wolf. Ning Shu saw that Lone Wolf was trying to pull the car door, and she was a little anxious. She didn't expect Lone Wolf to take her and the school doctor with him. These people were cruel and merciless, and they killed people for the country. "Uncle, uncle." Ning Shu wanted to reach out and pull the school doctor's clothes, but the school doctor quickly dodged. Ning Shu anxiously said, "Uncle, they're going to take your car." Was it going to be the same as the plot, and get dismembered by the zombies? The school doctor suddenly reached out and grabbed Ning Shu's collar, making her stand in front of him. Ning Shu didn't have time to react, and then she saw a zombie not far away suddenly explode, and then the brain matter splattered on Ning Shu's face. Ning Shu, fuck, this bitch. Ning Shu angrily turned around and saw that the school doctor had already left. She didn't have time to be angry and hurriedly followed him. Lone Wolf was still struggling with the car door, and even wanted to open the hood, but the car couldn't be opened. Young Phoenix and the others were anxious, and they didn't even want to deal with the zombies, so they came to help. Even after using all the skills of the Special Agent Agency, they still couldn't pry open the tortoiseshell out of the car. The school doctor took out the car key, and the car made a sound of unlocking. Lone Wolf thought that it would be a piece of cake to open the door and start the car when the car was unlocked. However, he felt something cold on his head. Lone Wolf didn't want to experience the taste of the gun. He raised his hand, his handsome face a little twisted. "This is a misunderstanding." Lone Wolf squeezed out the words from his throat. The school doctor snorted and took the lead to enter the car. Ning Shu shamelessly sat in the front passenger seat. Looking at the enclosed cars, Ning Shu suddenly felt very safe. Lone Wolf and the rest saw that the man who had appeared out of nowhere did not seem to want to take them away. Their faces were filled with anxiety as they tapped on the car window. Their mouths opened and closed, but they could not hear what they were saying. The soundproofing effect was amazing. The surrounding zombies surrounded them again. Gu Lang's heart was burning with anger. Damn it, there was no end to it. Young Phoenix tapped on the car window beside the school doctor. Her cold face was full of anxiety, and there was a trace of begging. The school doctor squinted at the woman. The car window was opened. Young Phoenix quickly grabbed the school doctor's clothes and shouted, "Please take us away, please." Young Phoenix looked at the school doctor pitifully. The school doctor looked at his clothes coldly and silently pressed the window button. The window immediately went up. Young Phoenix was afraid that her hand would be stuck, so she could only let go of the school doctor's clothes. She took back her hand and looked at the school doctor dumbfoundedly. Isn't this a joke? If you don't want to, why did you open the window? Only Ning Shu knew why. The school doctor's obsessive-compulsive disorder and misophobia acted up. In comparison, Ning Shu found that the school doctor was more lenient to her. He only let the zombies splash her face with brain matter. The brain matter was not scary at all. Ning Shu looked at the school doctor. His side face was very cold. There was not even a speck of dust on his black coat. His legs looked especially long as he sat on the car seat. His whole body exuded a temperament of abstinence. Therefore, scientists and doctors were the most likely to be perverts. The school doctor had both identities. She did not know why he did not drive. Ning Shu looked at Gu Lang and the others outside. They were dealing with zombies while desperately tapping on the car window. This feeling was very good. Who are those people outside? The school doctor turned his head and asked Ning Shu. But then he immediately turned his head back and stretched out his slender fingers to take a piece of paper and threw it to Ning Shu. Ning Shu took the paper and wiped the brain matter on her face. Who caused her to be like this? Who disliked her? I am the same as them. We are all agents of the country's special agent group. Ning Shu said honestly. The school doctor raised his eyebrows and looked at Ning Shu. You, agent. Ning Shu was speechless. From these 4 words, Ning Shu felt endless contempt and mockery from the school doctor. Not everyone could be as perverted as you. After experiencing 2 worlds, she realized that this guy had changed the course of human history and became the demon king of destruction. She was still a useless person. The corner of Ning Shu's mouth twitched as she silently wiped the brain matter off her face. When the people outside were about to die of exhaustion, the school doctor opened the car window. Young Phoenix, who had dealt with a zombie, immediately ran over. This time, she did not pull on the school doctor's clothes. Young Phoenix was panting and sweating. The sweat slid down her neck and then flowed to her white chest and into her deep cleavage. Ning Shu gulped a mouthful of saliva. The school doctor looked back at Ning Shu and said disdainfully, useless. Ning Shu, oh, why couldn't she understand what the school doctor was referring to? If you have any requests, just say it. Young Phoenix frowned. We are out of bullets, please save us. The school doctor asked with an indifferent face, anything? The school doctor's sharp eyes swept across young Phoenix's face. Young Phoenix's face paled and looked at Lone Wolf. Lone Wolf's face was very bad and he nodded at young Phoenix. Young Phoenix took a deep breath and said, yes, please save us. Yes. The school doctor nodded and then said, oh right, my car is full of bombs. If I die, I can detonate the car before I die. Also, the windows are bulletproof. You can't get out if you come in. Oh, your sister. Lone Wolf and the others stiffened and quickly got into the car. The school doctor suddenly pulled out a gun from his waist and shot the forehead of the man sitting in the back. The man's face was full of shock before he died. What are you doing? What are you doing? Both young Phoenix and Lone Wolf pointed their guns at the school doctor, while Tarantula pointed his gun at Ning Shu, forming a confrontation. Ning Shu, I didn't kill him, why are you pointing at me? Chapter 96. Ning Shu didn't understand why the uncle suddenly shot and killed people. If he didn't want to save them, why did he let them get in the car? She didn't understand. The school doctor withdrew his gun and frowned. Didn't you notice that he was bitten by a zombie? Push him out. Huh? Young Phoenix didn't believe him and began to check the dead companion. Finally, she found a claw wound on the arm and the flesh began to turn blue. Push him out. The school doctor said again. Young Phoenix gritted her teeth, opened the car door, kicked the person out and then slammed the door. The person who was kicked out was immediately dismembered by the zombies. The scene was really bloody. Everyone's expression was very complicated. Ning Shu asked the school doctor, "How do you know he was hurt by a zombie?" The school doctor looked at Ning Shu with contempt. "Don't you smell the blood?" Damn, she really didn't smell it. He was indeed an expert in dissection. He was so sensitive to the smell of blood. Lone Wolf, who was pointing his gun at Ning Shu, withdrew his gun. He sneered and said, "Even if that's the case, Flower's face is covered in zombie brain juice. She might also be infected. We should push her out." Damn, what kind of hatred did this guy have with her? The school doctor looked at Ning Shu. "You're infected." "No, I'm not infected." Ning Shu quickly waved his hand. A person who had mastered the peerless martial arts was in good health. "What evidence do you have to prove that you're not infected?" Tarantula laughed, making his ordinary face look sinister. Ning Shu curled his lips and said, "What evidence do you have to prove that I'm infected?" "Okay, Tarantula," young Phoenix said, and then said to the school doctor, "Thank you for saving us." "No need." The school doctor adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. Ning Shu looked at him and inexplicably felt that the school doctor had some ulterior motive. Was he interested in the female lead? The school doctor stepped on the gas and got rid of the zombies behind. Not long after, he stopped and didn't seem to want to go anymore. Lone Wolf pulled a long face and asked in a deep voice, "Why don't you go? What are you doing here in the wilderness?" Lone Wolf was extremely disgusted and repulsed by this person who had appeared out of nowhere. Ever since he met this person, Lone Wolf realized that his previous winning streak no longer existed. Even his position as the captain was threatened. The school doctor patted his clothes to get rid of the dust, as if he didn't hear Lone Wolf's words. "Hey, what's with your attitude? I'm talking to you." Lone Wolf couldn't help but want to pull out his gun and kill this annoying person. Ning Shu realized that the school doctor was actually quite infuriating, so he asked, "Uncle, why aren't we leaving?" Zombies' sense of smell can only detect humans within 2 kilometers. The school doctor explained. Ning Shu was about to kneel down in front of the uncle and asked, "How did you know?" "I've tested it before. I'm always interested in the unknown." The school doctor turned around and looked at Ning Shu. "I've seen people as stupid as you." Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu laughed dryly and didn't answer. Lone Wolf fidgeted with his hair and said, "Even so, are we just going to stay here and wait for the zombies to catch up? Then run for 2 kilometers and wait for the zombies to catch up?" The school doctor looked at Lone Wolf coldly, his gold-rimmed glasses glowing with a cold light. He said, "If you mess with your hair again and make the car full of dust, I'll kill you." Lone Wolf's hand froze. He wanted to ignore him, but when he saw the gun on the man's waist, he finally put down his hand in annoyance. Ning Shu's mouth twitched. "Uncle, you're exaggerating. Now is a special time. Survival is so difficult. Don't care about these trivial things." Seeing the man's strength, young Phoenix and Tarantula didn't dare to speak. Young Phoenix held Lone Wolf's hand and asked him to bear with it. Lone Wolf was even angrier. Losing face in front of his woman was really damaging to his self-esteem as a man. "By the way, I don't have any extra food for you, so you have to go back and find your own supplies," the school doctor said lightly. Everyone was speechless. After a while, everyone returned to the place where the battle took place. The zombies were gone, but the broken van was still there. Lone Wolf took the lead to get out of the car to check if the supplies were still there. Ning Shu also wanted to get out of the car to help, but he was stopped by the school doctor. "You sit here. You'll only cause trouble if you go out." Ning Shu was speechless. However, Ning Shu did not get out of the car. She sat in the car with the school doctor. Moreover, Lone Wolf and the others wanted to kill her, so it was safer for her to stay with the school doctor. When she turned around, she saw that the school doctor's gaze was focused on young Phoenix, who was moving things. His gaze was sharp. Young Phoenix was a special agent, so her senses were very sharp. Naturally, she could feel that someone was looking at her, causing her muscles to tense up. This man's eyes were really sharp, so strong that it made people unable to breathe. Ning Shu asked, "Uncle, do you like young phoenix?" "Like?" The school doctor smiled faintly. His face looked a lot gentler, but Ning Shu felt that it was even more sinister. "I'm a little interested." The school doctor's slender fingers tapped on the steering wheel. Ning Shu had a feeling of wanting to mourn for young phoenix. The school doctor once said to a female protagonist that he only wanted her. In the end, he was caught and used as a test subject. He said that he wanted to improve human genes and activate advanced human genes. Then, the world was ruined by the uncle. What did he mean by a little interested? Did he really like her, or did he want to dissect her? The school doctor supported his head with his hand and looked a little lazy. He looked at Ning Shu and asked, "Have we met somewhere before?" "Why do you call me uncle?" I'm used to calling him uncle." "How should I put it? Admit that they were once in cahoots?" Just as Ning Shu was about to speak, a buzzing sound suddenly appeared in her mind. Then, a cold mechanical voice said, "Don't worry. Players can't expose their identity. Players are just passers-by. They can't break the rules of the world." She didn't plan to tell the school doctor. Otherwise, the school doctor would definitely dissect her. The school doctor raised his eyebrows and looked at Ning Shu. He snorted. "I'm 18 years old. Uncle, you're definitely older than me. I call you uncle because I respect you." Ning Shu casually came up with an excuse. This body was only 17 years old. The people in the car were chatting, but Lone Wolf and young Phoenix, who were moving things, had an argument. Lone Wolf didn't want to be with the school doctor anymore, but young Phoenix said that she still wanted to follow the school doctor. They should at least go their separate ways when they reached a safe place. Chapter 97. Young Phoenix's reason for insisting on following the school doctor was very good. This place was very desolate, close to the border, there was no one, and there were so many things. Did they have to rely on their 2 legs to walk? Besides, there were only 3 people left in the team, her, Lone Wolf, and Tarantula. Young Phoenix had subconsciously kicked Ning Shu out of the team. What if they encountered zombies? Carrying these things, could they outrun zombies? If they encountered a mutated zombie, they had no way to resist it. Lone Wolf knew that he was being unreasonable, but he inexplicably did not want to be with that man. That man gave him a very dangerous feeling, and his heart was very repulsed. But young Phoenix's reason was very good. The other man in the team, Tarantula, was also on young Phoenix's side. 2 against 1, Lone Wolf could only compromise. He pulled young Phoenix's hand and said, "Stay away from that man. I think he has bad intentions towards you. Don't be fooled." The school doctor, who was called a pervert, was calm and did not care about Lone Wolf's words. He was so calm that Ning Shu could not help but admire him. In fact, Ning Shu understood why Lone Wolf did not want to follow the school doctor. It was because the school doctor was too awesome. His light was too dazzling, overshadowing the brilliance of the male lead. What kind of person was the male lead? He was born to feel superior and had his own pride. How could he tolerate being inferior to others? But in the current situation, Lone Wolf could only endure the anger in his heart. He moved the things to the car while looking at the school doctor with resentful eyes. The school doctor silently looked at his fingernails and did not pay attention to him. Lone Wolf's handsome face was livid with anger. When the things were moved, the 3 people got on the car. Tarantula saw the leisurely Ning Shu and could not help but say, "Some people only know how to eat for free and don't know how to help. What did she do to offend this guy? He was always looking for trouble with her. Didn't you move up? What does it matter if I'm there or not?" Ning Shu was now relying on the school doctor's support. "You!" Wolf Spider raised his fist at Ning Shu. Then, he glanced at the school doctor in fear and mocked Ning Shu, "You thought you found a big backer. Ning Shu had a smug look on his face. Tarantula, stop messing around. She then turned to the school doctor and said, Friend, where are you going next? Ning Shu did not know if it was his imagination, but when young Phoenix spoke to the school doctor, her voice sounded much softer. In fact, this was a normal phenomenon. For agents like them, in order to complete the mission, it was necessary to use their own advantages to take some necessary measures. For example, young Phoenix had a hot body and a beautiful and cold face. These were her advantages. Ning Shu looked at his own face in the rearview mirror. His face was covered in dust and dried brain matter. His facial features were ordinary and his hair was messy. One word, unsightly. Ning Shu glanced at the cool and elegant female lead and silently tidied his hair, smoothing out his messy hair. Oh my, she really did become the female lead's foil. There were only 2 women in the team, and her existence was the perfect foil for young Phoenix. He completely suspected that the original owner's existence was for this purpose. Bitter. Hearing young Phoenix's words, the school doctor raised his eyebrows and turned his head to look at young Phoenix. Young Phoenix almost imperceptibly straightened her chest and said, Where are you going? The school doctor adjusted the glasses on the bridge of his nose and asked, Where do you plan to go? I'll follow you. Hearing this, young Phoenix's face showed a smile, making her face even more beautiful. However, Lone Wolf's face was cold. Just like that, the school doctor joined the team. Young Phoenix went wherever she wanted to go. Lone Wolf was so angry that he pulled a long face all day long. When they met zombies, he would be the first to rush up and vent his anger on them. However, young Phoenix trusted the school doctor more and more. Every time Ning Shu saw the school doctor's cold eyes, his heart tightened. Especially when he saw young Phoenix face the school doctor with a little girl's attitude, Ning Shu was even more horrified. Uncle, you are going to counterattack and become the male lead's rhythm. The apocalypse was so realistic. In such an extreme environment, human nature would be magnified countless times. The primitive rule of human beings was the law of the jungle, and the strong would be respected. Worshipping the strong and submitting to the strong was an instinct. The uncle had advanced weapons in his hands, and he was fast and agile. Every time he faced zombies, he would not panic. What was even more valuable was that this man did not seem to be living in the apocalypse. Clean clothes, neatly trimmed nails, and there was not a speck of dirt on his body, which made him exceptionally charming. On the other hand, Lone Wolf was so angry that he slashed and stomped on zombies all day long. He did not have any elegance. His clothes were dirty, and his whole body smelled of sweat. With such a contrast, Lone Wolf was simply set in the mud, and the male lead's halo dimmed. However, what Ning Shu was more concerned about was the purpose of young Phoenix's group. They had been looking for the gene fluid for many days, but they did not find it. Ning Shu touched the gene fluid in his pocket. This gene fluid was taken from the mutated zombie. At that time, the school doctor found the bottle dirty, so Ning Shu put it away. However, after so long, the school doctor did not ask for it from her. Ning Shu naturally would not be stupid to give the gene fluid to the school doctor. Ning Shu had always been curious about the gene fluid. What was it that could make the world like this? According to the original owner's memory, the leader of the special agent group said that the country wanted to strengthen the body and improve the genes. The person in charge of this project was a genetic scientist with the code name Madman. However, he did not expect that the gene fluid would be developed. However, not everyone could be strengthened. There was a 50% chance of activating the high-level genes of the human body and awakening abilities. There was also a 50% chance of becoming a monster that did not feel pain, had infinite strength, and only had appetite. Moreover, the virus carried by the body could assimilate the human body into its own kind. The school doctor who created this situation ran away with the gene fluid, and the monsters in the laboratory rushed out, causing disaster to the world. The people in the laboratory who were lucky enough to awaken their abilities were recruited by the country. In order to recover the gene fluid that was taken away by the school doctor, Ning Shu's group was sent on a mission. Lone Wolf and Young Phoenix knew about the gene fluid's effect, so they betrayed the country and took the gene fluid. Uncle, you are really a sinner. What was the school doctor's purpose for following this team? Did he have a hobby of dissecting the female lead? Come here. The school doctor uncle waved at Ning Shu, as if he was teasing a puppy. Ning Shu walked over with a black face and asked, Uncle, what's the matter? Come, break this steel bar. The school doctor uncle pointed at Ning Shu's thumb-thick steel bar and said. Ning Shu, why? Chapter 98. Ning Shu heard that the school doctor wanted her to bend the steel bar. What kind of joke was this? Why do I have to bend the steel bar? Ning Shu asked. The school doctor looked at Ning Shu. His gold-rimmed glasses were glowing, and he looked like a monster. Ning Shu immediately picked up the steel bar on the ground. Use all your strength to bend it, the school doctor said. Ning Shu nodded. She used all her strength to bend the steel bar. It didn't break, but it bent. Ning Shu asked the school doctor, Is this okay? The school doctor nodded and reached out to touch Ning Shu's arm. Ning Shu threw down the steel bar and ran far away. She looked at him warily. Uncle, what are you doing? Damn, being touched by the uncle was so scary. I'm just testing your strength. I noticed that you're quite strong before. Ning Shu waved. Come here, let me touch you. Ning Shu, pfft, come here, let me touch your muscles, the school doctor repeated. Ning Shu felt uncomfortable. She was strong because she had mastered the ultimate martial arts. Ning Shu felt ashamed every time she thought of the name of the secret manual. Ning Shu walked to the school doctor with small steps. When she saw the school doctor touching her body with a cold expression, Ning Shu felt cold all over. Why did she feel like she was going to be dissected by the school doctor? After touching her, the school doctor nodded. Although the muscles aren't big, they're quite tight. This is the ideal state. When the school doctor spoke, his gold-rimmed glasses reflected light. Ning Shu was so scared that she almost peed her pants. Was the school doctor going to dissect her? This is your dinner. Young Phoenix walked over and broke the affectionate gaze between Ning Shu and the school doctor. Young Phoenix held 2 boxes of hardtack and 2 bottles of water in her hands. She passed them to the school doctor. The school doctor passed a box of biscuits to Ning Shu. Ning Shu quickly took it. She was already hungry. When young Phoenix saw this scene, her eyes flickered. Ning Shu said, Flower, come out for a moment. I have something to tell you. Ning Shu felt quite confused as to why little Phoenix was looking for her. She followed little Phoenix out of the house. This house was quite simple and crude, and it was made of mud. No one had lived here for a long time. This was the temporary resting place for the team. Young Phoenix stopped, and Ning Shu stood 2 meters away from young Phoenix. This was the safest place for both of them. Ning Shu was on guard against young Phoenix. Why are you looking for me? Ning Shu asked. Young Phoenix Ning Shu stretched out her white hand. Seeing Ning Shu's blank face, she said coldly, Flower, hand over the geno fluid. We can complete the mission. Gene fluid? I don't have the geno fluid. Ning Shu said. Young Phoenix's face turned cold. Don't play dumb. The geno fluid was stolen by the mutated zombies. It ended up in your hands. Ning Shu suddenly realized something and said, That geno fluid, I don't know where it is. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten about it. Then, Ning Shu made a guilty face. Sister Young Phoenix, it's all my fault. Young Phoenix was unhappy when Ning Shu called her sister. Seeing that the other party was so stubborn, she said coldly, Flower, we are all from the special agent group. Do you want to see us fail the mission and be punished by the officer? Ning Shu rolled her eyes. You all betrayed the country. Why do you care about punishment? These words were just to coax the original owner. Ning Shu cried and anxiously said, What should I do? I really lost the Geno fluid. The situation was so dangerous and there were zombies. I didn't even notice where I lost it. You. Young Phoenix was speechless because of Ning Shu. She coldly snorted and turned away. Ning Shu curled his lips and finally went back to the house to eat dinner. Eating biscuits every day, Ning Shu was about to vomit. But these things were easy to carry and not easy to spoil. They were the best choice. The school doctor didn't know where he got the milk. He was drinking it when he saw Ning Shu come in. He asked, "Why is she looking for you?" Ning Shu's eyes turned. He was thinking if he should tell the truth. If he told him about the Geno fluid, wouldn't it remind him? What if he wanted to go back? In the end, Ning Shu told the truth. She asked me about the Geno fluid. The school doctor didn't say anything. He drank the milk and didn't ask Ning Shu for it. Ning Shu was a little touched. "Uncle, you are really a good person. Although you are a pervert." Young Phoenix who just left came back. This time, not only Young Phoenix came, but also Lone Wolf and Tarantula. Walking into the house, Lone Wolf coldly snorted. He looked at the school doctor with hostility. His handsome face was a little decadent. He didn't look like the future overlord of the base. Everyone was sitting at a simple table. Lone Wolf, who was sitting at the head of the table, coughed. He tried to show a little momentum. It looked like he was bluffing. "Young Phoenix, you say it." Lone Wolf said to Young Phoenix. He really didn't want to talk to this man. Seeing this man, Lone Wolf felt suffocated. This team was actually divided into two teams. One was Lone Wolf, Young Phoenix, and Tarantula. The other team was Ning Shu and the school doctor. The relationship between the two teams depended on Young Phoenix. "Do you know what we are going to do?" Young Phoenix asked the school doctor. The school doctor drank a mouthful of milk and didn't speak. Young Phoenix seemed to understand the school doctor's personality and said, "We are going to find the Geno fluid." Everyone looked at the school doctor. The school doctor didn't have any expression. Young Phoenix was a little frustrated. This man was really difficult. She had encountered many missions, but she had never met a man like him who was indifferent to her. This Geno fluid can stimulate people's abilities and strengthen the body. Now that there are more and more zombies, human survival is getting more and more difficult. Finding the Geno fluid can stimulate more ability users to deal with zombies. Young Phoenix said with a serious face. The school doctor finally finished his milk and stuffed the unfinished biscuits into Ning Shu's arms. Ning Shu silently ate the biscuits left by the school doctor. "If you are looking for the Geno fluid, you don't have to. The Geno fluid is half finished, and Madman is dead," the school doctor said lightly. Puff, cough, cough. Ning Shu, who was eating the biscuits, choked and quickly drank water. Hearing the school doctor say that Madman was dead, he said indifferently that he was dead. What was the school doctor trying to do? Fake death to give the wrong information that Madman was dead? Lone Wolf frowned and coldly asked the school doctor, "How do you know? How do you know that Madman is dead? Who are you? You are the most mysterious person in this team. You don't even have a name." Even Young Phoenix's face showed suspicion and asked, "How do you know that Madman is dead?" "I killed Madman," the school doctor said lightly with a look of pity on his face. "He destroyed the Geno fluid." Puff, cough, cough. Ning Shu choked again and hammered his chest.